The Epic series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic is a global portfolio.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the Absa Cape Epic in 2026. Welcome to Stage 5, Greyton to Stellenbosch. It's a stage that has been looming over this event for months and months and months. It's the one stage which was looked at from afar by the riders and by spectators and by everyone involved in the sport with great anticipation, excitement, anticipation, and fear as well, I think, for many of these riders, because it is the Queen stage for the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. One thing in the favor today for the riders, in some senses, the temperatures won't rise beyond 30 degrees. At the moment is a fairly mild, almost chilly 11 degrees at the start in Greyton, and topping out at about 25 degrees, and down to about 10, and a gentle breeze from the southwest. But things are going to change, because this route takes them from Greyton to Stellenbosch. They go over pretty much 3 ranges of mountains to get to Stellenbosch and the trails of Stellenbosch. Those rewards of stages 6 and 7 here on the trails in Stellenbosch will be hard-earned today, because they will make that journey of 134 kilometers for the big field, and for the women they will do 190 kilometers, but the hardest part of that 134 kilometers. So it is a day of breathtaking beauty in terms of scenic splendor, but also a really tough day in terms of the effort required to get to the finish today for the majority of the field. Benno Willett is sitting alongside me. Benno, good morning.
Good morning to everybody.
And this is a day. So just to put this in context, Benno, before you give your assessment of the days, we're going to start very shortly at 1:45 in 6 minutes' time with our elite women, who will be starting at Beaumont Wine Farm just outside Botrivier. 90 kilometers they will have to ride, and they will start 15 minutes ahead of the men, who will start their 134 kilometer journey back at Greyton. And this is a look at that profile for the women's race.
It's going to be a very interesting day today. Everyone has been kind of like looking forward to this stage. Some of them were holding back to have some energy left. Some of them were just taking it day by day. But we have 5 chain rings on the menu today. This is a big stage. The weather has changed a lot as well. We're gonna have similar conditions to like what we had 2 days ago. There will be some dry patches, some wet patches. The temperature is with 11 degrees, quite cold actually, and we outside of the big mountains. So staying warm is going to be key, especially for the women athletes. They like to shiver much earlier than the men, and you lose a lot of energy with that as well. But it's going to be an exciting day.
Absolutely. Beaumont in Botrivier is where they will start, which is the tech zone for the men when they get there. But unlike the previous days, the women will start ahead of the men, And in all anticipation is that they'll finish in Stellenbosch. But look at the journey they've got to go. KatPas, which takes them into Hohoek and then through the trails of Paul Kluver and the like, a direct line. The route director Enrico Berger said he basically measured a direct line from the top of KatPas to the top of Gantouw Pass, or at least to the Eikenhof Dam, which is that dam trail over there, and then try to get as direct a route as possible. It's going to be grueling. It's going to be incredibly tough all the way through. The Toyota Tough is through the single track round Protea at Eikenhof Dam, and then they go into Lourensford, down the Gantouw Pass, which is the portage, and then across Lourensford and then up the other side and over the Nek and into Stellenbosch. That's what awaits them. Here they are at Beaumont Wine Estate. The woman, Margot Schetti, the former French champion, rolls up to the start line. She for Simtech.net. They are sitting in 5th place overall. Well, nervous anticipation for these riders. They know this is the day that could define their race and define the general classification. In 3rd place, Hayley Preen of South Africa and Hayley Smith of Canada roll up for their team, who is Ken Champaniko. There's a smiling stage winner yesterday, the world champion Kate Courtney, alongside Greta Seiwald, the Italian, her partner, and they had a great day yesterday for She Sends Foundation to take the stage win. The first time their stranglehold has been broken. That is, of course, the stage, the race leaders in the orange leaders jerseys, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill, rolling up to take their place on the start line. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. If this stage was a 80K stage, you would think 450, they're not going to close that down. But this is a very different kettle of fish. There's every chance that things can happen, and that could change today.
Yeah, with the terrain that they're going through today, you don't know exactly how the race is going to unfold. There's a lot of single tracks, open sections. It's going to be a little bit of like trying to hold on to the front. Looking forward to see what the leader jersey is going to do. Are they riding aggressive today, defensive again, trying to just save energy again for the last 2 days? They are in a very good position. They almost have 5 minutes lead on Kate and Greta. But Kate and Greta, they are, again, what they did over the last couple of days, it's starting to kind of like put a bit of pressure on the others. You can see they weren't as happy as the day before, and it kind of like starts wearing off. So they, I'm sure, will put the pressure down and keep on doing what they have been doing so far, racing at the front, mixing it up, and yeah, put pressure on wherever they can.
Yeah, it's amazing how the Courtney-Seiwald combination have gelled and have thrived as this race has progressed. They've got to know each other really well, and their relative strengths, and they clearly share a sense of adventure and daring, because they hatched a plan 2 days ago on that long transfer stage from Montague to Greyton. Tried a little attack, up went Greta Seiwald, and Courtney held them up and then charged off on attack, and it put the pressure on the orange jerseys, who responded well, pulled it back, eventually took the stage win. They did the same yesterday. Same thing. Seiwald went up the road. Courtney eventually bridged across to her and held off the chasing orange jerseys. So they're emboldened by that, and they'll feel encouraged by the way they've ridden and the pressure that they're starting to put on Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. Richly experienced cross-country races, of course. Candice Lill, 5-time second-place finisher at the Absa Cape Epic. She dearly wants to rectify that record and win this race for the first time. Jeremy Christmas, our UCI race commissaire, standing in front of the riders, and our colleague Ariane Kleinans just asked to jump off the wall there. She wanted to get a vantage point of the riders rolling away from beautiful Beaumont Wine Estate. Again, wonderful support from the landowners and farmers in the area.
Yeah, it's also the first stage in the history of the Absa Cape Epic where the elite women are going to finish ahead of the men elite, besides the prologue, of course. But that's also another nice, interesting, feeling for the woman elite to finish as the very first, coming in here to the Mecca of mountain bike here in the Cape, into Stellenbosch. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of support all over the place.
Stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic is underway as our elite women roll away from Beaumont Wine Estate and their task today, 90 kilometers of brutally hard mountain biking. And they will go up virtually, as they start, they will go straight up the mountain, up the KatPas and head towards Hohoek, and then in towards Paul Kluwer, Oak Valley, and then across to Aikenhof Dam. And it's going to be a very long, hard day. Smiles on the faces of the riders here, Kate Courtney, Candice Lill, energized by the task. This is what they do, this is what they embrace, this is what they love doing, to be challenged.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say the fight is on, but again, it's a long stage, a lot of things can happen. There's a portage section in there as well, so you have to get off your bike and you have to get down that section as quick as you can. Most likely going to be quite slippery as well. Not many of those pro athletes are used to carry their bike or walk with their bike because they're so well capable of riding so many things. But now there's no option. Everyone has to go off and then get down that section safe and sound. You also have to be careful not to slip, not to hurt yourself. Twisted ankle can be one of the issues, but I'm sure, yeah, it's still a little bit to go.
Yeah, that's on the, yeah, if you think of it now, that seems so far away, the Gantouw Pass descent. Those rocks are very, very shiny, and it might be damp up there. It's very likely to be damp there. So, yeah, sure-footed descending on foot is going to be critical for these riders. Kate Courtney just pointing out and chatting and enjoying the journey. It's a long while ago, 2018, that she came here and won this event at her first time of asking. She's come back in the World Champions jersey, doing justice to the Marathon World Champions jersey and putting it on display here at the biggest of the mountain bike stage races. And they'll hook left. It becomes a little rougher now. There's a little trail they'll cut across, eventually get to the actual old KatPas, the original old Hohoek Pass, which is below the into highway tar road there. And you'll see fairly soon, oops, a little bit of a traction issue there for Leah van der Linden. And she's all right. But steady at the front, Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney immediately taking their position on the front of the race.
Yeah, it's just so good to see how they attack where they can. It's not an attack yet, but they want to make sure they let the others know that they're ready once over again for a good stage, an exciting stage as well. And just control the race from the front. That's what they have done so far.
Now, just to put you in the picture in terms of the general classification, there was a shake-up yesterday, not at the very top, because Thomas Max and Sabi, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller still lead the race. They've won 4 or 5 stages. She Sends Foundation, Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt, 4 minutes and 50 seconds behind them. And that is certainly, as we've been emphasizing, not beyond the realms of possibility with 3 days to race here, that could be changed. In third place, Kemchamp Honeycomb, Haley Preen and Hayley Smith. The South African and the Canadian moved into third place. They're 31 minutes and 52 seconds down. They benefited from the really sad withdrawal of Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa due to a nasty crash, Rosa van Doorn. Look at this. Candice Lill goes to the front. Kate Courtney's got an issue. In fact, Greta Servalt's got an issue. Sorted out quickly enough. And Candice Lill says, I'm gone, and goes to the front of the race.
Yeah, very unfortunate from Rosa van Doorn yesterday that silly little crash. Like, it didn't seem like much. Like, it was just around the corner, just losing the front wheel a little bit and then hitting the ground the way she did. Heartbreaking, really heartbreaking for her. It seems like she is okay, but unfortunately they're out of the race.
A nasty gash on her leg and to her face. She chipped some teeth, and it was a traumatic moment for both Vera and for Rosa. So we wish Rosa all the very best. Commiserations to their hopes of getting on the podium here. Buff BH Efficient Infinity no longer part of the race. As I said, Kemchamp Honeycomb in third place. Topada FSA Kenda in fourth place. Katarzyna Sosne-Pinele and Georgia Marquette. And they are 35 minutes back. And just 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes behind the Kemchamp Honeycomb. So there's a race on. Simtech.net, they are a further 7 minutes behind Topada. That is Margot Moschetti and Claudio Peretti. And then Sani to see Efficient Infinity, the holders of the Absa African jersey and the shoulders of Sam Sanders and Bianca Hall. They'll stand out distinctively in the race today. You'll see them, and they are 9 minutes behind the Simtech.net. Masi ISB Sport, Monica Calderon and Tessa Cortecas continue to ride the roller coaster. We heard earlier in the week that Cortecas not entirely enamored with the condition of her partner coming into this race. So she they are now back in 7th place. Wolftooth Components, Jenna Reinhardt and Leah van der Linden in 8th place. Pump for Peace, Faranak Patazan, Leila Nemchevich in 9th place. And Fortress Toyota, Isla Stowe and Charisse at the second of the African teams in 10th place. So that's the top 10 in the women's race at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting dynamic already at this early stage. I mean, Greta had a bit of a mechanical, and the leading team is immediately taking advantage of it. But then, as you could see now, Kate, again, riding to the front, making sure that she is in control of the pace. Now, no one gets away, and also just telling them again, I'm back again. You're not just going to ride away from us.
Absolutely. You might hold the jersey, but I'm bossing you today. She's been, she's been, you feel, wanting to assert her authority, to put that world champions jersey in the frame and put it in front of the race leaders and say, if you're going to win this race, you have to beat a world champion every single day. And there she is at the front of this trail, winding its way up above Botrivier in the women's race, the elite women's race. A reminder that the men's race will be starting from Greyton in 4 minutes' time, and we will obviously bring you images of that when it does happen. But this is what has been a fascinating women's race. The new format adopted for this year's race has paid rich dividends, not just, I think, as a spectacle, but also for the women racing, and it's been met with great success. I think the riders are absolutely delighted with the way it's transformed this, the women's racing.
Yeah, it has been, yes, logistically, of course. Now you have individual starts, or different starts between the men and women. Logistically, of course, it is a huge effort from everyone involved, and also it takes a bit of compromising from also the rider, the staff, and everything. But so far, I mean, look at the race, how close we are together, how fast they are going as well. Now that they know that they're not going to be in the saddle for 5 hours every single day, the race all of a sudden become so much more feisty there at the front. The gaps between the riders and teams are much smaller as well. But this morning it was a very, very early wake up, as they had to leave Greyton just past 5 o'clock to make it to the start, packing everything up, getting into the cars, and have like almost a 45 minutes drive to the start. But this is all part of it, and it's the same for every team as well. So it's also coming down to the support team, the logistics, how well they are organized, because you have to take all the stress, everything away, make it as relaxed as possible, as efficient as possible for the riders. And as you can see, everyone was ready there.
Absolutely. Those of you who have ridden the F&B Wines to Wales, one of the Epic Series events, will know this trail from the switchback race, which starts at the opposite side of the traditional route, and they come up here and finish at Oak Valley, where the first stage finishes and the race pace is. So this is a familiar trail for quite a few of these riders, of course, the South Africans particularly, and one or two of the internationals would have experienced that, but it is a harsh start, and every single stage the women have started, they've gone straight into pretty much the hardest part of the race, into a climb. And yeah, they might be riding shorter distances, but they ride a similar time as the men in terms of time on the bike, the leading riders, and they do, though, ride plenty more meters climbing. So it is very, very tough riding for all these women. You can see the tracks of our lead motorbike. He's gone out very early this morning to Mark, and Kate Courtney has Candice Lill clearly motivated. Now, riding into Stellenbosch as a race winner, as a stage winner, many of these riders will be gunning for that, because there is something special about it. And, well, Lill and Keller, little games going on in the front there, aren't there, Ben?
No, definitely. You can see they have been annoyed enough now by the tactics of Kate and Greta over the last couple of days. What they try to do now is just to get a gap on them, gap on them, and then being able to ride their own rhythm. We know that they are strong. They are very strong, and if they get a gap, if they get away and are able to ride their own pace, split it up a little bit, they can gain some time. And it looks like Greyton at the moment is suffering a little bit, not being able to hold the wheel of Alexandra, Kate and Candice here. And they are well aware of it. The riders at the front, they're well aware of it, that there's one missing, and they take advantage of those kind of things. As soon as you get around that corner, you look back, you see where Greyton is, and then you know, if you keep the pace high, that's the best chance to get away. But Kate is in there just to disturb that kind of movement.
Yeah, she's
and
almost offering a dead wheel to Alessandra to allow Greyton to close the gap and come up and join her. Fascinating tactical battle already inside the first 10 minutes of the women's race, and that's what we like to see as they head up KatPas, some way away from where we are here at the start in Greyton of the rest of the field beginning to assemble here. The elite batch on that start line preparing to race 134 kilometers. This stage has loomed over these riders for weeks and weeks and weeks, and throughout this week, much of their efforts this week have been put in with this stage in mind. How are we going to handle this stage? Because this could define their races. This could turn this race on its head today. And we are absolutely enthralled with how it's going to unfold as the elite men get called up, as Matt Beers rolls up with Tristan Norkier just ahead of him. The two men in the Absa African jersey as the leaders in that special category, but second on general classification, having held the yellow jerseys until these two. It is Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto took them after stage 3, and they have them now, but not by much. It's going to be a fascinating battle.
no, the race is still wide open. I mean, with such a long stage ahead of us, with the conditions they're going to ride through today as well. We already had mechanicals on like what we thought is going to be an easy stage, and now today they have so many different terrains coming up. The weather, luckily now at the start it doesn't seem to rain, but there's more rain predicted, and as we know from the past, as soon as they get into Lourensford, the chance that they're going to ride through heavy clouds, rain, slippery terrain as well is there, and that could shake up the entire field and the top 10 again.
Well, we saw there were plenty of crashes yesterday. Wout Alleman had a crash. He's there. He wasn't as serious as his teammate Rosa van Doorn, and the Belgian champion able to remount and carry on riding. Bruised he was, but he's okay. Mark Pritson had a very big crash yesterday, broke his handlebar, and he and Felix Stili, winners of stage number 3, managed to recover and finish the stage after plenty of hard work to get their bike sorted, but they will perhaps eye this out as a possible stage opportunity for them. Unfortunately, Fabian Rabenstein and Casey South, the Topata Kende FSA team, are not a combination any longer. Casey South having a nasty fall yesterday and having to withdraw from the race. So just about to get underway here, the Queen stage of this Absa Cape Epic. It's a mouth-watering prospect to watch the best riders in the world 5 days or 6 days into the race put themselves to the sword in this way. It is going to be a great drama over the next, how long do you reckon, 5 hours?
5 hours, plus minus 5 hours today. So, yeah, plenty of time to position yourself, but then at the same time, we saw yesterday, they go off that start line like it would be a cross-country race, once over again, lots of single track, and they just do not hold back at all.
1 minute and 37 seconds is all that separates the yellow jerseys from the men on their left-hand side, Beers and Norkier, going into a 134 kilometer stage 5, the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic. So much rides on this day of racing to Stellenbosch. Widely regarded as one of the toughest stages. They head off. Stage number 5 is underway from Greyton. The full distance of 137 kilometers, 34 kilometers, beg your pardon, awaits them as they charge off the line, as Benno said, just like a cross-country race. You wouldn't think that they still had 5 hours of racing to do, but this is the way they ride. They'll head out on a familiar path out of Greyton. Magnificent looking helicopters played a role already, helping distressed riders. It helped lifted Rosa van Doorn off the mountain yesterday, the medical evacuation helicopter. Important part of the puzzle here at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, especially within those remote areas, like that gives you a little bit of confidence as well, knowing that help is not too far away. And one thing that we haven't mentioned yet is also the SOS buttons that each of those teams are having in their pocket. One of the riders has to have that SOS button in their pocket, purely and only there for emergencies. And if there is anything that you need help with from the medical team, first thing you do is press the button, the alarm goes out, and the medical team will find you wherever you are. And again, it is a must for everyone to kind of like carry that with you. For the pro riders, for the amateurs, everyone got it in there. And that's how also yesterday they were immediately where they picked up the riders and sorted them out.
Well, counterintuitively heading away from where they'll eventually be riding to Stellenbosch, but yeah, you get the feeling that they will spend a little bit of time just settling into the day. The mindset of these riders, the challenge that awaits them, and the opportunity that presents itself for teams who've not really performed this week, an opportunity to get onto the stage podium, push for a stage win here, and for others to push for improvement on general classification. And there are plenty of those. 137 between first and second place. Canyon in third now. Lucas Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze. Sensational win, a second stage win yesterday. 5 minutes and 10 seconds behind William Victoria. And just 40 seconds behind them, Clementizia Aubert, David Valero and Mark Stutzman. That is going to be a race and a fight that we'll keep an eye on throughout today. And then Buff BH, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, astonishingly, considering all the problems they've had throughout this week, have found themselves in 5th place today, 7 minutes and 5 seconds down. Double Dutch, Hans Becking and Thijs Reuter, their teammates, in 6th place. They've just continued to go. Buff have had so many issues throughout this week, and yet they have 2 teams inside the top 6 here. It's brilliant to see. And Matissa Zara, Yuri Zanotti climb back up into 7th place after a really tough stage number 3. They found themselves now 17 minutes down and just 8 seconds behind them. Clementizia Aubert, Samuel Poro and Luis Martinez. And less than 30 seconds behind them, Marco Huber and Travis Stedman. So there are so many places to be made and races within a race that could unfold here. Singer KTM, good day yesterday, finished 4th. Simon Stidjan and Martin Frey. They are 19 minutes and 25 down, 2 seconds ahead of Wesselboort and Johan van Sail, the second of the African teams. What a battle we're going to see all the way through the general classification here. Well, as he has done so often this week, Mark Pritson, who has shone like a beacon throughout this race, like the sun on those blue gums there, as one of the strongest riders in this peloton, puts himself in the front in the South African champions jersey. Belgian champion Wout Alleman also has been very prominent up there as well. Of course, Pritson and Stili won a memorable stage 3 from Montague to Greyton. Pritson saying it's perhaps the highlight of his career, and he's had some already, so really, really special. This is what it means to these riders.
Yeah, I think Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, I think they're the strongest they've ever been here. They were just so unlucky with the mechanicals they had. Tommy Buck on the first stage, but then from there onwards, they were always there to put down the hammer, trying to make up time. They haven't given up just yet. They won a stage, but then again, more mechanicals the day after. But they are in very, very good shape.
Well, here is a batch and some battles going on here as well. These are the age category and mixed. There's Simon Andreasen on the right-hand side just saying, wishing Yvonne Zugasti well, and as they go. And there's been a change in the NTT Masters. Christoph Sars and Craig Uriah had the jersey for a day. They've lost it again. Pavel Gonda and Thomas Saluti have got it back. And Zugasti and Mendoza in that the GIC Grandmasters lead as well. Colibri are the team in the amateur category, but they are hanging on to that. There are teams chasing them for all they're worth, so the amateur teams are hunting them down. And of course, in the Xaro category, the Fairtree Cannondale DP World team are leading that race as well. Also close racing there. Away they go, a batch in the Absa Cape Epic. And they're leaving this day 5 minutes after that elite riders, because in the previous days the women would start between A and elite, so they needed a bit of a cushion there, so they started 15 minutes after them, but today 5 minutes after them, so they're on their way. Big day out for our men in the chopper, Lourensford and our wonderful pilot, Mark Leroux. Nice to see him. It's obviously cold because Mark is wearing long pants today, hanging those oak trees out the right-hand door, and they're bringing you the images of the riders. There we go. That's what he's showing you. Brilliant work. Travis Stedman in there, the African Continental Champions jersey. He and Marco Hubert have a role to play in supporting the red jerseys of Beers and Norkier. How is Tristan Norkier feeling today? Because he's had to work so hard. Why should Matt Beers not be feeling as bad? But the thing is, Matt Beers is a man possessed of such power, such immense what's he can put out there, that he does put his partners under extreme pressure. So it does make it hard work for his teammates. Lucas Baum gets down to work so often on the front.
Yeah, he is in good shape. It looks like he's not shy to push there at the front. Just needs to make sure that Georg is in there as well. We have seen it in the past that they have been separated quite often from each other, but yeah, I mean, he's not shy to show his form and yeah, put the hammer down, lead the pace.
Nice to see young Herman Fourie and Keegan Tullis of the Cape Vulture Nature Reserve team. Two young men trying to make a life for themselves as professional mountain bikers, and there's no better place to do it than putting yourselves in the front on a big stage like this. Go for it, and who knows what might happen. They're putting the hammer down a bit here. Lucas Baum says, I'll follow. Jaden Turler, Mark Pritson behind them. They're all tacking on. Judy Zanotti's there as well. Some teams, as I said, these are teams who are not going to be in the on the podium at the end of the race, but they want to shine on a stage like today.
Yeah, that makes it hard as well. Like for everyone that's kind of like more relaxed to the back, all of a sudden you have a whole different team pushing the pace down from the beginning just to get into the camera, just to be seen, being talked about. And I mean, by the end of it, it is the biggest stage race in the world. So if you can lead all those great riders behind you, it definitely gives you great coverage for yourself, for the sponsors, and they're doing a brilliant job with that.
A small little team supported by the Cape Vulture Nature Reserve. An unusual but welcome sight at the front of the race, and stringing it out just a little bit here. The rest are hanging, and you might have seen from a little higher up the images of the riders scrambling at the back of the field there. When the pressure's put on at the front, then the back end of the field says, no, hang on, let's take it easy. Now two have gone ahead, and the rest are saying, okay, off you go.
Yeah, they're probably, I wonder who it is now. I can't actually spot the jersey, but it looks like
it looks like one of each. It looks like one of the Cape Vulture Nature Reserve riders, and one other, and probably Lucas Baum, or no, Baum may be coming across now. Mark Pritson and Jaden Turlo just tacking onto the end of that thing, and look at it start to stretch out.
Yeah, immediately a bit of a stretch. The red jerseys, leader jerseys in the middle of the pack. They also know, like at the moment, there's a lot of gravel road coming up, and will take them at least 20 minutes on those gravel roads to get into the first technical single track part of the race. This is now already B batch, I guess.
Yeah, the way they roll to start racing here. And yeah, B batch goes. Deep into the Absa Cape Epic they are, these riders. And they are up for this. They've well prepared, arrived at the start at Mirandal in great condition, no problem at all. And they're ready to race, which is great to see. Stringing it out. Yeah, those riders sitting in that backpack here think, no, we don't need to go at this pace here. We've got 5 hours of racing to do. This is too fast, too early. Beautiful scenes through the Overberg wheat fields, and that is another facet of today's races. We're going to see so many different landscapes here as we move from the Overberg up into the higher climbs of Grabouw and Elgin. Will transfer through there and then up over the Hottentots Holland Mountains range, down Gantouw Pass and into Lourensford and that beautiful verdant and fertile valley before going up and out of that one and into the vineyards and farms around Stellenbosch. It's incredible, amazing thing to see these riders enjoying the beauty. Well, we'll enjoy it. I'm not entirely sure that the riders are going to take it all in, but it'll be fascinating to see if they do and just take in 1 or 2 views as they go.
Yeah, look at this. Wide open roads for kilometers. There's no need to ride away from anyone. Like at the moment, they're just making it hard for themselves. But again, just to be in front of the camera is worth something. And then they will rotate around. As you see, Aleman now at the front.
Yeah, so will you see those GC guys go to the front and just say, hang on, let's just rein this in. Here we go through the first tech zone at Hohook, Kate Courtney. Just having a word there.
Yeah, I wonder, we didn't see the orange jerseys there, so it could be that they are ahead. They just wanted to know how big the gap is. Or they maybe had a mechanical and they're still behind. Who knows? We haven't seen them yet. It looks like they must have gotten a gap on Kate and Greta. Here, Bianca going back to get her bottle, making sure that they do not drop their feet.
Farmer Glenn there, her father helping out. He's been here as Sonia for the Sign to See Efficient Infinity team. Lovely to see on the back wheel here now of Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith as they go through the old Hohook Inn, one of the oldest hostelries in the country. It was a staging post for those trekking north and south over 150 years ago. Let's hear from some of the leading women ahead of their start, which is at Beaumont this morning.
Good morning, Candice. We are ahead of the Queen's stage today, the deciding day of this race, possibly?
I think so, yeah. I think today is obviously long and hard enough, and with a really long climb in the end, that's the difference can really be made. I believe that.
It's different weather conditions today. It's wet and rainy, and possibly on the mountain. Have you made any changes to your bike?
Not actually. Alessandro put a different tyre on the back, but I have been riding the same tyres and I trust them, and I'm good to go.
And how are you generally feeling? It's obviously quite been some racing already. How's the legs? Are you still positive?
Yeah, definitely still positive. Yeah, we're in the orange jersey. We've been since the beginning, and I think it's really motivating, and also just to race with each other, like the dynamic that we have with each other. It really motivates me. Like if Alessandra's pushing hard, I really just want to be on that wheel, and I think it's a really positive way to race and really having fun.
Yeah, we have seen just such good teamwork between the two of you in competing with Kate and Greta. They've obviously been on the tack yesterday. How was that for you?
It was really fun. I think, they played it super well. Very aggressive, tactical racing. But, I think this is fantastic for the women's race. Like, I bet there were so many people, watching on the edge of their seats. And, this is exactly what we want. So hopefully more today.
Thanks so much. Good luck. Kate Courtney here, the world champion of marathon racing. And she's gotten that world champion title in a very mountainous course in Switzerland. This must be flat for you here today.
I mean, we'll see. It's a lot of climbing in a portage section, so we've at least trained for this.
Have you done any running to prepare for the portage section?
No, but I think, yeah, it's a section where we're all going to be careful and just try to get through smooth and safe and, yeah, fight to the finish.
Have you guys made any changes to the bikes today for in terms of terrain?
No, I mean, we're running a pretty similar setup every day for Epic. Yeah, and we'll see how it goes.
And how's the bodies feeling after so many days of racing already and approaching the Queen stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday was awesome for us. It was good to see the hard work paying off, and now we have even less to lose. Now we've got a siege win, we've been riding really well together, and we can just have fun with it.
How do you claim back those 4 minutes and something seconds to possibly still claim that win? Is there still a strategy to claim that title here?
Yeah, I think that's probably the wrong strategy to be thinking about that. I think what's worked for us so far is having fun, focusing on ourselves and playing the best cards we have in our hand. And yeah, we'll see if there's an opportunity. We know we're ready to take it if there is one, but we're happy. Like, it's not a desperate hunt for the win. It's a joyful race to the finish.
Great. Send it. Haley Preen from Team Camp Honeycomb in third, more solid in third. Just maybe a word to Rosa, who had such a bad crash yesterday, your biggest competitors.
It's not. Yeah, I really hope she heals up quickly, and we miss her here already. Or we miss her and Vera.
You're rolling into Stellenbosch today, a very enthusiastic mountain bike town. Are you looking forward to hopefully see some spectators out there?
Yeah, I love spectators and the support, so I'm really looking forward to riding into Stellenbosch.
And it's going to be a lot of trails out there, beautiful trails, the Wines to Wales trails that you cover quite a bit. You obviously have done Wines to Wales quite a bit. What are you looking forward to most?
Yeah, so I've done Wines to Wales. I've actually only done it once, so I've gone down the portage before, but I think maybe actually twice in another epic. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and the portage is a challenge, so that's exciting.
Yeah, you're a very accomplished trail runner, so this must be your terrain there.
Exactly, yeah, I'm ready to run.
You've packed your trail shoes.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Confirmation now of the situation as we hear from some of those riders ahead of today's stage. They're in action now, and this is split after just 8 kilometers, and Thomas Max on Sabi went through that split at the Hohoka in at 40 seconds to the good over Shesen's Foundation. Champ Honeycomb keeping themselves right up there with Greyton and Kate Courtney. Those are the two, Haley, Smith and Preen. So the race is on, and Thomas Max and Sabi, you were alluding to it a little bit earlier, Benno. They've had enough of this now.
Yeah, as you can see, they definitely had enough. They put the hammer down right away from the beginning. They got a 40-second gap now, and I'm sure they're going to slow down. If it's going to be enough for this 2 teams, 3 teams to catch them again, we don't know. It's a long stage, but they did exactly what I thought it's going to happen, and get themselves out of this kind of like play
the games.
The games exactly, and again they are super strong, and they can do something like this. And also for Kate, she said that it's not a desperate hunt for the win or for the orange jersey. It's more enjoying the riding, and if the others are stronger, they deserve it as well. And it's all about getting now to Stellenbosch safe.
She's brought a wonderful energy and spirit to the event as the world champion. A different character to the one who came here all those years ago as a very young elite rider. So wonderful to see her. This is Louis Major on the front here. So he's had the most, that team have had the most amazing race, the Colombian and the Kieran Solis, the Costa Rican champion. On the very first day, they had the most awful day of mechanical issues and so on. And you've probably seen doing the rounds on social media, the video of them riding in with his partner, Kieran Solis, on his bike, holding his frame, pedaling, getting home, They went from 22nd overall to 519th. So talk about a team wanting to redeem themselves and have a day at the front. Well, this is the team. It is 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer, the champion here of Colombia, and Kieran Solis of Costa Rica, and they are at the front of the race. Good to see now, but they're not going to influence the general classification as the main contenders lurk behind them. So a little bit of peace and quiet for the time being as they on the gravel roads around Greyton. Let's hear from some of those top contenders and the men ahead of today's stage at Greyton.
You win some, you lose some, you get down, you get back up. Tell us about yesterday. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, you win some, you lose some, and yeah, I bought some land here in Greyton. Went down into the first feed zone, and I don't know, I must have hit a rock with the front wheel, and the front wheel just lifted and went out underneath me, and found myself on the ground. Broke my handlebar, and yeah, I had to tape it up to make sure that I don't get any splinters in my hand. But yeah, then the rest of the stage was basically maintenance to get to the finish, so we can continue today.
Mark, give us a quick prediction on today. What do you think is going to happen out there? I mean, this is a proper day. This is a day that certainly suits you. But what is your prediction at the sharp end today?
I think it's going to be a day we're going to have to look after yourself. You're going to have to look after your partner and also look after your equipment. I mean, today a lot can go wrong. So yeah, I mean, also with the portage there as well, like it's possible to run away on the portage. We did it in Wines to Wales. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that come into today, and I think today is going to be a really spicy one in the front end for the GC.
Good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Important as well is that portage coming down the Gantouw Pass today. We know how slippery that can be. It looks like there is a bit of rain on that side.
Yeah, you have to be really careful because the stones are super slippery. You don't even have like a path to walk. You have to find your own way. For sure it's going to be hectic because it's in the race, but you also on the same time have to be quiet and patient to make it safe down there.
Let's just talk quickly. I mean, you've got so much experience in this race, and we know how big today is. You look at the sharp end of the race, all the top five are within 4.5 minutes of each other. Today's a day where everyone has to be sharp because you could lose the race today for sure.
Yeah, I have the feeling it's always a gamble. You have to be fast in the beginning, but you also have to somehow save energy for the final, because when, let's say, Matt or the Villiers guys put the watts down, you have to be there. So yeah, like I said, it's a gamble. If you're in a good shape, I think you can manage it quite well. And I'm excited to hopefully have that front seat to see the battle and be right there and see what's going on in GC today.
How's Martin going? He's looking phenomenal, and you guys have just been working together for so long. You complement each other so well.
Yeah, that's a major thing in this race. It's a team race. You have to protect each other, push each other, and with Martin I have a really good combination because we are on a more or less same level. He was a bit stronger the last days, but we managed quite well. So, like I said, good combination, and I hope that today we can make it count and fight for a podium spot again.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Marco, big day today. Queen Stage, it's what everyone trains for, what everyone looks towards. It's the benchmark of every Absa Cape Epic. And it's going to be brutal today. We've got the weather against us as well.
Yeah, and yeah, we got some mixed terrain as well. Some running that we've done before. Made some modification to our shoes that hopefully works. But yeah, it's going to be a long day, and I think just staying calm and having a smooth day will be a good day.
Had an interesting chat with Candice Lill the other day, and it was so cool. Her reflection was, this is my job. This is what I do. I get up, I eat after a good sleep, and then I ride, and then I recover, and then I sleep, and I eat, and I ride. This is not your first rodeo. You guys have done this before.
Yeah, it's quite amazing what the body's capable of, especially if you're on top of it mentally and you just keep digging, and you just always find yourself or surprising yourself that I am recovering. So yeah, this last half of Epic, we're taking that with us. We've got some good momentum now in this mid stage of Epic, which I think is a good thing. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for today.
Trev, at any professional level of sport, every athlete is just an absolute weapon. They do the training, not only physically, mentally, psychologically, but it's so important to have the confidence because you're amongst the world's best. You're in a playground that is the top of the best of the best. But winning is extraordinary. Not everyone can win, and it's not always about the win. It's about making sure you can be there for the win in the first place.
Yeah, just about being present, I think. Especially on a day like today with the weather being a bit unknown still, and yeah, the running, everything, you kind of just have to be there the whole time, just be on top of it, and yeah, the rest will play out as the day goes on.
Mocha, how do you see it playing out today? I mean, this is a proper day, and we know we've got that little jog down the Gantouw Pass as well. Do you think it's going to split before that?
Possibly. I mean, we'll see how everyone's feeling, but there's probably like 3 parts of this course. The flats into Botrivier, or fast open roads, and then you have the section up from Botrivier to the portage, where I think that's probably where it's going to start splitting a lot. And then obviously from the neck into the finish, I think, yeah, tired bodies, tired minds. It's quite sketchy down the neck and the single tracks to the finish. Like, yeah, if you're just on top of it, riding a single track and not just surviving it, you can gain a lot of time there. So, yeah, it's a big day. Big day.
Trev, this race this year has been quite spectacular in that it's been consistently explosive, and anyone can win. A stage today is up for grabs for anyone who dares. Someone who could be as low as 15 to 20 in the general classification, and someone that's willing to take the risk and roll the dice.
Yeah, I think if you're just willing to risk it on any of the days, yeah, it's so rugged, and yeah, if you're on top of it, you can get away. The guys are looking at each other within that top 5, so it gives us also a bit of freedom, hopefully. And yeah, I think there's going to be a few guys going for it today.
Get it, boys. Simone, good morning. Welcome to the Queen stage. We know it's going to be a proper stage, a transfer to Stellenbosch. You're looking at 5:20, maybe 5:30 on the bike today.
Yeah, it looks pretty long today. So, yeah, they say the estimate time around 5 hours, just a little bit less. So, yeah, probably it's going to be the longest stage of this week.
Third day in the leaders Chiavita yellow jersey. How's it feeling? Excited to be in the space and still looking for that stage win?
Yeah, we're super excited to wear the yellow jersey, and yeah, of course our goal is try to keep the yellow jersey, but if there will be a chance, we will try to get this victory. But as I said, yeah, main focus on the yellow jersey.
Last day of the big marathon stages. We know that once we get to Stellenbosch, we get back into your and Luca's world, and that, of course, the cross country. Today is a very important day for you guys.
Yeah, today, yeah, it's very important. It's going to be very hard, and yeah, I can't wait to be in Stellenbosch.
Maybe a message to everyone back home in your home language. Just tell them how it's going.
Molto dura, però dai, sono gli ultimi 3 giorni.
Luca, this is the big day. It's the Queen stage. Getting out of bed in the morning gets harder, and the day gets longer.
Yeah, Queen stage today. It's exactly like you said. You wake up in the morning and you are like, how can I even get on my bike? You do the first meters and you realize, okay, it's still feels pretty much the same than normally when you go on the bike. But I have huge respect for this stage, and yeah, I hope we will make it safe to Stellenbosch, and I am, like in German we say, we make free cross when we are in Stellenbosch then tonight.
Sam's got very good memories in Stellenbosch. It's where he won that World Cup sprint, that famous one against Nino Schurter. It's going to be nice to get onto the darts floor at Kutzenberg and hopefully be in some sort of shape to contest.
Yeah, but it's a long way to this point. If we are close to Stellenbosch, I think it's going to be easy, but it's the 125 kilometers before this point that's going to be really hard.
Sounds like we got a bit of European weather today as well. Sounds like we got a bit of rain and some slipperiness.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that we have not these extreme hot temperatures. This is pretty nice. Also, I suffered a bit in the dust. I feel my lungs and my throat a bit with the dust, so it's okay with a little bit of rain, but for sure we don't want that mud fest like we had 2 days ago. So let's just hope like we have some normal circumstances.
Safe journeys for you today.
Thank you. See you in the fit.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there, and this is interesting as well. Whilst those interviews, so you're listening to those, you're watching what's happening here, and it is a first move of the day here, and look who's in there, the red jerseys. Tristan Nokia and Matt Beers. The big thing is the yellow jerseys are back. For a while, one of the two, Luca Brido, was in this group, and then he had to drop back because his partner wasn't with him. So they both have dropped back off here, and there is huge commitment here. Lucas Baum is there. Marco Hubert is there. So the two Absa African jerseys. Mark Pritson is there. Thijs Reuter is there. Herman Pernsteiner. So there are a lot of... In fact, the only team in here is the Absa African jersey.
Yeah, it really looks like the South African teams got together to prepare for this move across the brands. Doesn't matter, but this is the best scenario that can happen for Matt and Tristan here, if they get to work together to keep the pace high, to keep the gap to the back markers, or what the chasing group I would say, and put pressure onto the yellow jersey. Look at the gap they already got by just working together, split the whole group up. And it's at least a minute already if you look at this big gap.
Remember the overall deficit from yellow to red, in other words, first to second. Tristan's loving this. He's sitting on two of the strongest men in the race. Matt Beers and Mark Pritson and Lucas Baum. Wow, that is an express train going along this gravel road at incredible speeds. Huge commitment from these riders now. Speed Company Racing, Lucas Baum, Gail Gega's not in this group. Matt Beers, he's got Mark Pritson. Many feel those are the two strongest men who ride this sort of discipline for South Africa in South Africa. Tristan Nokia digging in and staying on the wheel. Thijs Reuter, his partner Hans Becking, is further back, and the man in the Austrian champions jersey, that's Herman Pernsteiner. His partner Philipp Ridval is in the group behind them. And Marco Hubert is in there. That's an interesting, eclectic mix of riders at the front of the race at this stage.
Very, very interesting to see that there's so many like single riders. It's only the one team together, and that's Matt and Tristan, where the others pretty much all drop their partners in the back. Risky move, because if you move that fast at the front, the gap of 2 minutes can appear quite quickly, and you do run in to get that time penalty if you do.
Just a reminder on that, the UCI rules stipulate that if you are more than 2 minutes past between the two riders, you get a 1 hour time penalty. So that is something that has to be observed very, very carefully, and these riders have to be very, very careful that that doesn't happen. But I think they're okay for the time being. Next group is going through, and I think we've got
Sam Gaze.
Yeah, Sam Gaze and Lucas Bar and Gail Gega there as well, Lucas Schwartzbauer as well. There comes the group. So there's not 2 minutes yet. They are all scrambling now because the race is on so early in this 134 kilometer stage. And Matt Beers, well, he's done a lot of chasing back in this race, fighting after their mechanical issues on stage 1 and on stage 3. Now he's doing some front riding, which is what he loves doing. He absolutely loves getting to the front of a race and setting the pace, setting the tone, and making others hunt him down.
And it's the best tactics they can play. Put as much pressure as early on onto the cross-country riders. They have been afraid of this long stage. They knew this is the stage where all the marathon teams are going to come through, especially Tristan and Matt. They love this long stuff. They know that on those flats they can make some time if they work together. And then getting into the single tracks with a little bit of lead, where maybe the yellow jersey doesn't get the prime spot to get in there and make some time. This is crucial. This is such an important move so early on, and I really hope it pays off for them.
Looking over his shoulder was Tristan Nokia, keeping an eye and seeing what's happening with those yellow jerseys. Nice little perspective on the setups of these two, the geometry of these two bikes. I mean, Matt is so tall, such a big man. Finding and getting that bike. Is it custom made for him?
No, it's very much standard components on the bike. You can actually get the same bike at any of the stores. That's always been one of the things that Specialized pushed for, that the top athletes ride very much the same equipment as any of the customers can get. Of course, sometimes they're a little bit ahead of the curve. They do some prototype testing and so on. But by the end of the day, 99% of the stuff that the pro riders have on their bikes, you're also going to be able to find in the store.
The size of the bike is an extra large or
Yes,
XXL.
yeah, it is an extra large. He's very tall. I think his seat height is above 80 centimeters, somewhere there. He is a tall boy. You can see it. Like he can hide a whole train behind him, and all you see is Matthias there at the front. And that's also where the power comes from. Also very lean at the moment. You can see he's in top shape. He has been preparing for this for months now, and the power is just outstanding. Is this kind of like frustrating a little bit, looking back and seeing the team coming, or the second bunch coming back? But the good thing is, he sees that the yellow jersey is pushing the hammer down. That means they are burning matches right now.
Yeah, they're having to do the work here to try and shut this gap down, and it looks like it's going to happen. But sparks flying early on the Queen stage here at the Absa Cape Epic, 134 kilometers, and already the flames are burning bright in the fight here for stage and general classification honors. It's a long way to go. Beautiful scenes, lovely. This is exactly what we want to see. Now it's coming all back together again, the yellow jerseys, and with them they're bringing a big swathe of riders to join them in that main peloton.
Yeah, we're not even 30 k's into the race, so it's very early, but also one of the sections where you can do something like this. We don't have those big wide open gravel roads all the way to Stellenbosch. There's a lot of technical stuff, trails coming up, and also the portage section. It's gonna be interesting to see how that's gonna change the positioning. It's going to be hard to overtake on the downhills there, being off the bike, and by that time most of the teams will be kind of like separated a little bit.
Boinkies Kraal, heading towards Boinkies Kraal, and Beers is not letting up. He's looking over his shoulder and saying they're tucked in behind there. Let's go again. Let's keep the pressure on here. Fantastic to see. Pritson just sitting in there, comfortable as I have yet to see his partner Felix Stili anywhere in there. Wow, drama there. And here in the women's race, well, this gives you an idea of how different today is going to be, because they're racing in fairly decent conditions there, whilst Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill leading the women's race here. Misty, a little bit damp. I think there might be a bit of rain starting to fall, and they are leading the women's race. 90 kilometers they started. Yep, there is definitely rain falling on these riders as they make their way towards Grabouw. So different conditions. That awaits the men still coming. You're getting absolutely everything here on board with Jessie Nixon. You get an idea. Sitting behind Kemchap Honeycomb, and with them She Sends Foundation, second place overall at the moment. Have been attacking and have been looking to animate the race and put pressure on the orange jerseys. The orange jerseys today have Lill and Keller deciding they've had enough of that, and they attacked early on and have escaped and headed up the road. Jessie Nixon, good morning to you, Jessie.
Hi, Gerald.
Yeah, you sound as though you're having fun.
I don't know. It's quite wet now out here. Yeah. Trails were, like when we started, the trails was so nice condition. It was almost like here when we started, but it's definitely taking a turn now. It's getting a little bit more slick. The rain is setting in.
Are you familiar with where you're riding at the moment, the area you're riding through?
Roughly. I'm actually riding a lot of it blind, so I'm just following the wheel behind in front of me, sorry.
Just tell us about the dynamic where Candice and Alessandra, I mean, you might not have seen it up front, but they just decided to get away, did they?
Yeah, I didn't quite see the dynamic that happened up in front, but I'm not sure if maybe Greta and Kate are maybe just holding back for a little bit. I mean, it is a long day, so maybe they're saving their legs for something more exciting later on in the day.
They have certainly been entertaining, exciting, haven't they? They've been prepared to roll the dice throughout this race, which has brought a great deal of entertainment to the race, hasn't it?
Yes, definitely. It's so exciting. Whereas previous years, like, there's always been one team that kind of sits in front, has like a big gap. But the dynamic this year has been tremendous. So exciting to watch the battle for first, second, third, and fourth, to be honest. It's all very close, almost like road racing in a way.
Just tell us about the surface there. Obviously, the dark, thick mud occasionally could become a factor.
Yes, definitely. It is starting to get a little bit slick on the top layer of the dirt. It's not too bad at the moment, but there is going to be some unpredictable spots where it's grippy and then all of a sudden not grippy anymore, the patch of mud. So you don't always know how to manage that.
Temperature-wise?
Temperature's not too bad. There is a bit of a wind chill factor at the moment. So the ladies might be getting a bit of a chill on the chest. But we'll see how the day progresses, because obviously we're going to get wetter and wetter, and the kit is going to get more soaked throughout the day.
Never mind your kit. Jesse doing a great job there. What do they got to be aware of today? We had a little bit of mud and not heavy rain 2 days ago, but what they've got to be concerned with today? We've seen so many mechanical issues. What's the biggest fear here today?
So previously with the rocks, I think a big concern was the mechanicals. Today, I think a big concern is actually going to be slipping out. And there's less rocks compared to Montague and Greyton. So it's just a lot more slick on this terrain. There's more roots, so you're more likely to slip on a root. But you're likely to have a mechanical today, I would say.
Going forward to the Gantouw Pass, are you looking forward to carrying your bike down there?
No, definitely not. I didn't even know about it until last night. And Stefan was telling me, oh yeah, you got to walk your bike down. So we just take it as we go.
Well, they really are keeping you in the dark, these Bulls Media e-bike crew. Not telling you how much your backpack is. Oh yes, and you've got to go down the portage.
I like to wing it. I think that's how I do it.
Oh, it's lovely, Jesse. You're doing a fantastic job. Lovely to hear from you. Brilliant to get your insight and thoughts on it out there. This is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller heading through the play park at Paul Kluwer. Familiar terrain for riders of the Wines to Wales. Some tight, twisty turns here. It's well marked, so they shouldn't have any problems at all. And the chase group is just on the drag up, leading into this beautiful, beautiful part of the route today. There they are. The line of trees there is where the amphitheatre is, the Paul Kluwer amphitheatre.
Yeah, a lot of the stage today is also the stage that you ride from Hermanus back to Lourensford or the other way around. Wine to Wales, very interesting that you do it the opposite direction from one year to the other. We have done it in the past on e-bikes as well. That's one of the stage events that you can do it with an e-bike too. There's a race category, there's the amateur category, there's a little bit of everything. And it's 3 days of racing and 3 times after each other. So a lot of different categories and also a very good kind of like race to get introduced to stage racing itself.
Yeah, part of the Epic series is the F&B Wines to Wales in November. 3 consecutive events, and lovely to take part in that. And some of these beautifully hand-built, man-made obstacles and bridges. So those are wine barrels. Old wine barrels have been repurposed by Dr. Paul Kluwer, who's been a wonderful, wonderful supporter and assistance to mountain biking here, and has opened his farm over the years to have riders go through. Paul Kluwer Wine Estate. Beautiful, beautiful part of the Western Cape. And Hayley Preen now goes to the front. She would have ridden this many times. She is in great shape this year. Won the KatPas earlier this year. One of the toughest one-day races in the country. And if not the toughest, 130 kilometers from Oudtshoorn to Grootbrak. Greta Silvalt, Kate Courtney, and Hayley Smith. Plenty of single track in Paul Kluwer, and Oak Valley is the next farm adjacent. So these are just truly beautiful areas to ride your mountain bike.
Yeah, tricky conditions with the grass, the black ground. You can see it is slippery. You have to be careful, and it also doesn't roll that much. Like in dry conditions, this is the perfect trail. You carry a lot of speed with, but now today it's just soggy, and it's dangerous around the corners. Those bridges as well, they have a bit of chicken wire on it, but not all of them. So you have to be very careful not to slip out and hit the ground here. Yeah.
Steady as you like. Candice Lill leads the way with Alessandra Keller on her wheel. The race leaders, the stage leaders at the moment, have taken the bull by the horns and decided they are going to dictate matters today. And enough of being harried and harassed by the She Sends Foundation. They are going to take control here. Damp conditions, so as Jessie said, they're slipping out on a greasy patch, on a rock. It could be tricky here, so they've got to be mindful of that, and also that dark soil can get into the onto the tires.
And you see the tires, like they're clocking up. That makes the bike so heavy, and it slows you down so much, and slippery as well. Again, now here on the open parts, you see like the mud is just flying off the bike, off the tire. Yeah, also from the front, your visibility is down to zero because all that stuff comes up straight into your face, onto your glasses. Always tricky to handle those conditions. And then also here, you try to actually ride a little bit over the grass. That cleans up your tires quicker, makes the bike immediately lighter. And also the front, like we said, they're gonna put the hammer down and then keep that. At the last water point, it was 40-second gap to the following team: Kate Courtney, Greta Seiwald, Haley Green, and Haley Smith. And that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. They don't want to extend their lead too much. They just want that settled pace and not the change of speed all the time like Greta and Kate did over the last couple of days. Look at this. It's consistent, keeping the pace high enough for the others not to get back onto their wheel, and that's all they try to do today.
Candice out of the saddle there. That is much just to change the body position for a little while, just to give a little bit of relief to the back and just to stretch out a little, and then she'll settle back into her rhythm. This is a look at where they are. So Paul Kluwer Amphitheatre they've gone through now, and the leader's just ahead of them, heading down into more of these beautiful trails. They'll head as Enrico Berger said, he's tried to take as direct a line as he possibly could to, you saw the Toyota Tough section there, but also including these wonderful trails. Right, the men have been racing for just short of 48 minutes, and this is how it looks after all that early drama, attacking racing. We come down to everyone all together again. But we've seen the intentions of Toyota Specialized in Buko, Beers, and Nokia, the Absa African jerseys on their back. And Beers having a chat there with Mark Pritson. Again, the intrigue is, where is Felix Stili? Because therein lies a bit of an interesting scenario. They have won a stage already. Pritson clearly feeling very, very strong. Stili on that 32-inch wheel bike. They've had ups and downs this race. They're an hour and 50 minutes down on general classification. They're not in that mix at all. So what role is Mark Pritson playing here? He wants to try and win a stage here. He's doing a lot of work on the front and allowing his partner to sit in that group. Maybe
I haven't seen him just yet. We still have to confirm that he is actually part of this team, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Is he still in this race? Is he still there? We'll have to look back. He's quite distinctive to see because he's got his honeycomb 2-6's jersey, but white shorts, and there are not many other white shorts in this group except for Mark Pritson's, and he's wearing all white on top as well. So we'll see if we can pick him out in this peloton of riders as they ride along the railway line towards Botrivier. A little bit of respite now, heading through the valley. The path of least resistance taken by the railway line. KTM Singer. Okay, news is we've just had information brought to us by Max Kleur down at the start. Felix Stiele has withdrawn.
Oh, wow.
So what happens is if a rider, team is suffering, as we saw it yesterday with Jakob Hartmann as well, you can roll off the start line, allowing your partner to be still in the race, and then he's withdrawn.
Yeah, that is a very good tactic as well. Not that you want anything like that to happen, but the best in this position is now to work together, help the South African team to kind of like, get a gap, play a little bit of like tactic game within like the South African setup here as well. And they did brilliantly. Unfortunately, this is the only day they can do something like this. From tomorrow onwards, he's going to be in the leopard shirt, in the white shirt, not going to be able to actually start within the elite man category.
But because his partner started today, he can still be right up there.
Exactly.
Race. He can be part of the community.
Exactly.
Once
they will get the time penalty too,
yeah.
For sure, but it doesn't matter too much because they're going to be out of the race anyway, as it seems.
Well, as Mark Pritson said after his stage win, anything after this is a bonus. Unfortunately, we have news from Kyle at the team that Felix got ill and not feeling up to racing, so unfortunately he's had to withdraw. But they have a stage win, and that forever will be on their palmares. Stage win at the Absa Cape Epic when they get introduced. That is something special, so well done to them. Back with the women here, and interesting line taken by Greta Serval to go to the front of the group. And she and Kate Courtney together with Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith coming through the harvested fields on Oak Valley. Wet conditions, you saw the men racing. Oh, there we go. Two lines, all part of the trail network here. Boardwalk, board ride if you like.
Yeah,
flowing trails here, beautiful riding at Oak Valley and Port Kluwer.
Yeah, it's a good line on the bridge until there's 2 or 3 of those things missing. Sometimes it happens.
And sometimes in this sort of weather, they can get very greasy, so you got to just make sure you keep it upright and straight.
Yeah.
Don't touch your brakes. Car trail, beautiful, wonderful to watch. So up the road are Keller and Lil. We had a moment's alarm when they passed through the Hohook water point that their race number hadn't come through, and these riders had already gone through, and we thought maybe they'd had an issue, but they eventually popped up, and they'd already gone through very, very early.
Yeah, it's a long stretch from the first feed zone to the next feed zone because it's quite, not remote, but there's just no access for the teams to get close to the riders here. So it's almost 40 kilometers between both of those feed zones. And that also means the tech zone. The tech zone is also very far apart. So if you have an issue within this stretch, it's going to be super important to be able to fix it yourself because, if you have to walk the 40 kilometers, it's not going to be nice. Like it's
not ideal.
Not ideal. It's the 800 meters of the portage section is already like a bit of a push for some of them.
Right, so we've got batches starting at Greyton over the 134 kilometer race all the way through until 8 o'clock, just after 8 o'clock in fact this morning. So we've managed to catch up with some of those batches and hear their thoughts, emotions and feelings ahead of this foreboding 134 kilometer ride.
Has it been a long-time plan or was it short-term notice?
We've been riding together since we were 9 years old. We were delivering newspapers in Stellenbosch. So we're going home today, so let's do it.
Corey, a message for everyone in Stellenbosch, rain or shine, get off work and come and support us.
Yes, I know, just like the Stellenboschers are. Just come out and come and cheer for us. Just we're working hard for the Stelly guys. come and cheer us on the mountain. Thank you very much.
Corey, if anyone knows the Stellenbosch trails and Kotzeberg, it's you. You were so involved and instrumental in the 2018 World Cup. What can people expect in those last kilometers and over the next 2 days?
A rocky descent at the end today. From tomorrow on, with this little bit of rain, it's just gonna be like butter. You know, it's gonna go fast, 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 like a good Sunday to see.
Lekker julle.
Thank you very much.
Team Fat Bob, look at you guys. Now listen, you've done this before apparently, eh? 22 years, 173 stages today. You've never missed a stage. 173 stages back to back.
Isn't that amazing? Yes.
Shut the front door. How you guys feeling? I see the arms are crossed. Is that because you're aggressive or you're just trying to stay warm?
It's called mirroring. It's how we build team resonance.
A message for Hannele Stankotze out there today. You coming for her?
Hannele's my hero. I want to be as good as Hannele.
Good luck out there today, guys. So good to have you. How are you feeling?
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so I'm hoping to have my second podium today.
Well done.
Yeah.
No, we're proud of you.
Trying to
Specifically,
catch up.
the sun cream over here. Let me get that for you.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful.
You said sun cream, not
Yeah.
arm cream. Yeah.
Good luck today. All right, let's keep walking. Morning, everyone. Good luck for the Queen stage.
Yeah, a few of the characters. John Gale continues to roll. He and Hannele stay in the last lines. Every single one of these Absa Cape Epics, they have started and finished every single stage. And they are still going strong, both of them, which is wonderful. Lovely respect and camaraderie between the two. The prize for the last line is a beautiful bronze statue, the last line. And I don't see anyone getting it for the time being because those two just keep going. So do these two. This is Alessandra Keller now to the front with Candice Lill, and there's intent about the way she's pushing those pedals. Alessandra Keller. They want to make this, as Candice Lill suggested at the start of the stage, when Max asked her this could be race defining, she was very emphatic in saying, yes, it will be. And they are making sure of that here. They are wanting to open that lead. It's not 5 minutes on general classification at the start of the day, so they want to take it out of reach of Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt.
Yeah, if you can take some time again today on a long stage like this, you get into the last two stages much more comfortable. The trails in Stellenbosch are not as dangerous for mechanicals as maybe before. So it just makes the last couple of stages much more enjoyable for them as well, and being able to just ride with the group perhaps and get away from those games that have been playing so far.
Yeah, the last two stages are shorter, no less difficult, but plenty of climbing and trails. But the opportunity to make up time when it goes out of beyond 5 minutes is perhaps going to be very, very difficult. So they're riding through Oak Valley with Groenlandberg on their right-hand side, the mighty Groenlandberg, which has so often played such a big role in the Absa Cape Epic. They're not going up there this year, but maybe in the future again, because it is such an iconic climb for the Absa Cape Epic from whichever side you ride it. So Preen and Smith consolidating their position in third place on general classification. They want to keep it that way, and they're going about it very impressively here, because if you take now they get a turn in here, they are not yet turning in, so they're about to turn in that trail that we saw Lill and Keller turn in around 2 minutes ago, so there's a significant advantage for them now.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they opened up even more of a gap. Earlier it was 40 seconds, but it seemed to be quite a bit more now. I would say almost 2 minutes looking at the footage we're getting here now. So yeah, you can see they are pushing hard at the front. And Kate and Greta, they, again, like we have done so much and they did so well. And of course, the tactics they were playing is dragging energy every single time. And from yesterday they said they got a stage win. Everything else coming now is a bit of a bonus.
those of you joining us or been with us for the last hour and a quarter. We are going to be resetting very shortly, but just don't go away. Stay with us. Plenty of drama to come from stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic.
The Epic Series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.
The Absa Cape Epic has reached the halfway point and the racing has been breathtaking so far. This 8-day mountain bike stage race traverses the rugged yet spectacular Western Cape of South Africa, taking in some of the best off-road trails in the world. The 1,450 riders, both pro and amateur, hail from 58 different nations. This, the 22nd edition, covers 707 kilometers with almost 16,000 meters of climbing. Stage 4 is a visual treat, looping out of Greyton. The route is characterized by energy-sapping climbs and rolling descents. There is a huge amount of single track on today's course, giving the riders different tactical opportunities. Covering 87 kilometers and climbing 1,750 meters, the crux of the day will be at the tail end, when the riders take on the UFO climb and the Toyota Tough descent. On the start line in the men's pro category are, in third by almost 2.5 minutes, David Valero Serrano and Mark Stutzman for Climatizia Aubert. Losing the leader's jersey on stage 3 are Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia for Toyota Specialized Zimbuco, now wearing the red African leader's jersey. And the new leaders, the Italian duo Luca Brado and Simone Avendetto from Willia Vittoria with 1 minute and 14 seconds in the back pocket. The gun goes on stage 4, the riders head out of Greyton. The teams already have 439 kilometers of intense racing in their legs, and the event is starting to take its toll. However, the motivations are high for the teams who are yet to perform, and in the GC, just over 5 minutes separate the top 5 teams. 1 hour into the race at the 29-kilometer mark, Canyon are feeling the boost from the Stage 2 win, and they are just 5 minutes off the leaders in the GC. The yellow leaders jersey, Willia Vittoria, Buff BH and Toyota Specialized Zimbuco are all in the mix. Former MTB Marathon World Champion Sam Gaze from New Zealand has been plagued with punctures and keeps having to chase back. Canyon stops for a third time to do another repair. They finally stop the leak, but the cat is 1 minute behind the mouse. Just over 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race, Canyon have made up the minute and are back in the lead pack. It's been a huge effort, but the Kiwi-German combo have some serious power. Next, it's the turn of the Belgium and Czech national champions to put the hammer down. At the base of the UFO climb, Alleman takes the initiative and splits the pack.
The climb isn't long enough to make any significant difference, so he continues to push on the downhill and pays the price. He washes out on a rocky loose corner and lands hard on his shoulder. No damage is sustained, but their GC hopes could suffer. Tristan Norkier gets mixed up in the chaos and loses touch with his partner. Matt Beers is a master of in-race tactics. He waits for his fellow South African and helps bring him back to the leaders. Canyon makes their way through the lead pack and stays out of trouble. GC leaders Willie Vittoria stick with them, and it comes down to the two teams for a sprint finish. Sam Gaze kicks close to the finish line. Schwarzbauer has the legs and sticks with him. Brido at the back of the four can't launch a response. Canyon crosses the line to take their second win in just under 3.5 hours and moves to third in GC. Half a second later, William Vittoria, the GC leaders, cross the line to take second for the fourth time. And crossing the line 23 seconds later is Toyota Specialized Ibuko, protecting their second place on GC. Here's a Norkier on the bottom step of the podium, with Brido and Avendetto in second, and the win goes to Gaze and Schwarzbauer from Team Canyon. William Vittoria retains the yellow leaders jersey by 1 minute and 37 seconds going into the Queen stage tomorrow. It's an evolutionary year for the UCI women's category. To balance the men's and women's race times, the women will join today's stage when the field transitions through the picturesque town of Greyton, 26 kilometres into the race. They will ride 61 kilometres of the most intense part of the course and climb 1,450 metres. Jumping up into third after yesterday's performance are Kemchamp Honeycomb with Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith just 50 seconds ahead of fourth place. In second we have Shesen's Foundation with Marathon World Champion Kate Courtney and Greta Seewald. And in the orange leaders jersey, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller for Thomas Maxon Sabi Sabi just less than 5 minutes in the lead. The gun goes. The UCI women head out of Greyton. It's full gas from the get-go. Courtney and Seewald have some serious intentions today. They increase the pace early on and drop a large chunk of the field. The top four teams in the GC are still in contention. Buff, BH, Efficient Infinity, Kemchamp Honeycomb, along with the orange leaders jersey, Thomas Maxon Sabi Sabi. 1 hour into the race, Swiss Alessandra Keller is setting the pace on the single-track climb. Kate Courtney is keeping a close eye on the body language and looking for weaknesses. The battle is on for third place in the GC, with Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losse just 50 seconds down in fourth. They are pushing Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith hard to win back the podium spot in the overall. Van Doorn and Losse have been performing well in the race with 3 podiums to their name. Hard legs and minds and a momentary lapse of concentration, the young Dutch rider's front wheel washes out and she goes down hard. She's up and on the bike again, but it's not long before reality hits. The injuries are significant enough to end their 2026 Absa Cape Epic campaign. The Absa Cape Epic has been in Greyton 6 times before and has had great support from the town. The leading teams hammer through the Greyton single tracks, deploying attack after attack. Shesen's Foundation have a tactic to send Seewald up the trail while Courtney slows the pace of the orange jersey. Seewald goes flat out and creates a gap to her partner and orange. The gap steadily increases as Courtney marks the orange jersey until it's time for the American World Marathon Champion to unleash her chase. There is some traffic on the course that needs to be avoided, but she gets her head down and orange try to follow. It's wheel-to-wheel racing in the final few kilometres. Shesen's Foundation time it perfectly. Courtney almost catches her partner at the line and they cross together in 2 hours 56 minutes and 37 seconds. Thomas Max and Sabi Sabi follow just over 2.5 seconds later to take second. And Kemchamp Honeycomb take third just over 1.5 minutes later. The podium sees new faces in Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith from Kemchamp Honeycomb in third. Breaking their clean sweep, Thomas Max and Sabi Sabi take second, and Shesen's Foundation, Kate Courtney and Greta Seewald take their first win of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller retain their orange leaders jersey going into stage 5 tomorrow. That's how stage number 4 unfolded, and this is middle class and the start of stage 5. Hello and welcome to the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. We're into the deep end. This is the Queen stage, a huge stage from Greyton to Stellenbosch, a total of 134 kilometers. and the women will be racing 90 kilometers, the elite women. It is a beautiful day to be watching the mountain biking, and the riders will be delighted as well with the weather, because it's that temperature suggests that it is exactly what they would want, although there is a prospect of some rain later in the day, but not deluge of rain, just enough to dampen the trails and make it a bit muddy for sure. But I don't think it'll be too unpleasant. The riders have been blessed with excellent weather right up to this stage, so I'll be looking forward to today's cooler conditions on what is undoubtedly the toughest stage of the week. It is, as I say, the Queen stage. A look at the map, it tells you that, because from Greyton to Stellenbosch, they've basically got to get over about two mountain ranges, because they go up KatPas after the gravel roads through the Overberg, up KatPas, and then through the wonderful single track trails of Paul Kluwer and Oak Valley. The car trail is the third, a tough section, and around to the Aikenhof Dam in the shadow of the Hottentots Holland Mountains. The A to Z trails of Grabouw will be explored before the big portage today down the Gantouw Pass, the historic old wagon trail. No riding on that at all. It has to be portaged, and they will have to portage around 800 meters down that trail. In slippery conditions, it could be pretty treacherous. Then down into the basin of Helderberg and Lourensford, up over the Nek on the Helderberg Mountains, and down into Stellenbosch. That is the challenge that awaits these riders. 2,150 meters of climbing, 90 kilometers for the women's race, and for the men's race, 134 kilometers and 2,750 meters of climbing. So a 5 chainring day today, the toughest of the week, and it comes late in the race. There'll be fatigued riders, tired legs and bodies. Minds will have to be sharp and focused today, because today is the day the race could turn on its head. This is seen as the defining stage of the Absa Cape Epic this year. This is confirmation of that women's route. They start at Botrivier for their 90-kilometer race, so quite significantly deep into the race. And for the first time in the race's history, they start ahead of the men. So there is, they will be finishing at Stellenbosch before the men. First into the bowl, down into the Kutsenberg playing fields, will be the elite women. It'll be a wonderful sight, big crowds. They love their mountain biking in Stellenbosch, and they will get to explore that. This is a challenging route, 90 kilometers it is, and they basically start at the foot of the KatPas, up the Hohoek Pass, and into the finish. So they are certainly going to be challenged today, because every day they start their race, they've always had to start into the first climb of the day. Today is no different. The car trail is the tough section. Gantouw Pass is portage, and then through Podium with another water point there. Lourensford and the climb up the Nek is going to be a big challenge, and then down into Dornier and straight across Eden into the finish at Kutsenberg. 90 kilometers of racing. Great to watch. Don't go away. Benno Willett sits alongside me once again. Benno, it's been a week of intriguing racing, enthralling racing, both in the men's and women's race, but this Queen stage is going to set it all up for the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, every single stage was like drama, and things changing around over and over. And now we're here, stage 5, the longest, the most feared stage out of all, I would say. And the conditions have changed again. Like we already saw, we are now and a little bit more into the race today, and the drama already unfolded right away from the beginning. The orange jersey ahead of the She Sense team, big fights going on there, kind of like making time. And then also in the men, what a great start.
Yeah, absolutely. Yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Luca Braido and Simone Avadetto of Willia Vittoria. 1 minute and 37 is their small buffer to Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia, who wear red today as the Absa African leaders, and they're distinctive in that. And all the other protagonists are in there as well. And Sam Gaze and Luca Schwarzbauer, stage winners for the second time yesterday for Canyon, they are in the mix as well, and are looking to perhaps take another stage win and claw back some time on the second place team. Wout Alleman and his partner Martin Stosek. Alleman in the Belgian champions jersey, Stosek in the Czech champions jersey on the right-hand side there, have been very animated in this race, but they've also had such wretched luck. Alleman had a crash yesterday, they've had terrible mechanical issues the day before, and yet they are still in the mix in 6th place here and looking to make things hard for the rest of the teams. Opportunity for a stage win today for those not in their general classification breakdown, and you can include the team riding up here, KTM Singer, they could be in the mix there. One team who won't be chasing a stage victory today are the Honeycomb 226s. Unfortunately, illness has prevented Felix Stili from starting the race, which has left Mark Pritson on his own, the South African champion. Stili did roll off the start line, which allows Pritson then to be part of the race, and he can then get stuck in and race at the sharp end of the race. So we may see that evolve. Jan Vitar here, number 27-2, one of the veterans of the race, together with Arda de Troy racing for Insect Science. There's Hans Becking, also a man who turned 40 during this race, but still racing like a 20-year-old alongside Thijs Reuter. All things are possible still in the Absa Cape Epic, and this race, this stage is seen as perhaps one that will go a long way to deciding who will stand on the top step of the podium in Stellenbosch on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, no, definitely. The stage is long, the weather is changing. The men started in nice sunshine, dry roads, where the women already started in a drizzle, going into even more rain towards the portage section, going into Lourensford. The conditions are changing very much. It's slippery out there, it's wet, you can't see anything, and it's just another perfect day for drama and lots of changes.
Front of the race here, Luis Meyer and Kieron Solis of 7C Pedregal. They've had an extraordinary week. They lost hours on the first day due to mechanical issues, and there were images of them getting to the finish on one bike together. That is incredible. And they're still animated and racing and trying to put their names in lights here, which is what they're doing. Lucas Baum on the front with Bart Alleman, and then the yellow jerseys, Raido and Avendetto. For the first time, they've had a second day in yellow. They had one day in 2025 when they finished second to Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo overall. And they have been actually, quite simply, supreme this week. They have not done anything wrong. Beaumont Wine Estate is the venue for a water point, but more importantly, it's the start venue for the elite women today. The new regulations pertaining to the women's elite race, they race at the same time as the men, hence a slightly shorter stage, all in keeping with international norms and standards, and it has delivered real drama and exciting racing. And the orange jerseys, Candice Lill, all smiles here, along with Alessandra Keller, and then the world champion Kate Courtney looking down at her power at the moment already. They set off from Beaumont for their 90-kilometer stage 15 minutes before the men left Greyton, and a minor little mechanical, maybe she got a twig caught in her derailleur there for Greta Servold, and pouncing immediately, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller went up the road.
Yeah, that was the go for those two. They wanted to get out of this game of the previous days, putting the hammer down, getting a get on them, and from there on being able to ride the rhythm was definitely their goal. This little mechanical was just the perfect timing for them to kind of like get this going, get out of the way, and from there onwards it sets them up to really get a bit of a gap and ride their own pace. They are super strong, they are well capable to push this pace for the remainder of the stage.
Yeah, mud and rain as they went through Paul Kluver's amphitheater here for Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill, and following them through these beautiful purpose-built bridges using old wine barrels. Dr. Paul Kluver has been just incredible in what he's done to create an opportunity for people to ride their mountain bikes through his beautiful lands at Paul Kluver. Much appreciated by mountain bikers through the generations, really. And we're very grateful for that. And it is going to be a bit like the sticky mud off the bikes, and that is exactly the problem here. Mud sticking to the wheels here, clogging up, making it very, very difficult to get traction going here. Off the bike, Kate Courtney and Greta Servold. All together again. Kim Champ Honeycomb, Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith. Well, they have a narrow advantage in the overall lead in their third place situation, and they're trying to consolidate that. But Alessandra Keller, in her first Absa Cape Epic, the short track world champion, has been absolutely superb. And she's had the consummate professional, and Candice Lill as her partner throughout. 5 times a runner-up, 5 times in a row, in fact, a runner-up at the Absa Cape Epic, yet to win it, but she is desperately looking to set that record straight at the 2026 edition of the Absa Cape Epic. A little bit earlier, we saw the 7C Pedregal team of Luis Major and Kieron Solis at the front of the race. You might have caught a glimpse of them. They're team number 39, which suggests that in terms of rankings of the teams, they're quite far down. But this was them on the first day of the race. Huge mechanical issues all the way through that opening stage in Montague. Broken rims, broken equipment, and they had to make a plan to try and get to the finish. Remember, they started in the elite group and they had finished the prologue in 22nd place overall. This is how they did it. The champion of Costa Rica, Kieron Solis, gets on the bike, and his partner, Luis Major, now his feet are in the pedals.
Yeah, this is what you normally just see from the kids going to school sometimes, and you tell them not to do it. Here they are trying to make a plan and get to the next technical zone. It's crazy the effort that goes in, the thoughts that go in there to kind of like keep yourself within the race. It isn't the most safest way for sure to kind of like attempt to finish an Absa Cape Epic stage, but here they are making a plan, trying to get through this small little downhill section, but you can also see the wheel. The wheel is completely shattered. There's no way to kind of like ride this carbon rim any more farther than what they did. And from here onwards, it's all just a survival game to the next tech zone.
Epitomizing what the Absa Cape Epic is all about. Don't worry. You think, oh, the amateurs are the only ones who are really desperate to finish the race. This is stage 1 in harsh, unforgiving terrain of Montague. That rim broke inside the first 20 kilometers of a 90-kilometer stage. So they've had a torrid time, and they just lost time. They were passed by nearly 500 teams. And this is right at the back of the field, because this video is being shot by Richard McMartin, one of the hyenas, who they ride right at the back of the field. So they are the last team on the route at this stage. And guess what? They managed to get to the finish. And what did they do today? They went to the front of the race, and they are making themselves known, that's for sure, in this stage, the Queen stage. Beaumont Wine Estate is the venue they are riding towards. It is a family wine estate in Botrivier, and the Beaumont family wines opening their doors and their vineyards to the race. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is that team, 7C Pedregal, of Luis Meyer and Kieron Solis of Costa Rica and Colombia, respectively, on the break and on the charge as they go through Botrivier.
Yeah, it's awesome to see that you can still make it back from where they were. I mean, starting off the Cape Epic in a way they did with this huge mechanical. And again, not giving up, just making sure that they get through the race, through the stage, to keep themselves into in the race itself, because early stage, there's many stages to go, and here they are now leading the pack on stage 5.
So cool as they leave Botrivier, the group behind. Well, they won't be too worried at all, because Kieron and Luis are hours and hours behind on general classification. And this is very early on the stage, but they've got their time in the limelight. Wonderful to see as they leave Botrivier and Beaumont family wines, thanks to the Beaumont family, Sebastian and Nikki, and they've taken over the farm in 2015. If you're in the area, go and taste some of their Chenin Blanc, Pinotage, Mourvèdre, some wonderful wines. A great hospitality at Botrivier. They wouldn't have stopped for a glass, I can tell you that, these riders, because they know they're in for a very, very hard day. Valero and Stutzman, well, they put their efforts in throughout this week, that pair, and perhaps taking it a bit easier today. This is the day. Here we go. Our race leaders on the stage. Bikes sorted, new wheels, and great to see Kieron Solis and Luis Meyer at the front there. Hello, Stefan Sam, good morning.
Good morning, Gerald.
How are you this fine morning?
I'm very well. I slept quite nicely in the tent. A little bit of rain this night, but not too bad. Also now it's not too bad, bit windy.
Yeah, tell us about the conditions there. It was dry early on, and now these two have put their noses in the front here. Great to see, isn't it? Wonderful.
Absolutely. This is what Epic is about. You gotta just grab your chance and ride with your heart and just go for it. You never know what's gonna happen. And conditions are, we're like on a sandy single track, going back to a double track. Conditions are good. It's not raining. It's quite grippy. And yeah, I think the rain was really good to settle the dust overnight, and it's also a bit cool and not too crazy hot. Perfect riding conditions.
This is an incredible stage with all the Absa Cape Epics you've done over the years. I think Christoph Sauser mentioned yesterday, you know, in the old days, a stage from Grabouw to Stellenbosch was considered tough and long. Greyton to Stellenbosch is some chunk, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like triple the time, or triple the amount of kilometers. Some classic epic riding here on old routes, and really looking forward to. And obviously the classic Gantouw Pass portage section that I'm not so much looking forward to, but it's
yes.
a problem for later.
Yes, you'll conquer that mountain later on. Talking of mountains, Helderberg is looming on your right-hand side. How does that make you feel? You must have ridden that many times.
Ooh, I'm losing you.
Okay, well, thanks very much to our man out there, Stefan Sam on the Bulls Media e-bike. Wonderful to connect with one of the legends of the Absa Cape Epic, a 3-time winner along with Carl Platt, who isn't here with us this year, celebrated his birthday away from the Absa Cape Epic for a change. Hope you're well, Carl, and watching from afar, and no doubt having great FOMO, missing out on this year's Absa Cape Epic, but enjoying the spectacle nevertheless. The spectacle being put on, the show being put on now by that 7C Pedregal team, takes the pressure off the lead group here, and the white jersey at the front, Mark Pitson. Let's drill down a little bit more to his role in today. He's not in his team here, but he is allowed to race at the front end. From tomorrow, when he rides solo, he'll have the Lonely Leopard jersey. He will, in fact, start 2 batches further back.
Yeah, this is the only day he can still interfere with the race. It is allowed. Has been done before with other teams where certain teams were sacrificed to help other teams. Here the goal is definitely to get the 2 South Africans back into yellow. Everyone is very proud. Everyone is working as hard and coming up with ideas how to do that. So a little alliance formed against the Italians maybe happen, but that's also part of this game, part of the race, and a great race tactic.
Yeah, Wout Alleman is up there again, my word. He's come here to the Absa Cape Epic in great shape, Wout Alleman. In fact, won a stage into Stellenbosch with Fabian Rabenstein a few years ago as well, so he knows what it's like to ride into the front of to this wonderful stadium. But this is our lead group, our leading pair, if you like.
Still perfect conditions for them right now, but I think we have to break the news to them at some stage. It's not going to be like this all the way to Stellenbosch.
I know, I didn't want to burst Stefan's bubble telling us how lovely the weather was, Stefan. I'm afraid things are about to get a little bit worse going over the top of the pass. And once you get up into Grabouw, it is a little muddy and damp up there. But I'm afraid Meyer and Solis's time up front is probably going to be short-lived now, because here come the rest of them, that lead group of riders snaking along this wonderful single track, the white sand, nice and compacted due to the moisture conditions, quite pleasant, and they're going along beautifully. The red jerseys, Beers and Nokia, they are the team looking to rest the yellow jerseys back, and if it's going to happen today, you feel is the day to put themselves back in the lead of this race that they took after winning a sensational prologue back in Mirandal. When was that? That seemed like weeks ago, Mirandal, doesn't it? We've been to Montague and Greyton, and we're heading back to Stellenbosch today.
Yeah, one of the challenges here at the Absa Cape Epic is also keeping track of the days. It's actually your whole life turns into stages and not days anymore. You don't know if it's a Wednesday or Friday or what is tomorrow, because you're so involved within this race. All you do is looking at stage profiles, looking at what's ahead of you, not even looking behind at all. It's all about what is up on the menu tomorrow more than anything else. And with that in mind, you completely lose track of what's going on around you.
Yeah, it is today day 6, but it's stage 5 because, of course, the prologue is not known as a stage. It's not called stage, it's the prologue, and then it's stage 1. So that's another factor they've got to take in. And they've got 2 more stages around the trails of Stellenbosch, but a 134-kilometer stage is the day, you feel, with the distance, with the difficulty, with the mountains they've got to climb, with the portage and all the challenges that they face, that anyone with potential in winning this Absa Cape Epic on Sunday at Kutsenberg will have to make a move here. And realistically, Matt Beers and Tristan Nortje look the most likely to threaten that yellow jersey today. This is great scenes of the 7C Pedregal team buccaneering off the front of the race here and giving themselves time in the limelight, a chance to shine after their wretched travails on that first day when they finished over 500 places below where they'd started. And, determined, they've saved up, no doubt, decided to take it easy and said, you know, let's target a stage, and this is the stage to find time in the front of the race. But it is a long, long way to go, and I think they're probably realistic enough, and they know that there's a chance that they're not going to hang on to this all the way through. But look, a bit of sunshine now as they cross the railway line and head up towards the pass.
Yeah, you see the clouds hanging right there in front of them. It's only a matter of probably 20 minutes, half an hour, and the whole thing, the stage is going to change for them as well. We saw with the women how slippery it is. Also for the women now today, they have the worst conditions as they are the first ones to clear the single track, all the slippery stuff. The farther back you are, you can maybe find a bit more grip than the ones at the front. But then also if you're too far back, then it becomes muddy, deep mud, and it's really, it can change. It can change a lot on the position you are in the race.
Now they're on to the what is called now the KatPas, the old Hohoek Pass, dirt road pass. It's not, the gradient isn't particularly steep, and it'll drag them all the way up to the old Hohoek Hotel, and they are leaving your frame right now, and just seconds later you will see the emergence of the big pack behind them there. But they'll be used to this sort of terrain. There they go, Bart Alleman, Mark Pritson, and the rest all streaming out onto the pass. Red jerseys keeping a watchful. In fact, they're between the 2 yellow jerseys there of Brido and Avendetto, Beers and Nortje. We've already seen them today go to the front on those gravel roads, just throw their cards on the table and put in a huge attack early on, just to wake the peloton up and to alert the yellow jerseys to their presence and say, we are here and we are going to try and put some real pressure on you today.
And they definitely did. Like you could see, the yellow jersey, they had to work hard and were the only ones kind of like trying to close the gap, because they saw Matt Beers, Tristan there at the front, the gap got bigger on a wide open road. That's where they can make the biggest difference out of all. And it definitely burned matches on their side. That's exactly what that attack was for. And we'll see. This is the long stage. This is what the most of the cross-country guys were afraid of, and the marathon guys were looking forward to.
Sort of.
Sort of, exactly.
When you've done all the riding you've done this week, some 530 odd kilometers already in the legs, another 134 today. It is foreboding. Luca Schwarzbauer talking at the start of the day about waking up and almost not wanting to get up and get on the bike, but just contemplating the idea that, you've got to get on the bike and do another today, 5+ hours, 4, maybe just under 5, something like that today. This is a very, very long, hard stage. Look at the gap coming down now as the train lengthens out behind and they start closing the gap to Louis Major and Kieron Solis from 7C Pedregal, who've been real heroes of the Absa Cape Epic through their exploits on that first day, getting themselves home somehow when others might have just abandoned or decided not to continue. They've soldiered on and they've capitalized on their presence by putting themselves right at the front of the race. Wonderful to see. Beautiful scenes here on the KatPas, up at the old Hohoek Pass. And there's a familiar sight. If it's not Mark Pritson, it's Wout Alleman, who've been animating here and capitalizing on their work yesterday were the Sam Gaze, Lucas Schwarzbauer pair. Remember, they won yesterday's stage, their second of the race, to put themselves on the podium. Benno, it's us two, and we've been joined by our Rose in the middle of us here. Ariane, good morning.
Good morning.
How was that start down at Beaumont? Did you have a glass of wine?
No time for that. I'm not a big wine drinker, actually. Sorry, I'm South Africa. But yeah, beautiful place that where they could start. Quite in the dark. It was just about, just a little bit after sunrise that the women took off.
Bottom of the pass, Botrivier, and look at this gap closing up now. Solis and Meyer being shut down. Well, their time in the spotlight is about to come to an end, but congratulations, men. It's been a pleasure seeing them up there and safe riding. Not to say that ruling them out of anything completely, but there's every likelihood as they keep staying ahead here. They want to maybe get to that first water point ahead, which is just up the road at Hohoek Inn. But news that Felix Stili not riding the race today, pulled out at that water point, so at least just after the start. So Mark Pritson is a freelancer today and has been doing some work in the service of the other South Africans in the field, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this, as now we'll see Pritson ranging up and he'll be catching these two. Well done, Meyer and Solis.
So yeah, it's also important to know, so Felix still had to start the stage that allowed both of them actually to start with the elite men. If he wouldn't have started this morning, if Mark would have already started on its own, then he would have been sent back to C-Batch. And here we see the chasing group with David Valero and Mark Stutzmann on his wheel. They are quite a bit on their back foot at the moment, trying to claim back the third position that they left yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good, strong start to the week, but it's Valero, I think, is the stronger of the two, and Stutzmann is the one who's just fatiguing as the week has progressed, as riders do.
Yeah, I just know from Mark Stutzmann, he didn't have quite the dream preparation he was hoping for. He had some illness leading up to this race in very crucial moments of his training. January is mostly when you really put in a lot of the work, and he unfortunately suffered some illness at that time. And, you know, that just shows, like, you really need to have a smooth preparation as well.
It looks like Speed Company is split apart. There's one rider right there at the front, and then the second rider, I can't see who it is now, it's in the second batch with Valero and those guys.
Yeah, Lukas Baum definitely very, very strong this year, but Georg Ecker not quite up there with his teammate, unfortunately, but it seems like they have an agreement that Lukas Baum can measure himself against the best and just really see what he's worth here.
How good it's been to see Sam Gaze coming back to the Absa Cape Epic. Redemption for him after a very unfortunate debut here. Didn't last beyond the middle of the second stage, and he's now a double stage winner here with Lucas Schwarzbauer for Team Canyon, and very much in the mix for a place on the podium. They're on the podium at the moment as it stands. And now the red jerseys start putting a little bit of pressure on here. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier, the erstwhile yellow jerseys, and Beers just making sure that Norkier was on his wheel. And it was a point he made to him yesterday when they got separated yesterday up the climb of the UFO. He says, you need to stay with me, because if you get the riders between us, as happened yesterday, and Bart Alleman falls, you get caught behind. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And now he needs Nokia. He's put in such an effort here. Baum is between them, but he's going to hang on to that wheel, Nokia.
Yeah, on this climb, he tries to make it as hard as possible. It's a big group again, and the single tracks are, and the slippery stuff is only starting now. So the less people you are, the less chance there is to kind of like be involved in a crash or something that we saw yesterday. I mean, Tristan was really just losing the front pack because of Alleman falling in front of him, and that's enough. If that happens in a downhill, the gap opens up, and then yeah, Matt Beers has to wait again, while the others at the front get more time.
Sam Gay is sitting up there, and the one constant throughout this week is that the yellow jerseys, Willie Victoria, have never been separated. Very, very seldom we've seen any riders between them or separated. They have stuck rigidly together virtually the whole way around the route, and never far away from the front of the race. Second place regularly, 1/3 place, so they're right there where they want to be, and they are looking very, very strong indeed. It's going to take some riding from both Beers and Nokia in order to unseat them and take those yellow jerseys back.
Yeah, and you get more and more nervous because you're running out of time. Like today would be the best stage for them to get some time back. Like Podium said yesterday, in a short stage like yesterday, 1 minute is harder to gain than 10 minutes in a stage like this today. Meaning that you have more opportunities, more possibilities to work against the other teams and so on. And they did try. They did try from the beginning. This is probably the second plan B now. See what they can do on this climb, spread the group up. But the yellow jersey, they have been so conservative with their energy. They haven't won a stage yet, but here they are wearing yellow.
Absolutely. So the alliance, you see there, Mark Pitson talking to Matt Beers there, and it'll be an informal alliance, but it is a South African alliance taking on the internationals, and they'll all know the score here. Everyone will know what's going on here.
A boer makes a plan. That's a South African saying, right? And,
Boer maak 'n plan. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry for my accent, but this is exactly what's happening here. And it's amazing because this is all within the regulations, making sure that you take advantage of knowing all those regulations as well. I mean, Formula One is all about regulations, and here we are applying some of them even here within this stage race.
Georgega, yeah, you saw Lucas Baum, he dropped off that group. This is his partner, Georgega, off the back of that second group there, just waiting, and he will catch up to Lucas Baum. But these guys have immense resources and determination. They won the grand finale last year after at one stage very, very nearly coming close to having a 1 hour time penalty by a solitary second was the difference as they passed through a timing mat heading between Paarl and Stellenbosch. And of course they've won this race in 2022, very different circumstances then, and this is an opportunity for them to just consolidate and maybe take their chances later in the week. Through these almost bush tunnel type trails as they head down towards Hohoek Inn. Trails beautifully constructed, just making sure they avoid the traffic and the roads of the busy N2, which is not far away from them on the left-hand side. But they'll drop through that water point very, very shortly.
Maybe just a question from the spectators here on YouTube. Gerald, have you seen what has happened to Felix that he pulled out?
He's took ill this overnight, not feeling well, and from Kyle and the team said that he's not feeling 100% and not prepared to risk racing today. So that's why he could just roll off the start line and then abandon, which is unfortunate for him. But they do have a stage win behind them, which is fantastic.
And better question to you. The riders obviously get massaged. They very much watch their nutrition and are very well looked after them. But how about the staff? You've been staff on a Cape Epic for so many years. How do you look after yourself and how do you get through the events?
You don't. You know that you sign up for the toughest event there is, I would say. It's long, long hours. It's I think every staff member here is working over 16 hours a day, early wake-ups. You are awake with the athletes in the morning and you're the last one to go to bed. It's the swanniers, it's the team managers, it's the mechanics as well. You know that you're gonna get long days, tired out, and also the staff, they need to be super concentrated. The mechanics, like the riders can just do well if the bike rolls.
Because this is where your job starts. It doesn't start, but this is where it gets important in the tech zone here. They're rolling into the beautiful Hohook in and the tech zone here. All together, a lovely image of them coming off that single track. It looked as though Valero had closed up the gap there and they passed through here. So it's always hectic and busy here. And
Beautiful grass, beautiful grass. Also slows the riders
Hold the
down a
bike,
bit, which
hold the
helps the support staff just to hand this bubble a little bit easier. On tar roads, it would be super, super fast.
Also, riding on grass is thick green grass can be tricky. They've got to take their hands off. Some of them are picking up the hydration packs. Not many of them in this group, but all safely through here. The first batch of the elite field done the job, and they head up the trail. A little bit of congestion as they go in there.
One of the riders waiting there for his partner, most likely.
Have been one of the Origin Willier riders. Hohook Hotel, Hohook Inn, an iconic hotel on the N2. The oldest pub in South Africa, or second oldest, beg your pardon. It was a staging post, and the wagons used to come over the Gantouw Pass and make their way up the coast here. So it's still going and flourishing. Wonderful to have this as a tech zone. Siemens Diepjan goes through, Johan van Sail, Marco Joubert, all just resetting after that stop through the not even stop, pass through the water point.
Yeah, we've got 15 teams through that water point at Hohook at 52 kilometers. They've got now quite a bit of single track waiting for them. Beautiful single track that's part of the Wines to Wales as well. The Paul Kluwer, very famous, beautiful manicured single track, much smoother than what they've ridden in the past stages.
Might find it a little wet. There's been a bit of rain there, but look at the sun coming out there. Beautiful conditions for them. So it's not torrential rain that is going to make it unrideable. It'll just be nice and slick. In fact, the rain that's fallen over the Stellenbosch area will make the next 2 days in these trails absolutely magical if it stays like this.
Yeah, normally in cyclocross, one would say green means grip, but here it's the other way around. You want to actually avoid the green. The grass is mostly quite slippery, but actually the brown, the terrain is very sandy here, so it still allows for quite some grip. It's not the clay, the slippery stuff really, so the single track should still be very grippy actually.
Head of the class, Toyota Specialized in Buco, Villa Victoria, Canyon, Buff, BH, and 7C Pedregal still there. Toyota Specialized in Buco 2, Marco Joubert and Travis Stedman. Double Dutch are in there. What a week they are having. It's been a topsy-turvy week for the BH Buff teams. The Singer KTM Racing, Martin Frey and Siemens Diepjan, veterans of many of these races. Kimatitsia Bear as well still in there. And Tupade FSA Kenda still in the top 10. Early days, 50 odd Ks into a 134 kilometer stage. Can you remember your longest stay in the race?
Yeah, I think that was 2012. We did 143 Ks or something. That was very, very long. It was also possibly my hardest Cape Epic, the 2012 edition. I actually looked, I was asked how many hours we did in the past, and I remember, I went to check and it was 37 hours that we did in that week of riding. Quite a bit.
That is an enormous amount, and it speaks volumes for the strength and commitment, and just analysing now the change now. How long did it take you to recover from all of that?
Yeah, it depended.
Fully recover.
It depended a lot how healthy I was. 2012 was actually very bad. I got a tummy issue right after I ate something wrong, and I had a had diarrhea basically for 2 weeks. Then the recovery took ages. I couldn't really actually ever get back in that season. So it very much, I mean, if you can stay healthy, I would say you just take 1 week completely, not completely off. You want to move, actually, for the body you want to move. You just need to kind of manage what you mentally still kind of happy to do, because I mean, sometimes you're just so mentally over it that you actually just need to stay away from the bike, and you rather just go for a walk or a swim or just something else to mix it up a bit. But after a week, you would normally get back to just at least a little bit of riding, and then from, it depends, obviously. We had before where the World Cup was like 2 weeks after the Epic, so then these guys needed to be ready for it. It really depends also what your program is afterwards.
Yeah, it's just to go a little bit deeper on that, because you would have the Epic as a peak. What else would you, how many were you looking to peak for that year? How many events? You specifically?
Well, I usually had Epic as my first highlight, and then in June would be, in the past there was June, the World Championship Marathon, and then I had Swiss Championships later in the year. So the thing is, for Cape Epic, you wouldn't bring your FTP all the way up. That's quite a bit of a difference. So the very high intensity stuff would normally then come for a World Championship, or for me for a Swiss Championship. For Cape Epic, yes, you do some high intensity, but also just a lot of FTP riding. And my FTP, functional threshold power, meaning the threshold where you would turn into anaerobic endurance,
yes.
and where actually you start building the lactic acid more, start accumulating it. That is lower during the Epic than it was for a World Championship. You then really just add that very high intensity that you need to possibly do well in a World Championship, in a one-day race.
How do you recover, not just physically but mentally? Is post-Cape Epic depression a thing?
Oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it is. Yeah, no, it's yeah, especially well, both, I guess. If you've won it or not won it, I've seen both. I had very good Cape Epics. I had slightly less good Cape Epics. Actually, almost when you had a very high, I dived almost deeper into a low. But that was also a time I was still very much suffering from depression, from clinical depression, and wasn't on antidepressants yet. So I guess it's a little bit different for everybody. But definitely, I mean, it's such a hype, this race. You know, you're in such a bubble, and every day you're cheered on, and you have this team around you that's just keeping you going, and then suddenly you wake up almost alone, just being completely alone, and it's quiet, and what do you do with yourself? You really need to readjust. And of course, most of the riders, they would have a next goal ahead, and that definitely helps just to get you out of that slump a bit.
Good sign here is that it looks like Lucas Baum and Geo Gege have rejoined this group. As I said, they are men of deep resilience and strength, and great. The relationship goes back dozens of years, so they know each other so well, and a good understanding. And Lucas Baum was allowed to go ahead, and then he just waits, brings Geo Gege back, and as long as they're in the group, you cannot discount them.
Yeah, so we just recently passed the Hauhoek water point at 53 kilometers. Until that portage section, the portage section would be at about 95 kilometers for the men's race. The Gantouw Pass, everybody who can go and look up the profile on the Cape Epic website can see Gantouw Pass. That would be the portage section of the day.
Yeah, if you look at that image at the top of the picture there, it's vaguely in the distance there. It's still a lot. It's an incredible stage, this. As we've said, Grabouw to Stellenbosch is always a challenge because you had to get through Lourensford, but this is next level, considering they started at middle pass outside Greyton, and they still have all this to do. Never mind these are the elite athletes of the race, and they're looking at 5 hours. There are thousands of riders behind who are on the road now, some of them only for about an hour, less than, and they are making their way out here. The daunting prospect of riding 134 kilometers and completing today's stage has been with those riders for months and months. In fact, since they launched this race, when the route was revealed, riders started looking at this stage and thinking, oh, that's the one, that if I get through that, I'll earn my medal. That's for sure. And then they can enjoy the trails of Jonkershoek and Stellenbosch and Banhoek and the like, and Boschenal. They're coming up over the next couple of days, but they have this to conquer first.
Yeah, looks like they have much more sunshine than the women had earlier. Seems like the clouds disappeared a little bit. Much better conditions for them now.
We've had so little rain here over the last couple of months. I mean, it is a winter rainfall region, of course, but yeah, it's been very, very dry. So the rain that has fallen can only really compact the ground, and it'll make the trails really, really, really good and grippy to ride on.
Yeah, it is sandy ground. It's not the clay ground that many Europeans would know. Surely there's a few sections where maybe it is slightly more slippery around the corner, but generally this is sandy terrain, so you would actually almost appreciate a bit of rain on this ground just to make it less dusty on the one side and even a little bit more grippy even.
Yeah. We're passing through Lourensford this year. Lourensford has, for no fault of Lourensford's at all, because it's the weather, but it has been the scene of some carnage over the years in terms of the weather, rain and heat and the like. So everyone was like, oh, what's Lourensford going to present? Well, I think it'll be a wonderful day. Lovely opportunity to explore those trails. And the long climb up over the neck. Long way to come still, but they're enjoying these trails. Wines to Wales race, we've talked about that. It's the Epic Series, of course. The Wines to Wales is one of the events on the Epic Series of events. 3-day race, though. So it's not a UCI affiliated race, but it's a great trail-laden race, and one to really enjoy and have fun on.
Yes, I did it twice on the e-bike, and it's one of the best races to do so. Back in the day with Joris Reef, actually the world champion, e-bike world champion at the time. It actually started off as a joke, kind of like signed him for the team at the time, and then Wine to Wales end of season was kind of like a thing to do for the two of us if he actually becomes world champion. What an event! Racing those trails on e-bikes, it just gives you actually a glimpse of how fast the pro riders are going.
This is a quick look at the women's recap. We're having a look at where the move happened, and that was just before they got to Gantouw Pass, to the Hoek Pass. A little move there. Greta Sevald had a slight, maybe a twig in her derailleur, quickly fixed, and away went Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. And this is them going through the Paul Kluver and Oak Valley terrain. You can see wet conditions for sure. But this is the second group, whilst up the road by almost 2 minutes at one stage were Alessandra and Candice doing the job of taking the fight to the She Sense Foundation. Got the feeling they'd had enough of the games that have been played over the last couple of days and said, we are going to have control of this race. And they went through this beautiful play park at Paul Kluver's amphitheatre with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, this is not road racing. Mechanicals or little issues are part of the sport. So it's not like you wait for each other if something happens, like a little twig in the derailleur. Yeah, so this is considered fair in this sport. And that's definitely the right of those two to get the advantage when there's an issue at the back. And here they need to walk. It's actually a little bit, here it's actually a bit slippery. That's definitely a bit of a muddy section. And it's slow, eh? I was also just thinking, usually it's quite dangerous to go through your brake pads quite quickly in this weather, because sand accumulating on your rotors, on your brake rotors, is basically like sandpaper for your brake pads, and that just eats up the brake pads super quickly. So Benno, you can maybe just give us a word about brake pad choice. There's not just one brake pad that you can choose from. What would you go for?
No, that was also something we talked about yesterday. On a stage like this, you can go through brake pads quite quickly, especially if you have the wrong ones in there. Normally you have the organic brake pads in there that can sustain a little bit more heat, better brake power, but not within those conditions. With these conditions, you better off using some of the metal brake pads, or definitely metal brake pads, to just have brakes all the way to the finish. You do have spare brake pads within the tech zone as well, and one of the athletes always has a set with them as well on a long stage like this. You don't need that on any of the shorter ones, but here, because the water, the sand, it's just grinding them down, and the last thing you want is failing brakes.
So we've just caught up with that little recap of the women's race. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller consolidating their position in the lead and looking to wrest all the initiative away from the She-Sense Foundation, who won yesterday's stage, their first stage win of the week after Keller and Lill had won the first four. Just a word, our helicopter, we have two helicopters in there, one following this men's race, one following the women's race. They are obviously a little bit further ahead, and they cannot get over the mountain where the riders are going. They're having to go around because of the weather conditions. Difficult to believe when you look at the conditions here, but that's no more than perhaps 40 k's, 30 k's up the road. So that's how changeable the weather and the conditions are. So unfortunately, for the time being anyway, we have difficulty bringing you images of the women's race, but we'll be with the men's race. As soon as we get our chopper up in the air and following the women's race, we'll bring you that action as well. They will finish first in Stellenbosch today at Kutsenberg, which is a first in the Absa Cape Epic. Wonderful opportunity to race into Kutsenberg, where there's likely to be a big crowd of fans. And, you know, that's the other thing here. Winning in Stellenbosch, it's the mecca of mountain biking in many ways, and so all these South Africans, they want to do that, that's for sure. And Beers and Nokia are taking it on. Nokia fueling up, taking another gel, the yellow jerseys right on their wheels.
And we had a question from a spectator if Mark Pritson, the South African marathon champion in the whites there, who's now riding solo after his teammate pulled out, can still contest for the win. And unfortunately not, that's not possible. Well, he can obviously try and cross the line first, but he will not be ranked first. So it's just about glory for him, but there won't be any prize money awarded to him.
Should he choose to ride again tomorrow, he can. He can ride and he'll get a special jersey, the Lonely Leopard jersey, and he will start, in fact, 2 batches further back. He will not be allowed to start with the elites. That separates him from getting involved at all. But as Ariane and Benno said a little bit earlier, because his partner started today, he is allowed to be in the race. He's allowed to contribute to the race. He's allowed to work and assist. And
look how Matt Beers is going here. They definitely putting the pressure on anybody. And look how it's actually working. There is a little bit of a split in the bunch, and that's definitely due to the hard work of Matt Beers in the front. They don't want to let go of that win. They don't want to let go of the idea of winning this race overall in the GC. So they're putting pressure on everybody. And yeah, we're seeing splits in the bunch. So Matt Beers definitely he's showing strength.
Yeah, there's splits, but the team that concerns him most is like,
right,
we're with you, we're here.
But look, it seems to be working here, you know, but I mean, they also have to ride this pace, and it's just about making them tired. And if you don't try, you never know. So you just gotta, you know,
go, absolutely.
Use your strength to the best, and see where it takes you.
Yeah, the yellow jerseys will be looking at today and saying, well, we know they're going to they have it all to do, the red jerseys of Beers and Nokia, and we have to mark them. And that's easy to say as you're alluding to there. It's one thing to do, though, because Beers is feared for his immense power all over the world, and even by his partner sometimes. But Tristan Nokia is right there with him, no problem at all. And they will look for any chink, and a chink might be that, in fact, Simone Vendetto is a little bit ahead of Luca Breider, and there are a couple of riders there. They see the Canyon team in between the 2 yellow jerseys push it a little bit harder, maybe a little bit later in the stage, create a bit of pressure on them, force them into the single track split, and then they can go.
Small mistake from a rider ahead of you, and the gap is right there. If they see that, the hammer goes down, and they will try to get away. Not ideal if you have the yellow jersey on your wheel, but like you said, riding a slow pace is not going to benefit you at all. You have to be aggressive.
The only thing is, yeah, that Matt obviously needs to also manage his power. You know, it doesn't help pushing here and then not having the strength really making a difference on a climb. But I trust he knows what he's doing and how much he can push. He's also knowing that, you know, the yellow jerseys are on the wheel there.
Yeah, they are down at the lower part of Paul Kluwer, just getting around the bends here. A little bit of mud, but actually conditions perfect. And Beers and Nokia just looking over their shoulders, assessing the situation. But they want to control, rather like the women's race. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, who are really trying to control proceedings there and are doing so at the moment. So Beers and Nokia want to be the bosses of this stage, that's for sure.
Yeah.
High speed.
Yeah, and like this, they're also always in a position just to use the track in front of them for gaining anything if there's a possibility. But yeah, it's still very much together. No big differences here yet.
Yeah, the strategy, I mean, it's such a long stage. I mean,
yeah.
We saw, I think maybe whilst you might have been on your way here, there was a massive attack by Beers and his partner. In fact, Beers and Nokia and another 5 riders, none of whom had their partners with them. It was just this Herman Pernsteiner was there, Mark Pritzen was there, a whole lot of riders. Marco Hubert was there without his partner, just gunning it on the front there, putting the hammer down. They opened about almost a minute at one stage, very early on. But just putting it down and saying, we're up for this stage. We're ready here.
Yeah, exactly, and that certainly intimidates the competition, you know. And you've got to play these games. You've got to try all you can just to put pressure on the yellow jerseys.
Wonderful drama. As we look at where they've come from, KatPas, Hohoek, they've gone through Lebanon, and they are heading through Paul Kluwer now with the elite men. And look at that trail, just carries on and on to the Ekenhof Dam, around the back of that, the A to Z trails, then the Gantouw Pass portage. Fascinating that's going to be. Across Lourensford, up the neck, down the neck on the other side, through Eden, Dornier Eden, and then into Kutzenberg. And they've been going for just over 2 hours. We're expecting them to be around 5 hours on the bike today.
So yeah, estimated finishing time for the men, 4 hours 44, as they say here. We will see if that's about the speed that they're really going.
He's just looking down at his drivetrain as he went up that little climb there. Everyone just looking over to see if everyone's in place here. There's Luis Meyer. They've had their moment to shine. And his partner is Kieran Solis here, is managing to latch on just in time. They're heading up in Paul Kluwer towards the Paul Kluwer Amphitheatre. And the play park there, Beers and Nokia and all the South Africans will know this intimately from many experiences here. And I'm sure many of the internationals would have pre-ridden some of this this trail, given the opportunity, because they are open to ride as they now go on to a little switchback climb towards the amphitheatre. And Beers just ups the tempo a little, stretching it out the saddle. When he does that, you get fearful because the power's on now. He knows there's single track coming.
Yeah, somebody asked on the YouTube channel, how do they measure the effort on technical climbs when you can't always look down at your power or on your computer? And these gentlemen here definitely don't always need to look down at the power. In fact, they hardly do that. They very much ride by feel. They know how it feels to ride a certain pace. They have learned how to pace themselves in something like that, and definitely don't need to always have that information from the power meter.
Oh, look, here comes Mark Pritson to go and do a little bit of work on the front. And as I said, it'll be a sub-theme of today, Mark Pritson's role in today. And there's no question he is playing a significant role in today's stage already.
Yeah, making sure that the pace never goes down, put himself at the front as much as he can. And that's exactly what he's there for to do now.
Stage winner already with Felix Stili. A reminder, Felix Stili started the stage, then pulled out soon after the start, which due to illness, unfortunately, for the Swiss rider, and allowing Mark Pritson to then continue as a legitimate member of the race and therefore be able to do some pacing if he needs to. And he's been employed, whether voluntarily or not, he's been employed on the front. And there we go, 7C Pedregal popping off the back. They've got an issue here, I'm not sure, but they've had a torrid week, but they've had their time as, oh yes. Oh,
maybe
kicking
just
the derailleur.
The derailleur.
Yeah. Doesn't quite want to shift the way it should be shifting, I guess. Looking back at the derailleur.
Let's pull over here. Whole nother technical discussion to have with Benno as well. The evolution of the technology around the derailleur as well.
Yeah, there's more and more technology on the bike. Very little mechanical parts anymore. Everything is connected via a cable or Bluetooth even. And then of course, conditions like this are not in the favorite. It's small little parts that you have on those components, and you also have a lot of different batteries. You wouldn't think, but a bike with flight attendant comes with 7 to 9 batteries.
Just a reminder, the flight attendant's not Mark Leroux in the helicopter. It's part of the setup on the bike that governs the whole thing.
That governs the whole thing. It's the technology that SRAM came out with, SRAM RockShox together. It is that sort of like AI suspension that does a lot of thinking for you. You can set it up the way you want. But every single component on the bike has his own little battery. There's 4 within, 2 on the suspension, on the rear shock, 4, the derailleur, the seat post. You have the little pods and your power meter. Everything needs to be connected together. It is quite a bit of a mission, but it can give you a great technology advantage if everything works. But then again, a lot of different components that need to work together. If one of them fails, you have issues like mail shifting, suspension maybe not working the way you want to, but luckily that doesn't happen too often.
Into the Paul Kluwer Amphitheatre Play Park here. Wonderful little section of single track, making use of these beautiful bridges, and they will just keep it steady here. This is why there was a bit of urgency at the front of the race to get into this trail and make sure that they get through safely, and the sharp end want to be in the front here.
Yeah, here you can definitely make a bit of a difference. Matt Beers knows these trails as well as Tristan. They know these trails super well from the many winds to wells they've done before. Unfortunately, Matt doesn't quite have the best memory from the latest edition. He crashed coming around the corner towards the finish line last year and broke his collarbone. But I don't think that will hold him back, just to lay everything into it today, just to get a chance to reclaim the yellow jersey.
Stefan Sam, are you with us?
Yes, following the pack bunch, lining up just now to slew through Paul Kluwer. Everything's still compact.
Cool going through there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's always amazing to place. I have good memories of here from epic years, and it's always fun to ride these trails. Oh, it's getting a bit slick now, although the sun is shining, but the trails are slicker now.
Yeah, this is what we didn't, what you were talking about, that lovely weather going up KatPas a little bit earlier. We didn't want to tell you then that this is what you would be getting, because we saw the women come through here and it was raining when they came through here. It's clearly not raining now. What sort of effect has it had on those trails, Stefan?
I mean, not too big. It's just like the surface layer is getting more slick. You see that a couple of rider and also some motorbikes went through it. It's here's a section where it's actually like peanut butter. But normally the trails are really well maintained. But yeah, it obviously has an effect if you have a race going over it before.
Yeah, look at that thick chocolate there, pulling over, and then back on the trail. No, we're watching, don't worry, we keep an eye on your lines.
Yes.
Not too...
It's not so easy to multitask. It's not so easy to multitask.
Oh,
Talking
go on,
and
you're a
steering,
man, you know how to multitask.
You know? Yeah.
So that dark soil, and we've seen it occasionally how it clogs up and gets stuck on the tread of the tires. Tire choice today tricky because the conditions have been quite different.
Yeah, it's so different. I think not much changes in tire choice between the pros. You obviously, it's a long stage. You have open sections. You want something fast rolling. But yeah, for the techie stuff, you want to have a bigger tire with more tread space. As you can see, it is like now I have to get off.
Yeah, I was going to say the helicopter's watching riders getting off, and I was hoping the helicopter would stay there and see if Stefan would manage to get around there. But
No,
obviously
I
a very
didn't.
tricky, sticky. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't. No.
Well done. That's very, very good. A long drag up.
But also, I take back everything I said earlier. Like, the track is torn apart already from the women's field.
Ah, there we go. So it is quite tricky. There we go.
It is quite tricky.
There's the yellow jersey there.
Oh,
there's a bit of an issue there.
Struggling, yeah. Oh!
Stuck chain.
Drama for the yellow jersey. Little bit of a problem here. He's unshipped his chain. Stefan's right.
That's exactly the point. You know, that's why Matt Beers was riding in the front. You want to make use of every opportunity that arises like this just to put pressure. And he's now stressed, you know. He needs to get back to his partner. His partner didn't see it, that he had an issue probably. And that definitely puts a lot of stress on them now.
Did you see what happened there, Stefan?
Yeah, he just dropped the chain. I think probably it clogged up, got some mud thrown on the chain wheel, and just dropped it off. And then he got stuck a little bit between the crank and the frame. So it took some time to get it out. And also to clean it again. It's just, yeah, maybe you saw you sprayed some water on it just to get the big mud bits off. And now it's time to chase back.
Well, little gaps appearing here, and this is the drama, these little pieces of drama that can happen in these conditions, and suddenly there's a little bit of an opportunity here for Matt Beers and for Tristan Norkier, Benno.
Yes, it is crazy actually to see. The reason why we don't have any of the female or the woman footage right now is actually the rain. I'm getting updates here from the A Batches, it's a cycling club in Lourensford. It is heavily raining there. You wouldn't think, like looking at those pictures, the sun is shining here. They're only at 20 k's ahead, but there's actually quite a bit of drama also happening at the front of the women's race. Unfortunately, we can't see that now, but also those guys, you can see it is raining. It has been raining here. The conditions are just going to get worse now.
Well, this is what we expected to unfold on this day at the Absa Cape Epic, the Queen stage of the race. So, yellow jersey suffering a little bit of distress. Wout Alleman surges to the front there. Mark Pritson is there. The chase is on.
And he must just have gotten the information that his partner's actually not, that he had to stop. So he's probably let himself back.
Yeah, look at that rain ahead. You were talking about up ahead. This is incredible. We've got two wonderful shows going on here. One up ahead in completely different conditions. And these riders in the men's race here are chasing on here. The red jerseys are there. The yellow jersey, you can see him sliding back there, whilst Beers and Norkier are going to try and make this count for them. That's for sure. We're going to try and get a clock on it. You can just caught a glimpse of him coming around the corner now.
Yeah, it is about almost close to 30 seconds that I think it was Simone Amondetto who had the problem. Always hard to make out which of the two it is. Now there he's coming, chasing back. trying to get back to his teammate as quickly as possible, but he needs to also overtake these riders.
I mean, not the place you want this to happen. They're heading into a long section of single track now, and this is where Beers and Nokia can make things hard for the yellow jersey. They're not going to win the stage necessarily here. It's still so early, well, long way to go in the stage, but this will put the yellow jerseys under real pressure, the urgency to make that time back.
Yeah, and I think Luca Braido also better really let himself back, because should something more happen to his partner, you never quite know when you go over that 2-minute mark.
Beautiful scenes, absolutely spectacular. There he goes. He's got past a couple of riders now. Vendetta just hammering it along, making sure he doesn't get left too far behind.
Yeah, and that's precious energy, you know, that he is spending here, that he definitely would have liked to save for that very last big climb.
And he might have to take a risk or two as well, which is always a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, not easy to pass riders here. So difficult. And obviously he would, with his skills, he could potentially make up some time against these riders that are now in front of him, but he just can't because it's a single track.
Would be interesting to see who's leading right now, because if Matt Beers and Christian would be up front, they would go as fast as possible. So now it's
Tristan.
Oh, it's Sam Gaze.
Sam Gaze, Mark Pritzen and Lucas Schwarzbauer.
Yeah.
Tristan Nokia is Beers a little bit further back. Alaman. So Beers has got caught up a bit here. He's with Luca Braido. And well, as they have done throughout this week, Canyon now are really capitalizing, opportunists. They've seen a chance here, and we know how strong they are. 2 stage wins already, Sam Gaze and his partner Luca Schwarzbauer.
And it looks like Simone Amandetto has rejoined the group. It's not a big gap. I don't even know if maybe Mac Beers and Tristan were aware of the situation that Simone had issues there.
Now he's just about to winch his way across now, and the panic for now is over. Simon Stevjan and Martin Frey, they're enjoying their race now. They have an opportunity.
Yeah, and Mark Stutzman, we can just see across the screen here, definitely battling to stay on the wheel of his partner, David Valero.
And this is where the race starts becoming about the second rider in the team. Which of those riders of the second rider, and in no demeaning manner at all. It's just that one rider will be fatiguing more than the other, and we see that through the race. And it's how that rider survives and thrives as to how the race will unfold. And Avendetta, it's the first time we've seen them have a really serious an issue, and they've managed to redeem it and claw their way back, and it's all together now.
Yeah, also last year there was a moment where they dropped the chain coming into Lourensford, as far as I remember. And again, like stuff like that can happen. We went probably through one of the dirty patches before. Mud gets onto your chain, drivetrain, you drop it quickly, and then you have to clean it first before you put the chain back on. Otherwise, it just keeps on coming off.
After the really rough, harsh trails of Montague and yesterday in Greyton, rocky, loose, quite treacherous, we're now on to some hero trails here at Oak Valley. Beautiful, smooth, manicured, nice and fast. You can ride through the berms with confidence, and they are absolutely loving it. Bart Alleman knows these well. He's ridden the Wines to Wales a few times, so has Hans Becking. In fact, I think they did all 3 a couple of years ago, 3 in a row. And they did, in fact, every Epic Series event that year, and they're loving these trails. This is where sort of the introduction into what is going to be the hallmark of the next couple of days of racing.
Yeah, it's such beautiful flowy trails. They're just going a bit on a wider road before they head again into a very beautiful single track going through the forest there. Such a nice flowy section, very, very fast, and you actually need to be very careful not to clip your handlebar on a tree.
You've been with your Pump for Peace team. Have you been able to pre-ride? Have they been able to pre-ride some of these sections?
They've done the Wines to Wales last year as well, so that would be fairly
that would
fresh
help,
in the memory still, and they've done previous Wines to Wales as well. So here they didn't specifically come again because they very much know these. They've ridden out in Montague a bit, and of course in Stellenbosch. Greyton was the only place where we didn't really make it to go and practice.
How are they going today?
Shame, yeah. Unati caught a cold the last days, and he decided to actually not continue after the start. He crossed the start line with Tabisa, so Tabisa can start with the elite man this morning, but unfortunately he pulled out and won't finish today's stage.
Oh, very sad news for the Pump for Peace pair. They were showing great grit and determination under real trying circumstances. They've had their issues, but fighting hard.
Yeah, they had so many mechanicals, unfortunately, and just bad luck. He also crashed yesterday, Unati, and that definitely didn't make his body feel any better. But you know, Unati is turning 24 this year. Tabisa is turning 22 a little bit later this year. They've got many Cape Epics in front of them, and it was great learning for them still. I believe they can be very much up there with the best. And here they just enter a beautiful single track section through the forest. Very, very nice and flowy and very fast. Absolutely lovely, this section. You just fly past these trees, and all you got to watch out is that you don't clip your handlebar on one of those trees.
Showcasing the beauty of South Africa and the Western Cape and the trail networks that we have here, and the diversity of the trail networks, because a couple of days ago they were riding in that raw, broad, wide open expanse of the Klein Karoo, where it was very, very different vegetation, terrain and surface, and now look at this. Very different but wonderful trails nevertheless.
Yeah, where you had to watch out for rocks the past days, here you now need to watch out for little tree stumps and branches possibly, and maybe a wet root here and there. So very, very different terrain, actually normally very, very smooth and fast rolling. So yeah, very much a change of terrain here.
Oh, this looks different now, huh? This must be with the woman.
This is the women in the A to Z trials, I believe.
Right, this is with Jessie Nixon, who had to change her battery, so she's not with the leading group here. But Jessie, this looks pretty hectic. What's going on? What happened?
Yeah, I just missed the battery change, so I'm now trying to chase back up to everyone. So the weather it did subside from earlier when I last spoke to you, but it has started raining again. It's quite misty at the top of the mountain. It's actually quite difficult to see if there's like arrows and signage up ahead, just with the mist. So if you miss a turn, it's quite easy to do so with the mist.
And this, I think you're in the A to Z trails, is that right?
Yes, that is right.
All right, they're heading towards the Gantouw Pass. Very shortly is Jessie and the lead of the race.
This is actually the ECC Obea team with Nama Neumann from Israel and Tanya Priller, both riding the Obea Ois here. Very strong rider from Israel, Nama, normally in the cross-country, racing cross-country World Cup. Tanya Priller, very much the marathon rider, loves the long distances, trailing long hours, loves to train very long hours. German rider, and a very nice combination of Israel and Germany here.
Now you'll see Jessie try and get past them carefully.
Not so easy.
Not quite that easy,
yeah, not so easy. Yeah, they very much just need to pick their line, because you can see it's still very washed out. It's very washed out, so you've got to choose your track very carefully. You never quite know where there's like a big ditch awaiting your wheel.
Just a reminder that the conditions on this route are just incredible, because we're watching the men who started in that sunshine and then they've come into a bit of mud. It's not raining there, but this is on the edge of the Helderberg Mountain, the Hottendots Holland Mountains, because they're approaching the Gantouw Pass, which will take them off this and into the Helderberg Bowl and Lourensford. And very different conditions, and these are the only live pictures we've got of the race at the moment. So Jesse's going to sneak past here. Well done, Jesse. Good work.
Yeah, and we leave the pair behind. Just a quick word to Naama maybe as well. A really lovely woman. She's actually working with kids from Gaza, just as a project to help the people in Gaza who obviously go through an absolutely terrible war there. And she's doing a lot of playing with those kids just to give them some better moments in their lives.
Well, this is a stage that's living up to its billing as the Queen stage at the Absa Cape Epic. Once again, the 134 kilometers and 90 kilometers for the elite women, delivering drama, delivering contrasting conditions. And now Jessie is closing up on the next team.
And that is Leila Njemcevic from Bosnia and Herzegovina. You see her in her Bosnian champion jersey, and ahead of her is from Iran, Farnak Partosar, with her USV backpack on the back. They are very close to that portage section now. In fact, they're actually just right there at the portage section where they need to get off. See, that's the person telling them to walk. And we actually right there in the walking section now with them, which is very interesting because we don't have any other images from this portage section. So beautiful that Nick, Jessie can be here with them and show them how they are running. And Jessie, you must be pushing this e-bike hard as well. It's very heavy.
It's hard work. It's rocky. It can be slippery here as well. They're just getting over the edge, and now it'll be up and carrying. Leila's going to pick up her bike, and it's got to be negotiated very carefully. All sorts of different tactics have been used to try and get up and down here. Running shoes, people pack them. The cyclocross riders quite enjoy this, Benno.
Yeah, it's a very tricky section, especially in the wet. You have to be so careful. All the rocks are exposed. You're running on carbon sole shoes with cleats, metal cleats on the bottom. So you can see, like, even on the downhill, it is tricky. It isn't an easy effort going down there. And looking at the split times now, we already see that Candice Hill and Alexandra Kellesh, they must have come through here probably about 10 minutes ago. They already passed the water point number 3
at Idiom,
at Idiom, actually 2 for the woman, 2 for the woman at 54 kilometers an hour, and the time is ticking for the second team to come through. We haven't seen them coming up on the live timing just yet, but they are already at the bottom of this hill.
Well done to Jessie, flying down here. It would normally be rideable actually, but this is a heritage site, and in honor of the voortrekkers that came up here with their ox wagons, you can even see a little bit the carved out stone where the ox wagons were being pushed over on the rocks here, and in honor of those, everybody is walking here. I wouldn't quite want to ride it today though. It's quite, it looks really slippery. You would kind of look for a crash here.
Talk us through it, Jessie, if you can.
Yeah, it's so slippery. I'm fortunate I've got some better running shoes, I guess, but a lot of the ladies on like carbon soled proper racing shoes. So if they do one little wrong move, they're going to twist the ankle, slip, graze a knee. So that you actually kind of have to be a bit careful when you're going down here.
Yeah, and it's fairly steep in the beginning, or we just saw the steepest sections is basically past here. It flattens out a bit, but the rocks are quite big, so you got to watch your ankles quite a bit not to twist them.
Yes, definitely. As you're running down here as well, so you try and you try and walk on the sand for a bit of grip, but then you have sand on the bottom of your shoes and it's slippery on the rocks as well.
Well, amazing. You're doing a great job there, Jessie, going down here. And of course, every year the rains and the weather comes in, and the nature of the trail changes again because you get more rocks, or sand gets exposed. So it is never the same. The Gantouw Pass, and in the Wines to Wales, it's done one way going up and one way the next year going down this trail. You've done it both ways. Which you prefer, Ariane?
Well, I actually never got to do the switchback version.
But didn't you go down this in the Epic?
Oh, yes, that I
Yes,
did.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Yes, yeah. It was always good for me in any case. I have a little bit of a triathlon background, and that was when and I've got fairly long legs, and I think that was just a bit in my advantage to actually having to walk in comparison to my competitors who are mostly, or were mostly, very much shorter than me, and maybe not quite used to running as much as me.
It's longer than you think, isn't it, Jessie?
It's still going on. Oh man, it's so chunky with the rocks. The bike's getting chucked around.
800 meters. We definitely don't see the SA record fall in the 800 meters here.
It's and you are lugging a 26 kilogram bike, and you've got I think Stefan told me 18 kilograms on your back as well. You know, they didn't tell you about this morning. I think they're being a bit unfair with you there, Jessie, but you are showing them up. Well done, brilliant job.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Great images of the entire Gantouw Pass via our Bulls Media e-bike. No better way to see it, I reckon, and get a full appreciation, other than obviously having to walk down there yourself with a bike, but this is really good. And it, as it happens, is the only live image we have of anything on the route.
Yes.
So, Jessie, you're the star. Keep going.
I feel the pressure. I'm trying to run down here, talk, keep my bike in check, multitasking.
Well, if anyone can multitask, it's you. You're doing a fantastic job. Look at the terrain. It's so rough and loose and rocky.
Gerald, what do you say? All the softies who couldn't make it over the mountain with the ox wagon stayed behind in the Cape. Said Chagalas on the YouTube channel. What do you say to that?
Yeah. I migrated down to the Cape from up there, so I managed to get up there.
Okay, you managed to get up. Sorry. Okay, well.
Yeah, thousands of Volkswagen came up here, believe it or not. Obviously, that is 150, 160 years ago they portaged up here. Just incredible. It would take them 2 days to move from Cape Town to the base of this mountain, and then take them probably a day and a half to get halfway up here. Just mind-boggling.
Yeah. And also the effort that Jessie puts in here now, because the problem is it's such a narrow trail, but you have to push your bike. So you don't know if the bike needs to go on the trail or your feet need to go on the trail. It's a very, very tricky, and it's very overgrown as well. Jessie, you're working very hard. I mean, you're doing a downhill and your heart rate is probably pumping through the roof.
Oh yeah, I can probably tell you. Let's have a look. Heart rate is, I can't see it, the rain's a little bit. No, I got it, it's 175. Nice little trot.
Well done.
And Christopher Scoubert says, I think the media people also need to get a medal for completing the Cape Epic. Jessie, you definitely deserve one.
Absolutely. Well, Jessie, actually, you only got the job because your sister decided she wanted to race the thing. She's now racing with Charisse. So the precedent's set, of course. Looking for a partner for next year?
Oh, yeah. I don't think I'll ever actually do the full epic after doing it on the e-bike and seeing what everyone has to go through, the pain, the suffering, the different weather. Man, it's crazy. So I'm quite happy doing it on the e-bike. Like, I work hard, but you're different level doing it.
Oh, well done, Jessie. Thank you for bringing us these incredible images. As on the right-hand side of our screen, we can tell you, Jessie, that Candice and Alessandra are 8 minutes ahead of She Sends Foundation, Kate and her partner Greta Servalt, and also Haley and Haley, the Preen Smith Chemchap Honeycomb team. So they put 8 minutes into them, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. So they are looking very good for another stage win at the moment. They're heading into the Lourensford Valley. And,
cool.
Yep, there we go. So thanks, Jessie, for that great work, keeping us entertained and informed about what it's like going down the Gantouw Pass. I don't think we've ever had that. That is just amazing, amazing stuff to be able to see firsthand, right up close, and listen to what it's like to go down there. I mean, and Jesse's carrying a bike that's a good 15, 16 kilograms heavier than anyone else, or any of these riders here. Just incredible. Medal to Jesse.
Big time.
Player of the day.
Let's see if Stefan Sam can keep the same speed as she did. He still has to go through that section.
Pressure on Stefan. Pressure on Stefan now. That's certainly building up. So the women's race looking like Candice and Alessandra have said, this is our day. We're going to make this count, and we're going to nail down this year's 2026 Absa Cape Epic as much as we can, bearing in mind there are 2 very technical days to come.
Yeah, look, anything can still happen, I would say, but this is definitely quite a gap that they have today, and yeah, they really consolidate their lead in this race, but very well deserved, of course. They are both looking so strong, and yeah, there's not really any recipe, it looks, against the 2 strong women up front.
That's the voice of Ariane Kleinans. No, Ariane Luthi, beg your pardon. You were once. But now, Ariane Luthi, a 3-time winner of this Absa Cape Epic, and very much part of our team here, bringing you the insight from winning. This is a recap of the men. This is going back to where we were a little while ago when this pair of intrepid attacking riders, 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer and Kieran Solis, put themselves in the window and went on the attack after they had a torrid stage 1 when they lost hours and hours and hours. Enjoyed their time up front, the chasing pack behind, including all the main protagonists, the red jerseys. Whew, everyone rushing down here.
Yeah, just have to see that they don't fall off the edge there. That's when you try and squeeze in front.
Safe and sound, the yellow jerseys and the red jerseys on the shoulders of Matthew Beers and Tristan Norkier in 2nd place overall, and less than 2 minutes between them and the yellow jerseys, and everything to gain over today's stage. As they went on to the pass, the KatPas, the old Hohoek pass, with Meyer and Solis lead. They still had it there, but it was to be short-lived because of ranging up, hunting them down was the main pack with Mark Pritson. And just an update on him is that he's riding alone today after his partner Felix Steele withdrew at the start, having started the race, crossed the start line, and then abandoned the race, allowing Mark Pritson to carry on racing, and racing, not just riding the race, so he could play a role in this race. Johan van Zyl looking over his shoulder there and looking for his partner, and Marco, at least his partner is Wessel Botha, who is in that group there. So a little bit of a stretch there, but he'll be all right. They caught up and reassembled before they got to the water point at Hohoek. This is streaming in towards the tech zone at the Hohoek Hotel, flying through the single track. Beautiful images here of the Absa Cape Epic on Queen Stage, Stage 5, Day 6 of the Absa Cape Epic, 134 kilometers, 2,750 meters of climbing today. An enormous challenge for every single rider in this race, regardless of how fast you are riding. Great images. And then this was a key moment through Paul Kluwer. Thick treacle-like mud here, and a problem occurred for the yellow jersey here. They found themselves in trouble with Simone Avendetto picking up a little mechanical issue there, and he would find himself having to put his chain back on, and that would cost him a little bit of time and effort to haul himself back to the lead group, which is where his partner Luca Brido tried to get on, and it's still getting stuck, so he had to use his water bottle to clean it a little. That's the mud. The mud playing a role in this race for sure, and it may yet still, because these riders have yet to reach that thick misty rain which is in the shadow of the Hottentots Holland Mountain just before they go down the Gantouw Pass.
Yeah, just a little bit of a glimpse was maybe up to come. We saw it with the women, how did conditions change ahead of them, and you have to be super careful, as you can see. Small little mistakes opens the door for a new attack. That is the big goal of Matt and Tristan today, to gain some time on this long stage, wear them out. And we can see in the women's race as well, like if you have the opportunity, if you do get away, you can make a decent gap on a long stage, technical stage, unpredictable stage like it is today.
So Mark Pritson, as we've talked about, he will be a sort of a real bit part play. He'll get the prize, the award for the best supporting actor today, because he is doing a lot of work on the front. And no doubt an alliance with Matt Beers here and Tristan Norkier to try and help them. Yep, that happens in stage races, team races like this. And he's doing all he can to try and help them out and see if they can get one over the yellow jerseys, the Italian team of Luca Brado and Simone Avendetto.
Yeah, I had a question in the YouTube channel from somebody if he would even pull a Kate Courtney on the yellow jersey, basically blocking the yellow jersey so Matt and Tristan would get away. That would be, in my opinion, a little bit borderline in terms of fairness, because he's not an actual teammate. Yeah, what do you think, Benno?
That is a good question. By the end of the day, it is within the regulations, you know, and it is sometimes a team effort, a nation effort in this case, to kind of like make things like this happening.
It's that yeah, it's in the regulations, but it's that grey area between sort of fair play and being. It's like when in the road when the yellow jersey gets in trouble, everyone sits up. It's not in the rules. It's not, but it's done, and you don't attack out of a feed zone and all those sort of things. Unwritten rule. Yeah, interesting. Here's the women's race. We saw someone jump up on that wall over there at the start. Do you know who that might have been?
I don't know.
I think the UCI commissaire is looking for that specific
yes, the UCI commissaire turned and said, "I'm looking for that person." Aran was there and getting the best vantage point looking over the race, as she would as part of our media team, which we richly appreciate. And here's the attack.
Oh, wow. Look at how they... Yeah, and obviously Greyton having a little bit of just a small issue getting around that corner. And here they go. Orange is back in the lead, where they feel the most comfortable and are absolutely dominating today with 8 minutes over the second place team currently.
Now that was the opportunity, and a door opened and they bolted through it. And I reckon, well, we cannot say, because today and every day in this race we've seen so much incident. But that pair have been rock solid, haven't they? They've really ridden impeccably throughout the race so far.
Yeah, and I mean, for Alessandra, this is the first Cape Epic. You still never quite know what your body is, how your body is going to react over 8 days. So, I mean, she came absolutely prepared, absolutely solid partner for Candice. And, you know, going with Candice into this race, this was not without pressure. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It carries that expectation. Candice, a 5-time runner-up, 5 in a row. She's desperate for a win here to win the Absa Cape Epic. And, well, Alessandra's in uncharted territory, of course. I mean, you don't, as the saying is, you don't run a marathon to train for a marathon often. So she's into day 6 of a stage race here. So, yes, she would probably train 6-7 days in a row, but that's a very different thing to riding a race over 7 or 8 days. So this is, yeah, it's uncharted territory.
100%. Yeah, and you never quite know. I mean, I had it sometimes. I was feeling great the one day, and then suddenly just something happened in the body. I don't know what it was. And the next day you're just really battling. And it's not like they had an easy ride. They were put under pressure. She Sent Foundation got the stage win yesterday. That was tough racing so far. So really well done to the both of them, how absolutely solid they are racing here.
13 minutes would be, if the race stopped right now, that would be their overall lead going into the next 2 stages. So it's quite a significant advantage they've gained today. Kenchamp Honeycomb are consolidating their position in 3rd place ahead of Papara, FSA Kender at the moment. But, you know, we've talked about Alessandra and her pedigree as a cross-country racer, XCC world champion at the moment, and a World Cup winner. But Candice Lill, her maturity, her strength, her calmness in the Absa Cape Epic, she has been absolutely immaculate throughout.
Yeah, indeed. She's also come just such a long way. I remember racing against her. She was a junior podium finisher at the World Championship cross country, and then she transitioned into marathon, as marathon was so big in South Africa. It was the main racing cross country in South Africa was so small. There were maybe 3 women racing a cross country race here in South Africa. So she did a lot of marathon racing and battled quite a bit at some points throughout the career. Was close to ending her career because she just didn't find the joy so much. She met Darren soon in that period, and that was when her career really took off. Husband, Darren Lill, a former road SA champion, in fact, he is very much supporting her. It's the privateer team that they two set up together. Darren is not just looking after the bike, bottles, food and everything. He's also looking after all the sponsors, which is a massive job to do.
And she's on a new bike this year as well, the Thomas bike. And yeah, I mean, she's achieved. She's been second place on World Cups, yet to get that win. You feel that it's coming. She is totally focused on that. She had the opportunity to go join a team, but they decided to stay privateer, keep it controlled. They've got incredible support from loyal sponsors over the years, and strength to her. And she's found a really good partner in Alessandra Keller so far.
Yes, Alessandra Keller, she's done some road racing before. She's done the Tour de Suisse with the Swiss national team before. So also some stage racing, but very, very different. I've done the Tour de Bourland before as a road stage race, and you just recover so much quicker from a road race. It's almost like, yeah, mountain bike is almost, with all the impacts that you have, it's almost like running. You're actually really beaten up. Where on the road, you obviously riding on smooth roads, it's very different. You actually really feel like you've gained something out of a week of road racing, and that's why they also just can race so much more than mountain bikers can do.
Candice out the saddle there, just stretching, getting some relief, just pedaling. Not that she needs to get out the saddle to climb up the climb, it's more a change of position.
Yeah, exactly. You're so long in that same position, and just opening up your hips a bit, not being that crunched all the time. Also just relieve your bum a little bit at times, because yeah, you're just sitting on your bum for such a long time. It's not actually the most comfortable thing to do.
It's not something we address that often, because but it's an issue.
It is.
Can be an issue.
Yeah, and it's very different between men and women. Women are much more sensitive in that part. Hence, there is differences in the saddles. Very important to know for those who maybe don't know and follow this race, to get your perfect fit on the saddle, I can highly recommend to get the right width of your saddle, and that you can actually measure by measuring your sit bone distance. You would do that by sitting on a little pillow, and where you see kind of two dips in the paper, you can then measure the distance, and that would give you an indication of the width of your saddle. And that was a game changer in my life when I actually realized, oh wow, I needed to get changed to a wider saddle. And that just basically lifts you up on the saddle and decreases the pressure on your soft tissue as a woman, and that makes a massive difference.
I mean, it's an area that many amateurs don't even think about, don't think about enough. But it's the one, there are only 4 other points of contact: your hands, your feet, and the one thing you sit on all the time. And sometimes it's not taken, very often not taken seriously enough.
No, very much. Like the retool fit or any bike fit, it's super important. Like as a runner, you also know you have to change your running shoes quite often. You have to have a good pair of running shoes, because if you don't, it's going to impact your own health very much. And the same with the bike, with the mountain bike in specific, because you're spending so much time on it, you're riding through technical terrain, and then if you don't get it sorted out soon enough, you have more and more issues coming up. Can be your knees, your hip bones, even your shoulders sometimes. And like you mentioned, the saddle is so important, and with the saddle, also the right chamois within your cycle pants. You have to really make sure that everything works well, especially in those conditions. And now, riding through wet, riding through sand, there's a lot of rubbing going on. It is crucial to kind of like keep yourself healthy in this situation.
Yeah, there's always a bit of a discussion, yes or no to chamois cream. In a Cape Epic, it can also just play a role in actually limiting the infection in that area. You're obviously rubbing the skin on the chamois quite a lot, and that small injuries or just that stress on the skin can just lead to infection so much quicker. Your immune system is very low, and you obviously got sweat and dirt in those pants. The absolute perfect environment for bacteria to settle and grow little pimples, which you would call a saddle sore. And in fact, the chamois cream, or what you can use, there's, for example, the squirt barrier balm that's got tea tree oil in there, which is actually antibacterial properties, and that can actually just prevent, first of all, the skin will be protected, and secondly, it can eliminate the bacterial growth.
Lauren, you were busy down at the start talking to, we saw some of the riders you were chatting to. You didn't just talk to riders, did you?
I talked to Alessandra's boyfriend, who is traveling with the team and also often traveling with her, especially to South Africa. So also very important to have that emotional support for her, but then also he's looking after her bike.
Well, let's hear that conversation. Here's Ariane's interview.
Killer. You have been working on the Thermos bikes a little bit, is that correct?
Yeah, not totally correct. We have another mechanic that's working on the bikes as well. So I just prepared them before the start, checking the air pressure and make sure the suspension is correct. So yeah, that's what we do before the start.
We have different weather conditions today. It's quite wet out there. Have you made any changes to the bikes?
Yes, we changed the tires, obviously. That's the easiest thing we can do to be just secure. We don't know exactly how much rain it will be, how heavy the terrain will be, but we want to really be safe, and we choose a bit more a mud tire than the last day, so that's what we do for today.
What tire choice did you have before, and what are you riding now?
Before we were on the Schwalbe Rig, and now we changed to Schwalbe Rolf, so it's just a bit more knobby, and yeah, it helps you a lot if it's muddy.
And any changes to the tire pressure?
No, actually not, because we still want to have it safe, so we run a little bit more tire pressure than we would use for a cross-country race, just to be safe, yeah.
Okay, any other preparations for the bad weather that you've made on the bikes? Any greasing that you did more than before?
Actually more for the girls. We gave them some extra clothing in case it's really heavy rain, so they can put something over to stay warm. That's maybe a point today. And yeah, just focus on nutrition, but the bikes should be really good.
There we go. Thanks very much, Ariane, chatting to the team of Thomas Maxim. How cool is that? Some bike art, land art out on the road. That is so, so cool. We're seeing more and more of it. Thank you so much. We much appreciate it as they go through the Lourensford Valley. These two superstars, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Mention of jackets, and you don't need it all the time. You might need it, you might not need it. Where and how do they make use of those? Can they carry them with them? Can they be handed them? How does it work?
Yeah, so there was actually a communication from the UCI Comisec earlier that no jackets may be handed at the feed zones by the soigneurs. So they would need to carry anything that they would want to need with them, or they can put it in tech boxes the evening before, but that needs quite a bit of anticipation. And it's not too easy to work all these weather apps here, and especially people who don't know the area so well, to really anticipate how the weather would be on the mountain. Because what we have seen in Greyton, it was fairly dry. Here in Stellenbosch, it's not raining, but in the middle of it, where they are currently riding, where they are crossing the mountain, it is raining, and you never also quite know how cold is it up on the mountain when you're actually going down. You can get quite chilly very quickly, and especially if there's also wind on you.
90 kilometers the elite women are racing, and Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller are slaying it today. They are through Lourensford, they're on Lourensford and heading towards the pinnacle, the big climb today, up towards the top of the neck there. Ben, I think you know that climb quite well.
Yeah, I know it quite well, and also on the stage profile, like this is the one that most of the riders were afraid of. When you see that steep peak right at the end, you know you have been working very hard to get to that stage, and then now all of a sudden you have to climb all the way up there. It is a long drag from the bottom of the farm all the way up to the neck. From the neck you already see over towards the finish kind of in Stellenbosch, but it is a long steep climb, loose rocks, and also the terrain in Lourensford can change a lot. There's some clay surface, super slippery, and again those two have been well coached, well prepared. Changing tires for those conditions is probably a very smart move that they did very well. And then also the jackets, like mentioned before, women, they seem to shake a little bit earlier. The weather and the temperature makes more of an impact to them sometimes. Less muscle, and being so prepared. And again, like also here with the hydro bags, they keep you a little bit warm as well when it needs to. So just not allowing the wind to get over your back, keep the core temperature where it needs to be, does definitely help. And you can see the time they're putting in today with the She Sense Foundation sitting in second right now. It's very impressive.
And it certainly is as they climb up there. I mean, Alessandra comes from Switzerland, so oh, she'll be used to the cold. That is so not the thing. But now we'll flick back quickly. We're watching the men now, and this is quite a large bunch of riders. 3 hours on the bike so far, and they are heading around. I think the Eikenhof Dam. I think we are in Grabouw, and now they'll lead into, they'll probably hit the A to Z trails and then on towards the Gantouw Pass.
Yeah, they're not too far away from the portable section anymore, to be honest. A to Z, also beautiful trails, very different terrain, all sandy, going through those little pine trees, lots of left and right, but also exposed rocks. That's probably the one section where you still need to be very careful about your tires. And from there onwards, also the weather will most likely change more and more. As you can see with the women's race, they're not too far ahead anymore. Yes, they're supposed to finish an hour ahead of the men elite, but we have seen that they're all a little bit behind schedule, meaning that the race is slightly slower than anticipated.
Interesting here, we now saw Mark Stutzman actually up front and David Valera seeming to battle a bit, if that's the case, but we will find out soon further on the race if that's really what's happening here.
Marco Joubert and Travis Stedman now in this second big group, leading them up the climb. They'll know these trails very, very well. They're familiar with the area they're riding through here, so they don't have any problems. De Cosmo and his partner Doragoni also in here. So they're onto the A to Z trails now, and these are trails that, as Benno was saying, wonderful creative work from the Grabouw mountain bike community here. Done great work here.
Yeah, they're usually quite sandy and therefore also slippery, but here in the rain it's actually perfect to ride on them. There's a rock here and there that can be a little bit slippery today, but actually in this condition they're even faster to ride than in very dry conditions.
work done over the years, not only to initially build them, but then rehabilitate them, because fires have swept through here quite often and devastated those trails, and to get them back and in order has been incredible. That's the Orbea Speed Company coming together, Lucas Baum and Gerega. This is you saw as they were going in here, Matt Beers on the front of this group. They're just putting a little bit of talk in and asking for Tristan Nokia to stay with him. The yellow jerseys were in attendance, and you just feel a slow pressure. Oh, Mark Pritson having a walk here.
Oh, isn't that the saddle that's missing there?
No.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just seeing the bottle. Quite interesting that they still have the bottle at the back of the seats. I find that very uncomfortable with the weight being so high up on your seat post. Since the invention of USB packs, I would probably prefer that. Especially also all the mud that's actually sprayed on there.
Just a perspective on our map there of where the men are, so the A to Z trail, and then the Rooipad before they link into the Gantouw Pass and the descent down there. Stefan, you're looking forward to the Gantouw Pass? We've just seen Jesse fly down there.
Yeah, I can't wait to get there. I switched off my e-bike's motor just to warm up my legs a bit for the running section. So I think I'm ready.
We've got a clock on how long it took Jesse to get down there, so no pressure, but we'll be watching, and the whole world will be too, so don't worry. What happened to Mark Pritson here?
I don't know, he just stopped and pulled off some tape from his elbow. I see a little bit blood running down. I don't know if he crashed in the one corner.
I think it might have been, well, it might be a legacy of his crash yesterday. He had pretty big crash going into Greyton yesterday, broke his handlebars, spent a while patching bike and body up there, but he's still going strong. He's done a lot of work on the front for the race today, and perhaps in the service of Beers and Nokia. How's the conditions there? Is it raining at the moment?
No, it's fairly dry. It is fairly dry. The trail is super grippy. It's like the best conditions to ride in Grabouw and the Oak Valley in this area. A little bit of a drizzle, but not as hectic as with the elite women.
Yeah, this that rain seems to. Yeah, it seems staying with the elite women, the rain clouds, and and now Stefan has flicked past, getting onto the wheel of David Valero now. So Pritson looks as though his day might be done in terms of what he's set out to do today.
Yeah, and it happened to many. Like when you lose your partner, you also kind of like you lose the motivation a little bit. He has done his job, working for Matt Beers and Tristan there at the front. He did a brilliant job there, but now also his legs are getting tired. There's no motivation, or very little motivation to push very hard, you know. Like you lost your partner, that kind of like scratches you a little bit as well. And I'm sure he's just now trying to get to the finish smooth and safe.
Yeah, if he continues on to finish the race, he'll get an IF next to his name, an individual finisher. And if he chooses not to ride tomorrow or the next day, he'll get a DNF next to his name, which is forever and a day there. So, but it's not. That's the nature of the sport. Felix not feeling well. Felix Stiele this morning did start, rolled off the start line, and then abandoned. Not feeling up to racing today. So Mark Pritson riding on his own, and for a while riding at the front, but now just drifting off the back behind Stefan here. Through these beautiful A to Z trails. Lovely to watch.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't quite know the gap to the next group here. If we were to get any information on that, we would let you know.
Yeah, we don't have... and some of the, unfortunately, sometimes these conditions mitigate against us getting signal out of the timing spots. As Matt Beers, total focus on his eyes. Tristan Nokia, Becking. There's Alaman just behind the yellow jerseys. This is a very strong group here. Team Canyon are in there. Not much time to take the hands off the bars. Gels in the mouth. Pressure's on.
Yeah, very tricky in those sections because you know, like your time is up, 45 minutes are passed, you want your gel back in the body, and sometimes you end up doing it in those fast little single tracks. So you have to be very careful, and the time is short, and you have to be careful not to make a mistake.
Valero and Stutzman. Also, I think their teammates Porro and Martinez are there and thereabouts as well. But this is the train, led by the red steam engine, the red diesel engine on the front there, although it's more like an express train today because Beers is highly motivated to claw back time on the yellow jerseys. And the yellow jerseys are sticking like limpets to the back wheel of Tristan Nokia. They're not prepared to cede 1 second to the red jerseys. They know that if they can get through today without conceding too much time or any time at all, they will have put a big dent in the hopes of Matt Beers winning a 4th Absa Cape Epic and Tristan Nokia winning a 1st one.
Yeah, today is definitely a very important day for the general classification. You can really make up some time if you have good legs, and you can lose a lot of time if you have a bad day here, especially coming into the very last climb. In this group you also have Norwegian champion Eskil Evensen-Lee. He must be pleased to not have the 40 degrees that it could be on this terrain here.
Just a word, we're actually sitting at the finish at Stellenbosch as the women come through a little USN hydration station, and that is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller just way ahead now, 70 kilometers on Lourensford Farm. They've got 20 Ks to go, including the climb up the neck, and they've been going for 3 hours. Really? They've been going for 3 hours 24. They started at 6:45. It just looks so we've been watching, it's been such riveting viewing. It seems like they've been going for 2 hours, but yeah, they've been riding for 3 hours and 24, the men 3:10. But it is raining quite heavily where we are at the finish at Kutzenberg Sports Fields at the University of Stellenbosch. So that's 2 mountain ranges away from where they are now, and they're in the red. So they could have a couple more hours in this weather. Some thrive on it, some really just embrace it and take it on and enjoy it, and others just don't enjoy it at all, and that's the nature of it.
Yeah, somebody who's definitely liking this type of weather is Sibon Stibian that we see on the right here next to Matt Beers. He's somebody who's really thriving in that weather. He's won a Marathon World Cup in snowshoe that very much looked like this.
Well, 2 Australian teammates of his won the last stage. It was finished in Stellenbosch, Simon Schneller and Ushuba, the grand finale in 2024. So motivated by that, he knows these trails well as well. He's been coming out here for many years, Simon Stiepjan, and you can look at that. Look on his face. He says, "I'm up for this. This is not a problem for me."
Yeah, he's thriving in this condition. Also loves the muddy stuff. He's quite a powerful rider. I mean, it always slows you down as well when it's a little bit more deep, a little bit more soft the ground. It just eats a bit more power away.
Yeah, Matt Pierce is looking at his bike here quite a lot actually. Must have changed some of the settings that he can do while riding as well.
They're evolved like Formula 1 cars, haven't they?
Yeah, very much.
So much technology involved.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no radio signal to the teams just yet. It's more like MotoGP, I would say.
Give it time, and he'll be listening to you here, Benno.
We'll see.
In fact, it's actually allowed in the World Cup these days. It's changed just a couple of years ago that it would be normally allowed to have a radio. It was once used by Tamus. I think Alessandra Keller was once racing with a radio in her ear in a World Cup. It didn't quite seem to be very helpful, so I don't think it's still practiced. Benno, is your team using that in any way?
No, you're actually not allowed just yet. There was actually a trial out that they did. It was something that it came with Werner Brothers taking over the broadcast. As a team, you're not allowed just yet to have the radios with your athletes. But for the near future, there were some talks where also the communication between the teams and the riders would be part of the broadcast as well.
Yeah.
Similar to what the Formula One is like, also within mountain biking. It was a big pushback from the teams itself and from the riders. There's a lot of money going into develop the lightest, the strongest equipment possible, but now all of a sudden you have technology on your bike that weighs up to like 600-700 grams just to kind of like make this all happening between a camera on the bike and then the radio signal, everything you need. It was just too much pushback from the industry, from the athletes, from the teams themselves. And again, only if it's part of the broadcast itself, you're allowed to, but not as an individual team.
And by referring to World Cup, we're meaning the cross-country Olympic and short track World Cup series. 9 rounds this year, starting in South Korea for the first time in May. Simon Steepjan goes to the front here for his KTM team, KTM Singer. Bart Alleman there, he's a stage winner in Stellenbosch. Fabian Rabensteiner was his partner then. Unfortunately, Fabian, his partner Casey South broke his, or had a big crash. I think he's broken his collarbone. Confirmation of that will come. But he crashed yesterday, so they're not racing here. Disappointment for Fabian Rabensteiner, regular here at the Absa Cape Epic, and now Alleman goes to the front here. They know what's coming. They're going to be leading into the portage shortly. There's a little single track section and then into the portage. That's coming.
Yeah, they definitely behind schedule today. It must have been more tricky than estimated. Normally we have always been very much on time. Today the finisher time for the woman is going to be at 10:50, slightly delayed I would say, and then the men are finishing at 11:44. So there is a small chance also that today within this stage the first couple of men elite riders gonna catch up to some of the back markers of the woman elite. Not entirely sure, but I mean the women have done it over and over, catching up with other teams before. So now today it's maybe up to the men elite to kind of like wiggle their way through the women's field.
Eskil Evans Lee, the Norwegian champion, on the back here. And in this group, you want to be in this group because this is the lead group as they are winding their way up all the trail towards that thick bank of cloud there, and the traverse over the Gantouw Pass. And I think our helicopter is also going to have to go around, and that's the safe way to go. So both Lourdes and Andrew, our 2 helicopter pilots, obviously extremely well qualified, and safety and caution is the absolute top priority, and not taking any risks. The motorbikes, though, flying up the road adjacent to this trail. If you've ridden these trails, you'll be recognizing them. I think a lot of people who have ridden them will know, oh, I know where that little section is. I know what letter of the alphabet this one is. Sometimes you ride them the other direction, coming when the race winds to well starts in Lourensford and finishes down a Manus way. So you'll come down here, which is probably a little more fun.
That also means that you have to push the bike up the portable section. So
yeah.
it's
the reward
catch-22.
The reward for pushing up is going down this trail here. I don't think there's any reward for going up this trail, because going down that trail with a bike, wow. As we've seen, I mean, graphically through Jesse's wonderful depiction of the portage down the Gantouw Pass.
Yeah, I think in this weather you rather walk it up actually, just to not slip. Yeah, and you can see how they push out of the single track session. It means the tempo is hard in front. You can't just, you need to make sure you're back on the tail of the man in front of you. Not in this group, and Canyon must be pleased to know that the Klimatita Orbea team is not in this group. That's the 4th place team. Starting today's stage actually only 40 seconds behind 3rd placed Canyon team with Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze. Well, will they catch back on the big climb? That remains to be seen. But Canyon must be very pleased to get a little bit more of a buffer towards 4th position.
Yeah, they've done really well. Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze Yesterday they had punctures, they stopped numerous times and still got back on, got caught behind the crash of Bart Alleman and still got back on and then won the stage. So their engines are properly primed and warmed up for this.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of bad luck so far, but then they did make up with the stage wins. 2 stage wins so far, and it looks pretty good for them right now as well. They are right there in the group. Only, I would say, 1 big climb ahead of them. Not too much climbing now on this side of the mountain anymore. But yeah, the big peak there in Lourensford is the one that you need to get over, and then from there it's rolling into Stellenbosch.
Just winding up, and you can see the cloud getting closer, which tells you that they are closing in on that drag that'll take them to the marshals, who will say this is where you get off your bikes and you portage down. Now we go back to the Lourensford farm, 70 k's in, and this is the women going through.
And we see the She Sense Foundation team alone here. They were previously riding with the Camp Champ Honeycomb team of Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith, but here they're now alone. We don't quite know whether they are in front. They seem to be in front, yes.
Yeah, they are in front. They're currently sitting in second, but they did lose 9 minutes, over 9 minutes to Alexandra Keller and Candice Lill. Looks like they are having a very tough day in the office. But yeah, it's all about grinding from here onwards.
Haleys have gone through.
And that's the 2 Haleys that also just passed. So we've got around 35 seconds, 36 seconds between the She Sense Foundation team here. Kate is giving a little bit of a push to Greta. She seems to have some heavy legs today.
Who can blame her?
Yeah.
You can blame anyone for heavy legs, yeah. Definitely. And Hayley Smith said yesterday, candidly, that she's definitely the nail in the partnership with her and Hayley Preen. But you know only too well how that can change one day to the next.
Yeah, it can really change. When I was racing with Robin de Groot, we really passed hammer and nail on a daily basis. And it was so weird. We always had to readjust every day, like, okay, how is the other one doing? In the past, I was quite used to being the nail constantly, and you kind of, fit into that role, and you make your mind up with it, and it's quite easy because it's always the same. But if it's changing all the time, you have to communicate quite a lot.
Yeah, so that going back to that, at what stage of a stage do you does that realization or that start happening? Like, and how do you go about communicating and riding together then?
Well, it's often already as early as the first incline. Normally it's obviously showing there where you need to push a lot of power on the climbs, of course. And, well, you always need to be aware of where your partner is. So you always got to kind of look out. If you notice that you are feeling not quite well, you try and communicate that to your partner as soon as possible, just to make your partner aware, because then obviously that partner also needs to just adapt the pace a bit. It's all about communicating, really.
Teamwork and communicating. This is that drag, that long climb, early phase. And if you look up the Helderberg Dome at the top there, they've got a way to go up this brutal climb to the top, to the neck. Really hard riding. And the surface looks wet, it looks sticky. It's going to get a lot worse for the field further behind, yep.
And it's all the way to the top, and even on the way down, like this sort of terrain, it just makes the bike so heavy. You can see the tires are clogged up with that clay. It adds so much more weight, and then with heavy legs, with not having your best day, it's just so demotivating because you're used to the kind of like good average speed from the days before, the race action. Now it's really just grinding, trying to get to the top without losing too much. Here, Kate, you can see she's a bit stronger than Greta. She's trying to help as much as possible on those little sections here, just damaging or doing a bit of damage control as much as possible. But this is, grinding grinding, and they only started this climb.
Yeah, and it just helps a little bit to take a bit of pressure off your pedals when Kate gives her that push. Of course, she can't do that for all too long, otherwise she would also start struggling going up here. But it just helps Greta just to get a little bit of pressure off those pedals and find her rhythm again. And it just motivates as well to have your partner behind, have your partner supporting you. That just also helps mentally a lot.
Yeah, this pair have really done incredibly well. The stage win yesterday, second place all the other stages, and second place overall. And they seem to have gelled as a combination as well. They seem to get on well. They made a pledge to donate all their stage prize money to the foundations and charities involved here. So that is of benefit to Pump for Peace and a lot of others, which is wonderful, but an incredibly generous gesture from them.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, She Sends Foundation is the foundation that Kay Courtney started herself to bring more women on bikes. She supported a lot of charities in the US already, and now that they are here in South Africa, they wanted to support projects that are working especially here. The Kailita girls cycling, they are supporting, that are doing a lot for cycling for girls in the Kailita township close to Cape Town. And Pump for Peace Women, that's the project that I'm involved in, and we are supporting 2 riders from Lesotho, one of which has Olympic scholarship for the LA 28 Olympic Games.
Just going through the Marga Moschetti and Claudio Peretti through that checkpoint, and now
this is Katarzyna Szoszna here in her Lithuanian champion jersey, very distinct riding style with Georgia Market on her wheel.
On the left-hand side, just a look at the men, and they are on the final little bit of single-track trail that'll take them to the entrance to the Gantouw Pass. So that is what's on the menu for the men. And on the other side of the valley, as they get over the top, these women are making their way on the other side of the valley up the long drag to the neck.
So through the 70-kilometer mark for the women, we have already seen the Temus Maxon Sabi Sabi team passing through 9 minutes and 19 seconds. Behind them, the She Sends Foundation team of Kay Courtney's Greta Sewald. In third, through that checkpoint, is the Camp Champ Honeycomb team of Haley Preen and Haley Smith. 9 minutes and 55 seconds behind. Earlier, we just saw Masi ISB Sport with Monica Calderon, Tessa Cortacas. 14 minutes and 53 seconds behind the leaders through that checkpoint. And just now we saw Torparo of FSA Kenna with Katarzyna Szoszna and Georgia Market through the 70 kilometers. And just now we saw Sign to See, Efficient Infinity, the African, Absa African leaders jersey wearers, Samantha Saunders and Bianca Ho, passing there with 16 minutes and 18 seconds behind the leaders.
Apologies to the simtech.net followers. Moschetti and Peretti haven't gone through there yet. They are seeded to go through next. Now, Stefan, we're approaching the portage here. It looks pretty murky up there.
Yes, we are definitely in the cloud and in the rain. It is coming down quite a bit. And yeah, everybody's getting a little bit nervous and excited. Of course, everybody wants to join the running section first, try to make up time, maybe Wout with his long legs.
How's the temperature there, Stefan?
It is chilly. Yeah, I'd say like 11, 12 degrees. Feels like so like almost summer.
And the wind, it's usually quite windy over Gantouw Pass. Not too bad today.
Just lost Stefan on the Bulls Media e-bike. Oh, he's back, Stefan? No?
Yeah,
no,
I'm back. I'm back. Are you back?
No. Yeah, we're here. No wind?
Sorry,
wind?
yes. Yeah, no, it was windy in the approach, but it's quite okay now. So now we got to into the portage section, and it's, yeah, now my torture starts.
Yes.
We are looking forward to this.
Why are you enjoying this so much?
Now, Stefan, just to remind you that there are no helicopters in the air. We've got probably very little other coverage on the route. So you are our eyes on this race now. You are our man. So please, keep it tidy, okay?
Yes, obviously. But if I start riding, can they technically disqualify me?
Then I will be lining up next year, I can tell you that.
Just asking for a friend.
Yes. So you're watching them go down here, and obviously they've got lighter bikes, and some of them will be lifting those up and carrying them. The one or two who've done the XC racing, at least the cyclocross racing, will be enjoying this. But it is slippery, tricky, isn't it?
It is absolutely treacherous. Like going down these slick rocks, you could clearly see the marks from the wagon trail, or from the wagons going up here. And I have a lot of sympathy for the oxes pulling the wagons up here. They must have had a tough time as well. Bit of a congestion here. It's still open and wide, but
we see very well the yellow jerseys there, and
it's like ballet on carbon sole shoes.
Carbon sole shoes. There's the yellow jerseys going calmly down, never far from each other. The red jerseys are on the left here. You just catch a glimpse there of Beers and Nokia. They would have been down here before. They're trying to steal a march and looking as though they might just get ahead here. Yeah, this could be a critical moment in the race here as well. Everyone running, everyone taking a chance.
The yellow, yes, the yellow jersey has been in the pack, but they are pretty much together with the African jersey.
Yeah, we see Tristan there on the left, trying to squeeze past, but not quite successfully yet. It's very difficult to keep your balance.
No way to squeeze past.
Yeah. Martin Fry has decided he's going one way, and he's gone up the mountain.
Different line choices here.
And he ends up back where he was.
Yeah, not the successful adventure into the bushes.
Not the section you can make much time on, but it is slippery. You have to watch your ankles, I would say, and it becomes more narrow at the bottom. So here you just have to keep your cool and then stay with your partner. Once you're back on the bike, that's when you can find your rhythm again. But pushing too hard here on those rocks can be very dangerous.
We see the Norwegian champion moving up actually a little bit. He seems to have done some running in his preparation. I guess he's done some ski mountaineering possibly in the snow in Norway.
Those watching this from South Africa and who might have done this either in the Absa Cape Epic or the Wines to Wales, sometimes you come up here and it's 40, 42, 43 degrees. It can be bakingly hot going up here, particularly going up it. So these conditions in stark contrast to that, cold, wet, slippery, and focus is needed. All these riders totally focused on getting safely through here onto the base, and then they can back on their bikes and get across the valley.
Yeah, Stefan, definitely also you have done this before. Do you think it's changed a lot since you last ran down here?
No, I don't think so. The conditions are for sure different, but I must say it's the first time I'm running with a big pack. Normally it's just like a escape group or chase group, not as many riders as now. And I think it kind of slows down everyone a bit because they're in a big bunch, sort of.
Yeah,
normally I got dropped right at the beginning.
Who was the stronger runner, you or Carl?
That wasn't our best running.
Not your strong suit.
But
it's a small fraction of the day's race today. 800 meters of 134 kilometers down Gantouw Pass, the historic old wagon trail. It's a National Heritage Site, and therefore riders are not allowed to ride it. Every single rider, it's monitored at the top by marshals at the top, and they make sure that every rider gets off their bike and runs or walks down there. I think running is a tricky thing to do, but a vast majority will just walk down the trail, get down the bottom, and then they can get on their bikes. And you can see on our map how they will traverse across the Lourensford farmlands, the bowl, the Helderberg bowl, if you like, over the mountains up in the top of the picture. There's where Jonkershoek is, and that's where they'll be playing on the final day of the Absa Cape Epic on Sunday. This is, yeah, it's one you're not going to make any ground, but if you take risks and you get things wrong or you have a bit of bad luck, you could injure yourself and compromise your hopes of finishing. So it's just got to be taken carefully, cautiously, and watchfully, and you'll get down the other side and then finish. As Stefan's doing now. Yep. You're now just near the bottom, yep.
Go, go, go.
Oops. Oh, yeah.
Caught from behind.
Ah, there comes the Swiss mountain goat running down. Yeah, Mark Stutzman is not bad on his legs, for sure. Stefan, you can maybe confirm in Switzerland, if you do bike packing over the mountains, you certainly walk at some sections. So Mark is showcasing how it works.
That's skill.
Even at the World Championships, there you have to walk your bike.
Yeah, exactly. At last year's World Championship at the Grand Raid in Switzerland, there was about a 20-minute portage section, although not downhill at all. It was about 25 to 30% steep incline. Really, really tough.
These big boulders get in the way. You can get it wrong and you damage your derailleur, and that'll compromise your hopes.
Yeah, that's another thing. I actually remember Christoph Sauser at his World Championship in South Africa in 2014. There was a little portage section, and then he bumped his chainring on a rock and bent a tooth, and that actually ruined his chase for another World Champ jersey.
So it is back on the bikes. The portage is done, and they are back on their bikes on the trail and heading down towards Lourensford. Well done, Stefan. Good job.
Respect Stefan Sam, running like a gazelle, somebody said on YouTube.
And do we know, is he faster than Jesse?
More like a...
We'll have to...
More like a...
Well, Jessie didn't mention anything about carrying a backpack or anything. That wasn't an issue for her, and she's got all those.
No, because her backpack is so light, it only weighs 7 kilos.
Oh!
No. Apparently she got all your spares with. Come on, be honest with us.
No, that's what the crew tells us. I also have no idea.
Jessie Nixon was with the women's race when she went down there. In fact, she had to put a battery in, so she was on her own going down that pass. But now they're flying down these trails here. Lovely trails, lovely flowing riding here for you, Stefan.
Yeah, it's I like these conditions actually when it's getting slippery and line choice becomes a big factor. And
so yeah, interesting here. Sorry, interesting here. We actually have Mark Stutzman in front of Stefan, but David Valero is still not there. So Mark is just looking back to see if his partner also close by, wondering whether the Spanish could run just as fast down the track. And maybe just to repeat, many people ask on the YouTube channel why they were having to walk. It is a heritage site. It's a landmark that in honor of the voortrekkers, the pioneers that were going up here with the ox wagons in the past, the riders are honoring them by walking and not riding down there. So for everybody, it's a portage section.
Yeah, the same for everyone. As we now go to the leading women, and this is definitely not the climb up the neck. It looks like the descent off the top. They might have just topped out over the top of the neck, and this is the second team. She sends foundations. Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt closing in on the top of the neck. You know that where they are, don't you, Benno?
Yeah, they're not too far away anymore. The top is right there where those clouds are sitting. Those two ladies, they're already down on the other side. They are aiming towards feature number 3, Dornier Wine Farm. That's where they're going to go through. That's only 10 k's to the finish from there. Greta and Kate, they still have a couple of 100 meters of climbing ahead of them, and then also get into the descent on the other side, fast rolling, loose rocks sometimes as well, because it's not a section that you are allowed to ride. This section is only open during the time of the Absa Cape Epic, so a lot of people would like to, but they're not allowed to. Yeah, Greta and Kate, as you can see, grinding. They're almost there, and from there, not too much climbing anymore all the way to Stellenbosch.
Yeah, last year they came up here. Now it is Lil and Keller looking to continue their brilliant ride today and put the finishing touches to an extraordinary day of riding, where they attacked so early on, almost on the first climb, first 5 kilometers. They saw the opportunity and they snatched it, and away they went from Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney. And Servalt, who's done so much work and was pivotal in engineering their win yesterday in the stage, going ahead, getting ahead and maintaining that pace. And Kate did her job in ensuring that the orange jersey wouldn't get past her, and then catapulting across to join Servalt and take that stage win. They tried it a day earlier, perhaps rehearsed it the day earlier, a long way out, so it wasn't really going to work there, but they got it right yesterday. But it looks like this pair are heading for another stage win here. I say that advisedly because there's many a trail that could trip them up between here and Kritzenberg.
Yes, to all the people in Stellenbosch, get yourselves ready. These two women are not too far out anymore. Go ahead to Kritzenberg Stadium and welcome them home.
I'd say bring an umbrella because it is absolutely pouring here at the finish in Stellenbosch. So come equipped, bring your wet weather gear, and you will enjoy the spectacle of seeing our leading women for the very first time in the history of the Absa Cape Epic, being the first across the line here at the finish line of a stage, having started at Beaumont Wines, 90 kilometers away, and they have put in a real show here. Kate just looking out across and enjoying the view for a moment, but the task is to just get to the top of the neck here, and well, there we go. That's how you get up here, right up here, well equipped, and watch the riders come past.
Yeah, maybe just a word about developments over the years in the Absa Cape Epic for the women's race. We had in 2014 the first time when the prize money was on par with the men's. They then also changed the racing style with giving the women a separate start in 2016. The first time the women got their separate start, and where the race was separated. Also a non-drafting rule was implemented, so the categories are much more separated from each other, and that made a huge change. We saw many more sprint finishes, much more exciting racing, and this year for the first time the women are riding a shorter course in comparison to the last years where they always rode the same course as the men, and that again is just to make the women's racing that much more exciting, to watch, and hopefully also bringing more money into the sport. We are still not seeing enough money for the women to support them in racing professional. In fact, very few women who are racing this race in the elite category are actually full-time professionals.
Absolutely. Now, a reminder, by the way, if you're enjoying what you're watching and you tickles your fancy to come and give it a go, do so, because you have an opportunity as early as Monday to put your name in the hat and go into that opportunity to be part of this next year. It is a really, really huge achievement to finish the Absa Cape Epic. High demand, of course, so what you have to do is sign up and join the rite of passage at the entry waiting list, and then you'll receive a priority early bird access on the 23rd of March, straight after this race. and you can enter then. If you're not successful with that early bird window, they're a limited number, you'll automatically remain on the waiting list, allowing you to secure a starting place should additional entry opportunities become available. So don't miss out. It is to be done, the Absa Cape Epic.
This is now the very top of where they, yeah, that's the neck. From there onwards, they are going to see into the valley of Stellenbosch. They're not too far anymore. Lots of grinding up there. I'm sure they're looking forward for that horizon.
Flying down in this rain and the mud, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be quite careful in this descent. It was fairly steep down here, not that much anymore. There's also always this grass section in the middle, and you just got to be careful not to get your wheels caught on it and slip out possibly. But it's not a single track. It's a dual track here that they're going down, and here they actually reach the bottom now.
Safely down off that section now. They will hit some trails and they make their way towards Dornier Wine Estate, which for so many years has been a wonderfully hospitable water point and feed station on the route. And the weather's a bit grim, but there'll be people out there welcoming them in and cheering them on.
Also the wine estate where Christoph Sauser got married. I was there actually.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, to those maybe wondering why there's not more images from the helicopters, it's very difficult to fly in that weather, in the clouds on the mountain. That's why we also only had the image of the two e-bike riders over the Gantouw Pass section, because it was simply impossible to fly a helicopter there.
Yeah, and the signal also compromised by the weather and the mountains as well. So we're doing our absolute best, and I think you'll agree they've done an amazing job, our two chopper pilots. This is Andrew and cameraman Barrett following our leading women heading down towards Stellenbosch. It beckons up the road for the Thomas Max and Sabi team to put the finishing touches to this stage as Kate and Greta grind it out with Jesse Nixon in attendance. 4 hours of riding now. This is a stage to reckon with for sure.
Yeah, and it's not over yet. If you come down from the neck descent, there's still a little bit of work to do. The Montmarie trails, very beautiful trails, but yeah, not quite finished after this brutal climb here.
Especially with the empty lakes, like they're gonna empty the tank here now. And if you don't have the lakes, like the momentum is missing, and then even those last little climbs become so painful.
Yeah, the route director, Hendriko Berger, I mean, bearing in mind this is one of the longest, toughest stages they've had in recent memory here at the Absa Cape Epic, tried to get them as direct a route to Kutsenberg as possible, without going, there are a lot of trails going up and down, but try to get them there as direct as possible through Dornier, Montmarie, the bottom of Montmarie, and then Eden, and then on to the finish. So, news from the men's race going through the Idiom wine point is that Buff BH have gone through there. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, William Victoria, Canyon, Toyota Specialized are all together there. Then it's Nicola Taparel and Eskil Evans-Lee, clearly thriving in these conditions. Hans Becking and Toys Reiter in there. We saw them earlier. Simon Steepjan and Martin Fry and Clementizio Aubert. David Valero did catch up with Mark Stutzman. Then a bit of a gap back to the second group led by Marco Hubert, Travis Stredman of Toyota Specialized and Buco 2. And Poro and Martinez riding well for Clementizio Aubert 2. A minute and 4 seconds behind that lead group. That is at Idiom Wine Estate, which is on soon after they've gone down the Gantouw Pass and into the trail. So they've still got a good 38 Ks to go. So still a way across the valley, up over the neck and down. So that's where they are, the fourth water point or refreshment station.
Yeah, the main climb is still ahead of them, so fireworks are still to be expected. Don't walk away.
Now on, thankfully for them, a little bit of trail heading down towards Dornier Wine Estate. Waterford is there, and Stellenbosch as well, so they will look for that zone, that water point. What will they do there, Benno?
So that's the last water point, 10Ks to go. Not too much anymore. Maybe grab another bottle just to make sure. Again, we have to make sure that they take the nutrition for the recovery in the afternoon and so on. So again, even if it's just 10 kilometers to the finish, they will most likely grab another gel or another bottle and then hit towards the finish.
It's also just having actually a clean bottle to take is quite nice. Or everything is pretty dirty right now from all the mud spraying onto everything. And a little wrong turn there. Yeah, your sight is not great anymore. I mean, I'm quite convinced Candice will be wearing glasses. On the one side, you want to wear glasses so the mud doesn't spray in your eyes. It's yeah, she's got them on. So you want to have the glasses on that the mud is not spraying into your eyes, and obviously, yeah, you don't want to have sand in your eyes. But on the other side, these glasses are full of dirt, full of water. Your vision is very much impaired.
Through the tech zone.
Yeah, there they take the bottle. They don't actually get rid of the backpacks, which is quite surprising. Probably they aren't bothered by them. They are so light and comfortable.
Only Alessandra take a bottle there? Or did they both take?
I think I just saw one taking a bottle, yeah.
Now they'll tuck down on the left, a little drag down through towards the Montmarie trails. Look at the lovely facilities there at Dornier Wine Estate. Get along there if you're in the vicinity. Yes, it is a bit rainy, but get out and support these riders. They've done unbelievably well. Getting to the 6th day of this race, a brutally hard stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic, the driveway leading to Dornier, or out of Dornier now.
Maybe just a word on the feeding strategy as well. What a lot of people don't think about is actually there's quite a bit of planning going into, you know, how much you carry with you from one point to the next. So you really do try and have as little water as possible with you to not carry extra weight with you around. So you really try and time it exactly to the point how much you will drink from, let's say, start to water point 1 and then to the next water point. So you don't just carry around too much water, because that's all weight that you need to carry around.
Now they're heading up in towards Montbury, but a little still on Dornier, a little bit of trail, and then they'll get across the bridge and then head to Challenor, and they do a little section through the lemon orchard. Wonderful little link between Dornier and Montbury. Again, these landowners have been remarkable, so generous to allow these races to come through here. And of course, this is all part of a greater network of trails that spread all over the Western Cape and Boland area. And you can buy yourselves permits for a year or for a region. And the reason that they do, you have these, that you pay a fee so they can build the bridges to get across the rivers and little ravines, and also maintain these trails, and that's an absolutely vital aspect. Stellenbosch Trail Fund, Winelands Cycling Club, all vital components to making mountain biking such a thriving activity in these parts.
Yeah, Alessandra has been coming out to Stellenbosch for training, preparing her cross-country seasons in the past many times. Last year she came to Stellenbosch very much out of a comeback. She needed to do surgery on her knee, basically end of 2024, going into the 2025 season last year, and she still came back. She obviously needed to take quite a bit of time off the bike after that surgery and resting her knee, getting back, worked with a lot of physios on that, and incredibly actually had such a fantastic season again. So but yeah, that's just her, such an absolute true professional, making sure everything is timed right with the surgery to affect the season as little as possible, to then still be able to have a successful season, which she did last year in 2025.
Absolutely, won the XCC World Championships, and they're cutting now through beautiful Challenor, the citrus orchards. You will drink much of their product in various forms. They come from this very farm, so Harry Challenor and their team, thank you very much for allowing them to traverse through here. The riders will be coming through here for many hours, and those who ride the trails around Stellenbosch will know these well. Often ridden in the other direction, though, over those bridges. Carefully done. Most of them secure, though, with most of them with little chicken wire on them to prevent slipping in these wet conditions.
Yeah, it's not too often that they actually get wet. Of course, now it's the start of the rainy season here, but it has been very, very dry over the last couple of months. A bit of rain always good for the trails, for the dams as well. At this stage, probably the dams are the lowest they have been for a good while again. Yeah, it's all through the wine farms. Pretty much all back to Stellenbosch. There's no more open roads. It's all single track.
Yeah, this is Montmarie, and already we're just starting to see a few spectators coming out at Montmarie. Perhaps had breakfast there, and they've got a lovely restaurant, obviously a wine estate and a cellar as well. So they are now riding up the trail, and they will link across through. Eventually, they'll get through some forest, through Eden. And then it's beckoning Kutzenberg and the finish of stage 5 of the Absa Cape Epic.
Touch wood, we haven't seen much mechanicals today, but I just got a message from my support team that's supporting Pump for Peace out there, and actually the mechanics had a mechanical today.
No.
Needed to fix a wheel. So it also happens to the staff out there.
Yes. A vehicle wheel.
A vehicle wheel.
Yes.
On the car.
Oh, shame.
It happens, as you were talking about. I mean, it's tough enough for the riders, you soigneurs and supporters, getting up and down and making sure you're at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, a little test if they are actually skilled enough to fix their own wheels as well.
Flying down through the vineyards and orchards. Jesse was doing just that, but occasionally the signal does break up. As say, we apologize when it happens. It's not something we can control, and it's not done out of any intent. It's just the nature of where they ride and the conditions that are prevailing today. It's not easy.
Looks like Kate Courtney.
Kate, yeah.
Can't see much of the rainbow stripes anymore, but looks like her. Looks like Greyton is ahead again.
Yeah, Greta just flying down the trails. She definitely relishes on the descents here after that very tough climb going up the neck. It's such a pleasure to actually have a descent where you can just recover a little bit.
Yeah, there are a few little kickers, but essentially the big climbing, as Ben said, is done. You will hug the side of Stellenbosch Mountain, and they'll go up on the highest trail above Eden. But yeah, just little kickers, but this is just about, they are closing in on that water point at Dornier. And the leaders are well clear, so there's no question that the Thomas Max and Sabi team are heading towards a race victory again here on the stage. Here they are out of Montmarie, as I said, just one of those little kickers dragging up away from the wine through the vineyards. A little right turn and a left. And meanwhile, on the tar, what a relief for Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt closing in on the Dornier water point.
Oh, it always feels so good to hit a section of tar where your legs are just spinning and actually you feel a bit of speed. You hardly ever travel on that speed in this race. There's always so much rolling resistance with the rugged terrain that the Cape Epic offers. But when you hit that section of tar, it's just like it feels like a holiday.
We all love to ride on the rough roads and the trails, because that's what we do mountain biking for. But my word, when we hit that tar, it's so lovely.
Yes, especially today, where just the mud and the wet just makes it even slower to roll, and the muddy tires just are heavier. Everything feels kind of slowed down even more. It was always funny when Annika Langvalde, who was very much a cross-country specialist but came here to do the Epic and win it 6 times already, she always said, oh, it feels like a snail. It always feels like slow motion riding the Cape Epic in comparison to a cross-country World Cup.
She was anything but. Now they're on the sort of shooting range trail that takes them across to Eden and the forests, and they will know, both of these riders, exactly where they are and exactly how far they've got to go. And they will be starting to think that they have this stage in their hands, not quite gripping it totally yet, because they also know how dangerous it can be. There is a big gap, though, back to the She Sends Foundation, who have yet to pass through that timing point at Dornier. And this pair are well up the trail, so long way clear. Candice Lill leading out Alessandra Keller. Beautiful style of Candice Lill, bronze medalist at the Junior World Championships in Australia. My memory says, if I say 2008, is that long ago?
Yeah, somewhere there.
Yeah. So that in a way became, I mean, it's an incredible achievement, but it became a little bit of an albatross in the way she then progressed on the sport. There was much expectation, and as Ariane alluded to, she went through some tough times of finding where she belonged and what part of the sport she belonged in. And then, so if you want to ride full-time in South Africa, you have to ride marathons. And yet she had this brilliance as a cross-country rider. Here they go through the checkpoint, so we should soon get a time check on She Sends Foundation, who are chasing the Thomas Max and Sabi. I say chasing euphemistically because they're not going to catch them before the finish unless something untoward happens to this pair of Lill and Keller.
Yeah, we should get the split times very soon. They just got through there, depending a little bit on where the timing mat is. But can only be a couple of seconds before we get an update on how much time the She Sends team lost now on that climb. It has been 9 minutes at the bottom of that climb at the time. And now, again, we're just waiting to get the confirmation about what it is.
If you're in De Boert, if you're in Uni Park, if you're in wherever you are in Stellenbosch, come along and see us at the finish here. It's not raining here anymore, so come and see us here. Thomas Max and Sabi. And we just have news now. They pass through She Sends Foundation, 9 minutes and 43 seconds is the gap as they're on the trail now. So Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt, or one thing they have done, Kemchamp Honeycomb and Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith are going to be in third place on the stage at the moment, because they had the last checkpoint over 5 minutes on Amasi ICB Sport at the Lourensford Water Point. But it's been a day of consolidation for Candice Lill, for the pair of Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt, because they put in some huge effort yesterday and the day before, earned the race win yesterday, and today just perhaps Servalt feeling the efforts of the last few days and just easing back. And I tell you what, Kemchamp Honeycomb, 11:30 through there, so less than 2 minutes between the two. They've got to be wary that Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith are closing in on them maybe, and that they may be able to put in a surge over this last section and try and close the gap, put a bit of pressure on She Sends Foundation.
No, definitely, because they now do got the splits. They know that they're only 2 minutes behind the She Sends Foundation team, where Kate and Greta did not get the split from what the gap behind is. So that's a bit of an advantage to Hayley and Hayley. It is 10 kilometers to go still, so if they get that split, if they get motivated, and anything can happen still.
Olive Orchards on the right-hand side through Challenor, they go. Meanwhile, up the road is Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller in that familiar style of Alessandra Keller, head swaying. It doesn't mean anything. It means that she's really strong. She shows the signs. You think, oh, she's really suffering, but that is her style. That's the way she rides as they head towards Eden and the forests.
Yeah, they're really not far away anymore from the finish, probably less than 5 kilometers by now. There's a couple of nice, iconic single trails still coming up. I think they are coming down G-Spot today.
No, I think not. I think they might be going down Gum Up, which is the trail that they'll get to know later in the week from the other direction.
Okay.
But I think they're heading down there. I think they're sticking on the top line of the blue gums and then they're heading down the gum up there. The G spot will come into play on the final day, I think it is.
Okay.
So this is the transition road, fire road across to the middle part of the Eden Forest. Hello, Stellenbosch. Welcome. Lovely to see the supporters here out in the rain. That's what we like to see. Welcoming Candice Hill and Alessandra Keller. Very, very cool. They know now. They are close to home. Trails stream down here. A number of different lines you can enjoy riding through here, but they're taking, as Enrico Berger, the route director, said, this is an incredibly long and hard stage. So there are certain sections, they'll get to ride some of these later in the day, but there are certain sections that you want to get straight there. So here we go. This is back with the men's race, and Sam Gaze, and is that Samuel Poro maybe? So this is the men's race, and Gaze on his own, and they are on the floor of Lourensford Valley at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Luca Schwarzbauer and Sam Gaze, stage winners yesterday. Just trying to make out who this might be. His number is twisted on the back there.
The South African flag on the sleeve.
Oh, it might be. I tell you who I think this is. Might be Daniel van der Walt.
Yes.
Could be from Computer Mania.
Could be, yeah.
He might have gone up the road. It might well be, but it might not be as well. No, it could. I don't think it can, because he wasn't in this group. So they're not too worried, the group behind. Let's see where Luca Schwarzbauer is in there. There he is. So Schwarzbauer is sitting behind Travis Stedman, who is behind Matt Beers. The yellow jersey's there, the red jersey's there. Everyone is in there. So Marco Hubert is there, the support for Matt Beers. They're all there waiting to pounce should they need to put hands on deck. Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman. They know they're building ahead of that long drag up the mountain that's still awaiting them. A key moment perhaps of this race is that, as we saw yesterday, the UFO climb proved to be pivotal to the day's proceedings, and today the neck climb up the neck, and this bunch still quite big.
Yeah, quite surprising that the bunch is still almost 10 teams or more at this stage. They have 20 kilometers to go still, somewhere there. Not too far out anymore, but like you mentioned, that big steep climb is still coming up at them.
One team that we haven't seen in the front of the race much has been the Eskil Evanson Lee and Nicola Taffarel team of Metallurgica Veneta MTB. We're surmising that could well be Nicola Taffarel up there. It is indeed. It is with Sam Gaze up the road. Detective Inspector Luty has done the job. This is our second women's team, and it's Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt en route towards the finish. Off the paving and onto more of these trails, and they will turn onto what we call in this part the shooting range trail that weaves up. We've seen the leaders already out the top and into Eden Forest, and that tells you how far ahead they are. On the road above the waterworks goes Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Horrible little steep kicker, this, isn't it?
That one is super steep here.
You get no perspective from the helicopter.
No, but this one is annoyingly steep here. But yeah, they're just making it look easy, just as easy as the camera makes it look.
So this tells us that they won't be going on that top trail above, right at the very top. They'll stay on this road and head towards the finish, which is now just up the road. They are so close. Third ladies team, and this is Chem Champ, yeah, Haley Preen and Haley Smith on the front, the Canadian, and Haley Preen following her wheel as they will turn right out of Montbury and then head towards that shooting range. So they are still, that gap between the two is around 2 minutes. She sends Foundation and Kim Champ Honeycomb.
Yeah, but interestingly, we had a change actually from 4th to 5th place. It's now Masi ISB Sport with Monica Calderon and Tessa Cortecas in 4th position with 13 minutes, 30 seconds behind the leaders. And then just about a minute, a bit less than a minute behind them, the Torparo FSA Kenyan team with Katarzyna Shoshna and Georgia Marke.
Back up the road, and this is Candice Lill and Alessandra Chiella. There is the entrance to the famed and fabled G-spot. Everyone's told their breath, go down there. No, your time will come. There are the arrows. You will get to ride it, and we'll get to see them go down there. Don't you worry.
I think today they are happy just to shoot past and go as straight as possible to the finish.
I get to see where they're going up. They'll cut across to the Gum Up Trail, which is just bridging across ahead of them now. And they are virtually into the Kutzenberg forest, and the finish is beckoning for Alessandra Keller, who's now into those pedals, powering away. Another stage victory, and with it, little indication she's going into this trail. Yes, they will transition through a short little trail and then down the final bit of single track and into the finish at Kutzenberg.
Always interesting. Alessandra would never wear gloves. She doesn't like it. Always with bare hands on the handlebar, even if it's as slippery as today.
You wore gloves?
I was always wearing gloves. I just felt so much safer. I felt naked if I wouldn't have gloves on my hands. And it's kind of a sun protector as well. Here in South Africa, the sun is so strong. I actually had a Norwegian friend visiting me once in Stellenbosch. He took his gloves off mid-ride, and he got blisters on his skin from the intensity of the sun.
Totally exposed and straight up to the sun all the time. In through the blue gums, and this is the trail that, well, it's known as Gum Up because they will ride up it, but they will also go down it. Yes, this is on the left, Nicolas Taffarel and Sam Gaze. Taffarel, well, he's gone and sent a balloon up looking over his shoulder, because his partner is Eskil Evensen Lee, the Norwegian champion, and he's got Sam Gaze with him, and they're looking back down the road. Gaze is a little bit concerned. They don't want to get 2 minutes up the road now and find themselves with a time penalty.
No, there's a timing mat coming up just at the bottom of that climb. Doesn't make any sense to pull away too far now, and Sam saw that. The main bunch still not to be seen yet, and that makes him a little bit concerned.
Yeah, definitely better to let off a bit to make sure you're within sight of your partner. Also, just in case something happens to Luca, you definitely don't want to be in that position where you were just off up the road and not there to help.
Yeah, you can see Sam just sort of out of this. He's not full in. He's not going all in here. He keeps looking back just to make sure that they are not too far up the road, and maybe he's saying to him, listen, what do you think? What's the plan here?
Question is if the Italian and New Zealand English, they kind of understand each other. I always struggle to actually understand the English of Sam Gaze a bit with his very thick accent.
Here is the rest of the bunch. And there's a degree of urgency, judging by how strung out it is, that's for sure. So
it seems to be not Matt Beers in the front this time. Could well be a KTM rider, possibly.
We've seen Simon Stipjan at the front doing a lot of efforts. Wout Alleman. Wouldn't be surprising if Wout Alleman was there. We know he's enjoyed being there. As we look on the right-hand side and we see our race leaders in the women's race dropping down now. Candice Lill and her partner Alessandra Keller closing in on the finish. This is the dam at Stellenbosch University. They're onto the Kutzenberg grounds now. This will be familiar to Keller from a World Cup. They're on the banks of the dam. It didn't look like this then. It's been rehabilitated this then. Just the other side of those stone pines is the finish here. The race village is awaiting the winners of stage number 5 in the Absa Cape Epic. It is the race leaders as well. It is South Africa's Candice Lill. She looks across there. She'll be feeling a great deal of relief and satisfaction at a job excellently done here. She and Alessandra Keller, they grabbed the race very early on that first climb. An opportunity presented itself and they leapt at it, and they've surged down and they've put in a powerhouse performance.
Outstanding performance today. How they started off so quickly and from there on just gained time over time, and here they are, so close to the finish.
We'll see later riders maybe getting this wrong, but this you don't want to get wrong. This clay is a little bit slippery, a little bit greasy, and a few logs across the road, just making sure, no problem at all for these superstar riders. Keller on the front here, and Candice Lill. The race finish is but meters away, and with this dominant ride, surely they have put a huge big marker in the sand as winners, potential winners of the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Two very technical, tricky stages to come. Notwithstanding, they have not put a foot wrong throughout this week, and they are really worthy winners so far, or leaders of this race. Swinging off and down, they'll drop down onto the lawns, and very soon they'll be onto the grass of the Kutsenberg playing fields. Here they come, emerging from the forest, and it'll be smiles soon through those muddy faces, because it is Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill who will win a 5th stage of the Absa Cape Epic. They've queens of the Queen stage. They roll into Stellenbosch and take the victory, and with it consolidate their hold on those orange leaders jerseys. What a ride by these two superstars.
Absolutely incredible riding by Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller.
That's the satisfaction. A job well done. They set out to nail down this race, and today they've done that.
Yeah, mountains they've crossed, and mountains must be falling off their shoulders today.
Okay.
Such a relief to put in such a gap into their competition on today's Queen stage.
Coming over here, go.
Well, there's
Yeah, I
husband
want
Darren.
to get just a headshot of both of
He'd
them.
be delighted. A job well done. Very impressive performance by Candice and Alessandra.
Yeah, big smiles also on the supporters' faces. Darren Lill, the husband of Candice, and such a great support of his wife Candice here. Much delight of the team, of course, as well. They put so much effort into this.
4.5 hours of racing today for these elite women. What a job by Lill. Clinical they were, seized the opportunity. It presented itself on that first little climb. Greta Servald stopped for no more than perhaps 15 seconds, 20 seconds, as Kate Courtney removed something from her drivetrain, and bang, off they went, and never to be seen again.
No, they definitely had a good plan coming into this, and then, yeah, with that small little mistake, they saw their opportunity, and from there on, there's no holding back anymore.
Well, down at the finish, our elated stage winners and leaders are with Max Clear.
Candice, Alessandra, Queen stage, done and dusted. Welcome to Stellenbosch.
It's very nice to be here. It was quite a day out there on a day that was already going to be hard because of the profile and terrain and everything, and then we had all the rain and mud, and I mean, look at us. What a day.
An early move from you guys. We know that Greta troubled with something on the bike. Weren't sure what it was, but that was enough to just break the elastic. And then it seemed like coming towards the end, down the pass, over the neck, you guys found a good rhythm all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I think from the beginning, mine and Alessandra's focus has been to just focus on each other and get the best out of each other and ride as a unit. And yeah, I think today we sensed that it was time to go quite early on, and yeah, we just focused on keeping our own pace all the way to the line.
Alessandra, your very first Queen stage at the Absa Cape Epic, did it live up to expectation for you? Was it a proper stage for you today?
Yeah, it was proper. I mean, yeah, I guess it was even harder than expected. The rain, and you know, also from the beginning they tried to like make the pressure, but then there was, yeah, we were just focusing on ourselves, and I think, you know, we are a team, so you always have to focus on the weaker link, and that's what we did, and that's how you win.
How was your first experience portaging down the Gantouw Pass?
Well, it was brutal, eh? I mean, you know, I was like, are we? I actually asked Candice, are we on the right way? Because there was nothing, and then there was also fog, and then also down Lourensford. I was like, cool. But yeah, I mean, it's hard, huh? They always say it's the hardest race, so I guess, yeah, it was proper.
Candice, for the first time ever, you got down the Gantouw Pass ahead of the men.
Yeah, I think this day was so super special to win because, yeah, for the first time ever, the women's race is finishing ahead of the men. And yeah, we had crazy supporters out there, especially coming into Stellenbosch. And yeah, I hope that it just brings more media and more people to follow the women's race.
Expectations now, we get quite a bit of time to relax. You get a longer rest time, a longer recovery time. And tomorrow we go again, 2 big days in and around Stellenbosch.
Yeah, I mean, we have a nice gap today, but listen, I know better than anybody what can happen on the last day or the second to last day of Cape Epic. So yeah, it's never over till it's over, and we just keep fighting, but we have fun on the bike and work together.
An incredible day. Well done.
Thank
you. Stage winners and race leaders, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Delighted, relieved you feel there from Candice.
Have you made out who is the weaker link?
Yeah, it's interesting that, yeah.
I didn't quite see one.
Yeah, exactly. There doesn't seem to be a weak link there, as Alessandra is saying, but right to the weakest link, no weak link. Now, just dropping now into the gum up or gum down trail in this case is Greta Servalt and Candice, at least Kate Courtney. This will bring Greta some smiles. She's had a tough day, clearly. The climbs really took a toll on her, but a nice little flow down these trails to take her towards the finish of stage number 5, and they will finish in number 2 position again, second overall, and the consolidation of the overall lead for the leaders Candice and Alessandra today.
Yeah, they are very much aware of the strength of the leaders, Alessandra Keller and Candice Lill. You know, they are doing their best, but you know, if there's a stronger team in this race today, it very much exposes that, of course. So yeah, still absolute great ride of those two. Coming here second ahead of all these other strong women is by no means anything to be disappointed about.
Lying down gum up on the left-hand side, you see the old trail there. That was something scary. This one a much more flowing, smooth ride, and they will come through the forest in Kutzenberg here. Very shortly they will emerge out towards the finish and get the relief of completing the Queen stage here, which has lived up, I think Alessandra said it there, she's lived up to expectation. This race is proper. It's now she understands why everyone talks about it as such a hard race.
Yeah, one often says, you know, the Cape Epic only really starts with stage 5, so it has properly started today. You know, you always think, oh, it's just 2 days to go, but I can tell you stage 6 is a beast. Stage 6 is just mentally so hard. You think like, okay, I've got Queen stage done, you know, the big one is ticked off. But stage 6 is just such a terrible day, especially after such a hard day. You know, your body is just so fatigued. I was speaking to Faranak as well, her first Cape Epic, and she just said, look, it's crazy how tired one can actually be. And it's completely new to her, and so it is for Alessandra, so it is for Greta, who hasn't done this Cape Epic before. You know, it's something to really get your mind around, just with how tired of a body you still riding here.
They're riding down the fire road, and then they'll drop across the old World Cup cross-country course, and then drop down onto the dam wall, Greta Servalt and Kate Courtney. She sends, and they have sent it throughout this week. They have brought much joy and encouragement to the sport and to women who race and who ride, not necessarily race. You don't have to race, you just need to ride.
No, exactly. Like our Swanir Iman Kagumba from Kenya says, let us just ride our bikes freely. We just love it, and she's exactly the reason why Kate and Greta are donating their money to the Pump for Peace Women project, as well as another project from the area in Khayelitsha, because girls, they also just want to ride their bikes and they don't get the opportunity enough, especially here in South Africa in certain communities.
And for the women, don't get the opportunity enough to finish first or early on the stage. And this is that day for the elite women, having started 15 minutes ahead of the men at Beaumont, and they get the privilege, the opportunity, and the honor of riding on to Kutsenberg first today. And we've already seen our stage winners in, and now Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt of She Sends Foundation are about to complete the trail and then ride onto these lovely lawns of Kutsenberg at the University of Stellenbosch playing fields and complete a torrid day, a tough day, but they've come through it well. They've not had, apart from that one little, seemingly one little mechanical issue, it looked very, very minor early on. It's been a very, very solid day. Suffering is part of the Absa Cape Epic. That's what it's about. You do suffer. You sign up when you enter. But look at the smile on the face of Kate Courtney. Greta Servalt will have to work on that because it's been a tough day. There it is. Wonderful sight of She Sends Foundation. Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt. Second once again. They won the stage yesterday, but second on the Queen stage. And they are second overall. 9 minutes and 28 seconds. So that gap never really changed from almost Lourensford to here. But wonderful scenes.
And there is her mom, and I think her mom, she's also very much involved in the She Sends Foundation. Beautiful, obviously, to give a muddy hug to mom at the finish line.
Smiles all round for Kate Courtney. Greta Servalt apologizing because she's full of mud. Never mind, you've just finished second on the stage. Well done. And here comes the third team. And this is Haley Squared, Haley Smith and Haley Preen. My word, they've stuck on well. This is a really impressive ride from Chemchamp Honeycomb. Haley Preen's in some good form, and Haley Smith, well, she said she was the nail. She's come from North America. Haley Preen she's done a lot of racing this season already, so she's in really good form. And Haley Smith is right there with an excellent ride by the Chemchamp Honeycomb, nailing down their third place on general classification, it seems.
Yeah, Haley Smith, very much a climber. She definitely must have enjoyed the change of terrain, also a little bit smoother than the previous terrain in Montague and Greyton. That was very rocky and rough, which didn't quite suit her that much, but very strong performance. Unfortunately, the team of Buff BH, Efficient Affinity with Rosa van Doorn, crashing out yesterday, who were riding in third beforehand, out of this race. But here they are, Haley Smith in front, the Canadian marathon champion, and Haley Preen, the South African, on her wheel, coming into the finish here in Stellenbosch.
Wonderful sight. Third place, another place on the podium. It'll be a great satisfaction to Chemchamp Honeycomb, Haley Preen on the left and Haley Smith on the right in the Canadian colours. And well done. Third on the day, third on the general classification, and an impressive ride by that pair. Not far behind second place, She Sends Foundation, who are chatting to Max now.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We want Greta to talk. What's the Italian version? Greta and Katie, a crazy day today. Greta, take us through early. What actually happened? There was something's happened to her bike. What's going on? Tell us exactly what happened.
So, at the beginning, at the start, we went into the first single trail and I got a stick in my bike. Couldn't shift anymore, so I lost, like in the first climb already, the leading group. Because of my shifting, it wasn't working anymore because of the stick. So I tried to get it out, pedaled backwards, tried everything, and then half of the climb it went out. I could shift again, but they were away, and they also went really, really fast because they saw me that I had already a gap. And then we tried to close. She waited for me, Kate waited for me, and then we tried to close together with the two Haleys. But yeah, Candice and Alessandra, they were just the strongest today. Maybe Kate could go with them for sure because she was pushing me the whole climb. Kate was my fucking hero. Sorry. Kate was my hero today.
Katie, take us through today. Obviously, a queen stage for the ages. And take us through your portaging skills today.
Yeah, man, that was an epic day. The race is living up to its name, and I will say we were a little happier yesterday, but I think we're more proud today because you're proud of the hard stuff, and today was super hard. Yeah, as Greta said, we went full gas at the beginning. I think today was the day that GC was going to be like really decided, and yeah, we tried to control the race, and yeah, they were just stronger, and they really earned it, and what a day to earn it on. Obviously there's 2 days of racing left, but gaps are big now, and we're just super happy to be able to like hold on to second place on the day and in the overall, and work together really, really well, stay positive, be each other's best teammates and friends out there, and get over the line on what was a super challenging day.
Take us through the effect of losing a strong women's team at the sharp end of the field. Rissa out today with Vera. How does that change your tactics? Because as you said,
it's a good reminder that, you know, nothing is decided, everything is possible in Epic, and you have to just be really, really on it and super careful on the descents, smart and focused every second of this race. Would have been fun to have another team to work with out there.
Tell me, first time ever that our women have arrived first on the Absa Cape Epic. Did you notice that on the trails today? Because you guys were hitting that single track, I mean, only 2 sets of wheels ahead of you for the first time. How much of a difference does that make technically for you and with just the experience on the route?
Yeah, I just think it was super cool. Obviously, coming into Stellenbosch, it's one of the places that we expect to see the biggest crowds. My mom was here, so that was also good motivation for me to get here, was a hug and some dinner tonight from her. So that'll rejuvenate the spirits for tomorrow. But yeah, it's really special. I really appreciate all that Epic is doing to elevate the women's field. The shorter stages have created really dynamic racing, and like playing around with having us finish first, like it's just really cool to see.
Time to get warm, have a shower, and focus on tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Let's go congratulate the ladies.
And words from Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt at the finish of the Absa Cape Epic. And this is a group, the lead group in the men's race, and interesting, Mark Stutzman and David Valero having had seemingly difficult times, but they have got it together now on this climb to the neck. They're with the yellow jerseys and the second place team in the red of the Absa African leaders, Beers and Nokia. And this is a very select group. We'd seen earlier Nicola Taffarel and Sam Gaze riding independently up the road. And this is Sam Gaze, I think. He's either yo-yoing and waiting for his teammate to come up the road, I'm not sure. But that group up front there seems to have opened a gap on this climb. It's proving to be decisive here, Benno.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, Sam Gates was at the front, at the bottom of the climb, but then Luca Schwarzbauer was not on side. He did have to wait. You don't want to get into the climb too quick, too early, and especially because of the timing mat there at the bottom, it would have been obvious if they are separated by more than 2 minutes. Looks like Lucas Schwarzbauer is coming up here to Sam Gaze, if that is Sam Gaze.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yes, definitely it is. And then once they join, maybe they try to get back onto that front leading group. We're not sure how big the gap is. It's about, on the timing map, it was about 25 seconds. Doesn't seem too much, but actually more. Actually more like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
but they are right there at the top. But it looks like Luca is struggling a little bit to keep the pace.
Yeah, what a recovery of the Klimatita Orbea team, and especially Mark Stutzmann. The Swiss definitely likes the climbs a bit, and yeah, they're obviously very motivated now to put time into the Canadian team that's claimed third place from them, to possibly move back up into that position on GC.
Well, the one thing is very evident is that there's not much that is getting between the top two teams here, and the Luca Braido Simone Avendetto pair from Willia Vittoria are just looking so strong.
So strong, like yeah, with that attack early on in the race, Matthias and Tristan, they really tried to make a difference on this very long stage. but those two boys, they just have been holding it together, being ready, chasing up again, and now, yeah, it's not too far to the finish anymore. The most of the big effort is over once they cross the neck here, but outstanding performance. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the general classification at the moment, the Beers-Norkier combination needed to claw back time here. 1 minute and 37 seconds was the deficit. And at this stage of the stage, they're getting up to the top of the big climb of the day, and they are still with the yellow jerseys. The yellow jerseys will be feeling very, very satisfied about the job they've done today, because they haven't, as try as we might, we saw them earlier, they haven't been able to get away. Have Beers and Norkier, and Braido and Avandetto have just marked them, and they've been very, very impressive. So, yeah, how do you claw back 1 minute and 37 seconds? Wout Alleman, Martin Stosek going through there, and Taffarel and Doragoni. So, at least his partner. So they are going to have to find some way in the next 2 days on these trails, somewhere, somehow, to claw back time on much shorter, more technical trails against two out-and-out superstars of cross-country racing. Whew,
but
big task.
Today it's very much down to the legs.
Yeah.
You know, if you have it, you take it, you go for it. If you don't, you just try to limit your losses. Obviously, they're going as hard as they can. It's at the moment David Valero at the front there, pushing the pace to get time into third place, to possibly climb back up into third place on the general classification. So they are making the pace currently here, and none of the two jersey wearers, the yellow jersey wearers and the red jersey wearers, are actually in the position of pushing the pace harder.
Between here and the finish, Benno, any slight opportunity, what do you think?
It's going to be very hard. Like the single track that comes up, it seems like it was quite slippery for the woman. Again, there's a slight chance that some of those riders at the front will catch up to some of the back markers of the women elite field. Not that that will change very much. I don't think so. They are so quick, so much faster, that it just takes a second or two to pass if they have to. But yeah, it's going more and more into the cross-country terrain. The fast-rolling sections towards the end, the last little bit on the cross-country World Cup course there in Kutzenberg. But again, they just want to ride safe. It's all down to the overall third position now. They want to make more time on Sam Gates and Lukas Schwarzbauer, and that's what they're doing right now. I don't think there's any attacks going to be launched by the jersey leaders.
It remains to be seen at this stage. They are just following the pace of the Klimatica Orbea team.
Oh, well, they've recovered, haven't they?
Yeah, it's great to see that. But is the Canyon team able to make back that time, or are they going to lose the third position on GC?
We saw them put in a remarkable chase back yesterday, and we can see them there just coming to the other side of the helicopter there, Sam Gaze and Lukas Schwarzbauer. They really had to work yesterday in order to get back to the front after they were off the back, they had punctures, then they got caught behind the crash of Wout Alleman, and yet they winched their way back up to the lead group and then won the sprint finish over Avandetto and Braido. So they have got resilience, they've got strength. It's all about Lukas Schwarzbauer here, because he seems to be the slightly weak of the two, and it's how Sam Gaze manages that and brings him back.
At the bottom of the hill, it was only 12 seconds that divides them between third and fourth, and that is actually why they're pushing so hard. They know that the third place overall is on the table today, and now it's all about like trying to keep that gap as little as possible.
Whew, murky conditions up there, very, very murky. And we'll bring you once the image is clear as much as we possibly can.
What do you think is the gradient of the climb, Benno?
Oh, it's a fire road, so it's steep, but not too steep. I would say somewhere like 15%, somewhere there.
Yeah, it's still fairly good riding, not pushing all too hard, and it stays fairly gradual all the way up. But it definitely tires out the legs, not only because of the gradient, also today with the slightly more muddy and wet conditions, the resistance is just bigger.
Oh, this road winds its way up. I'm not sure that in your time you went up and over the neck in those Cape Epics, did you?
We came down this side, we went up the other side, which is quite steep.
Yes, yes, very steep, yeah.
That side is steeper.
Here we go. Beers, Nokia, Avadetto and Brido, and that still shot may well tell you that just ahead of them were the Climatizio Bear team.
And there's already somebody in the downhill. That would be...
This could be Taffarel. I think that is Nicola Taffarel, who's on his own mission today, it seems. Maybe not. Seeing where they are going over the top there. Unless, yeah, we didn't see any other team.
It's actually a team.
Yeah,
I saw they are together.
So there is a team ahead of Bolero. There's the next motorbike coming, but yeah, there must be one team ahead. One team got away.
Question is who?
Yeah, question is who. As we look down through the list and that, just trying to link up the colours with the team. It wasn't Singer for sure. Taffarel, it wasn't them because the Norwegian flag, the colours were not there. Becking and Reuter maybe? Didn't look like them, but anyway.
Seems like a decent gap too, huh?
Yeah, it did. So we'll wait the emergence at the top there as the helicopter's gone over the top, and that's where we are with Stellenbosch down in the foreground, down bottom right. That is the finish. And as you saw from the women, once you get down over here off that road, it is very, very fast indeed. Could be a women's team. Thank you, Benno. You're spot on. Absolutely. We've talked about that.
Yep.
And it is, no doubt, a women's team up there. Just
not used to having women in the mix up there. Yes, we got to get used to that first.
Yeah, thanks, Benno. It could be that ASAP team there, one of those women at the back of the elite field making their way towards the finish.
Yeah, it very much seems that the two jersey-wearing teams, the Villiers Vittoria team and the Toyota Specialist Imbuka team, are the ones in the leading group together with the Climatizio Obea team.
Oh, we get back our live pictures. Yeah, there's Climatizio Obea and the yellow jerseys and the red jersey. Beers is making sure he stays behind Tristan Nokia here, making sure he stays with the yellow jersey as long as possible here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gap there, but I guess it's just, no, it's nothing. He's not stretched out at all.
Now, off they go. Stefan Son comes surging onto the back wheel of Matt Beers, and they can head down the descent there. Hands off the bars, put the glasses on to the two Italians, just cool and calm as you like.
Amazing.
Don't try that at home.
Who would take off the bars going down into that descent? I can promise you it's quite a steep and not actually smooth descent here. And daring to take off the hands off the bars is quite something.
Nice descending from Climatizio Bear.
Oh yes, here they go.
Well,
they are going for it.
The interesting scenario here is that they're chasing third place, Canyon, Luca Schwartzbauer and Sam Gaze. The gap from third and them to the leaders is about 6 minutes. So they shouldn't, the yellow jerseys shouldn't be too worried about them because they shouldn't make up that time in the next 2 days. So they would be quite happy to let them go, let them have their thing, and the fight continues behind here. Yellow jerseys mindful of Beers and Nokia. There's the rivalry, yep.
Yeah, you don't want to make mistakes at this stage anymore. Like the only thing that can throw you off now is a mechanical. So they're definitely not going to take as much risk. There's much less on the line for them than there is for the others. So they're just going to take the time to get down there safely.
Yeah, many's the time. When you least expect it, things are looking good, and suddenly a rock just jumps up, smashes into the derailleur, or as Ariane illustrated, hits the chain ring, bends a tooth, and your race is done. Reminder that you can get onto those early bird entries of the Absa Cape Epic as early as the 23rd of March, just after the conclusion of this event, and you can be part of this race next year. Wouldn't that be amazing? Be part of the biggest mountain bike stage race of 8 days anywhere in the world, the Absa Cape Epic Rite of Passage. You can join the Rite of Passage entry waiting list to sign up for that. You'll receive a priority entry early bird access on the 23rd. Press enter and you will be part of the show. If you don't get in, then don't worry, you'll still be on the waiting list.
Yeah, and we see Luca Braido trying to get past Mark Stutzman.
You can see from the body language how cautious they're, just being extra vigilant on this descent.
Yeah, and also just see how comfortable Luca Braido and Simone Amandetto are in this downhill. They did get a little bit of a gap, and look how they go around this corner, just skidding with the back wheel around this, foot out for Mappius as he goes around the corner so fast. It's beautiful to see just the skill that they have, and look how comfortable they look on the bike. It's like if one would look back at the amateurs, how they go down here, it would be a completely different picture.
A year ago they came up here in thick mud. It was really a brutal climb in those sort of conditions, and let's hope that the rain doesn't make this too treacherous, but more and more bikes down there churns it up and makes it tricky for those amateurs.
Yeah, would you go for a narrower tire here, Benno, because of the mud that clogs up on the tire in terms of clearance on the frame?
It's very tricky because the stage is so long. You go through so many different terrains, so those sections, they're too short to really kind of like make a big difference or a big change within your tire choice. Most of the riders today will have the same setup as before. The men went on dry conditions for actually quite a while. Still, it's anything above 2.35 up to like 2.4 tires that they normally ride in all of those conditions.
Yeah, it's luckily not too sticky, this mud here. It's not very much clay like often seen in Europe, where everything just sticks on it.
I have confirmation now. The women's team we saw in the picture is definitely not Isla Stowe and Cherise Willard, as they just made it to the finish in 9th position.
Well done.
Throw it in there.
That's a good day. Well done. Cherise and Isla of Fortress Toyota, and the whole Willard family can breathe a sigh of relief and be satisfied and very happy with a really good ride. Well
very
done.
very much. Mommy is back at the finish, and I'm sure Andre, her dad, is there to welcome there. Unfortunately, the boys are still at the school in Beaumont, and they're not allowed to just skip school. Maybe tomorrow. There is no school, so they will be on the course.
Beers is a little bit off the back of this, as Clementizia Aubert are matched by the Willia Vittoria pair. No problem for them, and Beers and Nokia just lurking a little bit off the back of this fearsomely fast descent off the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and I mean, Mark Stutzman, although very much a marathon rider, he's extremely skilled going downhill, especially in wet conditions. He often trains with Matthias Flöckiger back in Switzerland, and definitely knows how to ride in sketchy, wet and slippery conditions like we have here.
That's definitely what this is. Yeah, they're heading now towards the Dornier feed station, and an opportunity there. We'll start picking up some time gaps, and critical there is the time gap as Valero looks back. Yes, they want to make time on Canyon and take back 3rd place, but also the chance to win a stage here. And they'll know the desperation of the yellow jerseys to win their first stage of the race. They still haven't done that. And Beers and Nokia to win on a home turf, and also to try and put time into the yellow jerseys. So the race is on. A really interesting battle going on here.
Do we see Tristan coming as well? There's a bit of a gap to the back. Let's see. Oh, it's actually...
I think that's
I can't
Tristan.
see
or-
what
there comes Matt.
there he is. Oh, that's Matt. Yes.
As they make their way down, we can pop down to the finish and hear from the third place team on the women's race today.
But things were spicy from the get-go.
Yeah, we raced with the Kate and Greyton a lot, which was actually really cool. Yeah, until maybe the last, like, up towards the neck. But they were not far in front of us, which was really exciting. Yeah, we had a really good day. Lots of mud.
Making history, the third women's team across the line and the third team across the line today ahead of the men.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. The men haven't come in yet. Yeah, that's cool. I do appreciate what Cape Epic is doing this year, trying to prioritize the women's race. Obviously, there's like hiccups and things to work out. It's a lot of logistics to do what they're doing, but it is cool to come to Stellenbosch and be the first people to arrive.
Haley, did you experience that on the route when you were riding? Less tracks on the route, only 4 sets of tyres ahead of you. Did you think about that? Did it cross your mind?
I did actually think about that quite a bit. Normally, like even just on the gravel roads, you can kind of see where the smooth line is because of all the men that have come through. Now, we were making those tracks.
Very cool. And quickly, portaging skills, out of 10, how did you go today?
I was good. Haley was good. We caught up to Kate and Greta down there, so I would say we were great.
Well done out there today.
Haley Preen and Haley Smith of Kempchamp Honeycomb as the leading men are just about to turn into Dornier Wine Estate and the checkpoint here. All three together now. It is Clementizia Albert, then it's the William Victoria yellow jerseys and the red jerseys, African leaders jerseys on the shoulders of Toyota Specialized in Buko. And the battle for the stage is on. The battle for the general classification is on. And the team looking to gain most out of this in GC is Clementizia Albert, because Canyon are some way off the back here.
Yeah, that's where we see the first passing of a women team, but no issues at all. They make way, and it's about 10 kilometers, actually 10 kilometers to the finish of today's stage.
Quick collection of bottles, maybe a gel or two put in the pocket, and each rider just putting their stores in, and Valero goes right up to join Stutzman on the front. So yeah, 10 kilometers of intriguing racing to decide the Queen stage at the Absa Cape Epic as they flow past the beautiful...
Gap between third Canyon and fourth Clementizia Albert was 40 seconds, and now it is 50 as they cross that checkpoint. So about 10 seconds they have moved up into third on GC. It can still change.
And,
it can still change.
And Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, they've had one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off. They could still come into it, because by the end of the day it might only be less than 2 minutes between them and third place as well. So it's all to play for here as they come through now.
We just had the fifth team coming through the checkpoint at 124 kilometers. It's Toyota Specialized in Puka 2 with Marco Hubert and Travis Stedman. And then in sixth position, Metallurgica Veneta, MTB, Nicola Taffarel and Eskil Evanson Lee. 2 minutes off the leaders. And the double Dutch team of Hans Becking and Teurs Ruiter also with them, or just a little bit off them, 10 seconds off the fifth and the sixth team going through that checkpoint.
Yeah, good day out for Marco Hubert and Travis Stedman. Good going for them as they flow through the bottom end of the Challenor estate here, and those olive and lemon trees. Beautiful riding, lovely. They'll transfer across to Montbury. Let's pop to the finish quickly.
So Bianca, tell us about the upgrade of the dishcloth.
Yeah.
It's a pretty colour.
I found it.
She's good to go. Take us through the Mudfest.
Yeah, yo. We were actually in a good position like throughout the day, but that neck, yo, I can't climb. I've decided. I used to call myself a fat climber, but
I'm actually just a shit climber.
Sam, comments on that and the portage. Bring the portage in for us.
Well, if she's a shit climber, I'm a shitty runner down. I'm not a goat. But yeah, we luckily I lost a bit of time there, but made it back up to the group. Yeah, and then we kept it all together, and then we caught, or the ISB ladies caught us, and they can climb really well, and yeah, it put us under pressure. But I am super stoked. I mean, we're mixing it up with the best. You know, 6th position at Epic is really something to actually be proud of. So no complaints.
Bianca, out there today, obviously just a couple of pairs of tyres tracks ahead of you, whereas usually you riding and trying to find that racing line that the men have been on before you. This time, not so much. Did you think about that at all? Was there a difference in the racing because of that at all for you guys?
Yeah, normally it's hard packed, and now we were having to pack it up. So no, I didn't enjoy that at all. Check at us, we like little peaks.
2 days to go, and that Africa Leaders jersey looking good. Is that our focus, and possibly maybe a top stage? We know we've got some proper cross-country riding coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to recover properly. My legs are quite empty. But yeah, it would be nice. We like right there and then pop towards the end. So need to get there.
See you tomorrow.
Bianca Hoare and Sam Sanders, apologies for some of the language you might hear down at the finish line of the riders at the end of a tough, hard day, an emotional day. Things, yeah, they can get emotional and heated. Now we're talking about heated. This is the sharp end of the men's elite race. And they've just passed through Montmarie, and they are making their way towards that shooting range section. And it is still the 3 teams together here. Now the tactics. Look at Beer start moving up here. He looks across and sees. He makes sure he's saying to Tristan Nokia, stay right on my wheel. This is getting down to the business end here. Clementizio Bear have been dictating the pace at the front of this group for a long, long time now, up that climb. And well, immediately they go a little bit surging into the single track, and it is the yellow jerseys who sneak in front of Beers, and Nokia now on Beers as well.
And we often talk about the development of the women's racing, but actually, isn't it incredible? We have seen a sprint finish every day in this race here. It was always an exciting final in the men's race. And even though it's one of the longest Cape Epics in terms of distance that we've seen in the last years, and it's so exciting to watch every time there's multiple teams contesting for the stage win.
And from a domestic perspective, South Africa now regularly having riders in the business end, in the engine room of the race. Last year, Mark Ubentris and Nokia finished on the podium, and this year, and then won a stage. And this year, we've got these two, Beers and Nokia, and going so well today. Their support team, Mark Ubentris and Travis Stedman as well, nicely positioned at the moment in 5th place on the stage, fighting with Tafarel and Evanson Lee as well. So great racing, and the broadening of the base of quality riders racing against the very best, the silver medalist in the cross-country world championships, Simone Avendetto. Yes, the South African beat him to the gold medal, and Alan Hatherley, but that just is an illustration of the impact of this event on mountain biking in this country. Massive surge of interest and improvement in quality of races around all the age levels and different formats of the sport. It's pouring with rain again here at Kutzenberg, and these riders are riding towards that as well.
Yeah, it's only like a couple of kilometers left. None of them have won a stage just yet, the prologue, but not a stage. So it is in their own interest as well to put themselves up on the highest cube of the stage, and it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Obia, they are right there at the front. Yeah, let's see how those last kilometers are going to play out.
Yeah, they're highly motivated. Dual reasons for motivation for them, because they know Canyon are not in this group. the team who were third, just ahead of them on general classification going into this stage, following their stage win yesterday, Sam Gaze and Lucas Schwartzbauer. So David Valero, bronze medalist at the games in Tokyo, is in prime position here with Mark Stutzman. And Stutzman has dug so deep. I mean, every one of these teams, the combination's been outstanding. And it is the yellow jerseys who split the red jerseys at the moment. And they're into last bit of trail, and then Eden beckons and the forest. And it's quite fast, as we saw on that fire road. And there'll be a dash to get into that little last bit of single track down Gumup, which is at the end of the Eden Forest Road.
Yeah, this part here is probably one of the last ones, possibilities to overtake if you really put the hammer down, if you surprise someone. But it is going to be tricky from here to actually get yourself any farther forward.
Gerald, you mentioned Alan Hadley earlier, who won the World Championships last year, cross-country World Championships ahead of Simone Alvondetto. Benno, do you think we see Alan Hadley coming back to this race at some point?
I really hope so, definitely. Again, he just needs to find the right partner. Currently, he's doing a lot of road racing, and with that, it's impossible to do the Cape Epic at this early stage because the road calendar starts with a lot of classics early on in February. Look at this now.
Yeah, some reshuffling here, repositioning. Very important to get Tristan up there in the right position.
Yeah, Matt, he drew him up alongside him, and I think he just said, you go, get ahead there. So try and infiltrate into that yellow jerseys there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to be left behind. That's definitely the worst that can happen, to get even more time in between the yellow and the red jerseys on the GC classification.
What a tempo Valero's kept on the front here. It's very difficult to get in front of him. He is an absolute machine on the front here.
Motoring on his Orbea Ois, the full suspension mountain bike of the Spanish brand, in fact of the Basque brand. They're very proud to call themselves the Basque country.
Yeah. So into Eden Forest, they'll follow the motorbike up a little rise here, and Norkia wasn't able to hold his position in the front there, and he's back just in front of Matt Beers here. Beers rode with Alan Hadley. I think they finished 6th the year they rode together years ago. So who knows? Maybe that might be a combination in time to come. Look how close they are here. Beers just almost forcing Tristan Norkia. I'm going to push you into this here. You've got to put pressure on the yellow jerseys. 1 minute and 37. Well, if you can nick back 5 seconds or 8 seconds, it makes the job a little bit easier.
Look at that fight for the wheel behind the Klimatita Orbea team. It's definitely some elbowing going on there, and who's got the smoothest line here, because there's not much smooth road. Even though it looks fairly okay, you definitely don't want to have more resistance on your wheels than is necessary.
Look at the body language of the yellow jerseys. They're super smooth, aren't they? And, you know, the marathon men are really working hard, particularly Tristan Norkia here.
Yeah, really kudos out to Tristan. Still a young rider, very much up for the challenge here. That he showed what he's worth at last. But here they go.
This
here
is it.
They go.
Could
here
be.
they go on to the attack, and they're going to put pressure on everybody. A little incline and into the single track, squeezing in front of the Klimatita Orbea team here, and wanting to make use of their great skills in the trails that are coming up.
Yeah, there's only that one little climb left that we saw earlier, with the woman, where you have the possibility to get by. This is like too fast, but that last climb there is where you have to put the hammer down and try to sneak by.
Here we go again. Valero and Stutzman doing all they can now. Now you feel they like, we're not worried about third, we want a stage win here. And Valero goes to the front here because a stage win would bring them advantage over Canyon. And drilling it on the front is David Valero here. Super strong today, he has been, the Spaniard. There's that rise is coming very shortly here, and you have to pay attention here. You lose touch there, it could be costly to your hopes of winning the stage. So Beers and Norkia got to be right on their game here.
Yeah, it's very much in the interest of the Klimatitsa Obea team to keep the pace high. Different to the leader's jersey, who just want to possibly aim for a stage win. And here comes that steep little kicker. That's definitely going to give a sting in those legs here.
Out of the saddle most, except Mr. Beers. No, now he finally does. Then you know it's a bit steep when he has to get out the saddle. Lovely to see the spectators out on the trails and welcoming the riders despite the weather. Squalls of rain coming through here. Dramatic end to the Queen stage. It's lived up to its billing. Over 5 hours of racing. We're beyond nearly 20 minutes longer than the anticipated finish time here as they hammer along the fire road here. They'll fly past G-Spot's entrance and they will prepare for the finish.
Yeah, not even this 500-meter climb that was stinging out of the profile of today was enough to really make a difference between these teams.
Wow, the power that David Valero is putting on here is insane.
His teammate Mark Stutzman very much having to sprint onto the wheel of Luca Braido and Simone Amondetto, not to lose that 3 riders in the front.
And Matt Beers is doing the same, verbally pushing and pulling and cajoling.
Yeah, he just went to the front to bring Tristan back, not to lose the group. Doing an excellent job just to look after his teammates.
Yellow jerseys, so solid, so cohesive all the way through this week, and they continue. Little surge now. They're going to go into the single track. This is the key, the moment, because there's very little option after this. They're into the trail first, above and ahead of Valero. Stutzman couldn't stay with him, and he knew it was going to be tough. And now, Avendetto, down he goes.
Oh, my gosh.
Dynamic is going to change. He's back on his bike quickly. Avendetto is up the road, and this is drama right towards the end here of the stage. And the urgency to take the single track, we see a fall. Yellow jerseys in a bit of trouble.
What a mistake. Was it Simone or Luca? I think it's Simone at the back.
So
always hard to distinguish the two of them.
Nevertheless, what has happened is that one's at the front and one's at the back. Simone.
So the attack didn't work out. So quickly it can happen, and you just make a mistake. They could have had the stage win in the back, right there, right in that moment. But then one moment of not concentrating enough, and it goes out of your hands.
So Klimatitsa or Bayer hold the aces here because they have 2 riders up the road, Tristan Nokia and Matt Beers. And then either end of this train, we've got Luca Braido at the front and Simone Avendetto at the back. And so a really, really tough call for the Willia Vittoria team, seeking a first stage win here and an opportunity, well, maybe a second or 2 it might be for Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia to claw back here. But Klimatitsa Obea, Valero and Stutzman have it all to gain here. They have a golden opportunity to win their first stage at the Absa Cape Epic today. And that comes as a result of that mistake just into that single track.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look at how solid those 2 yellow leader jerseys are looking once again, and there it happens. A little slip around the turn, and the stage win may be out of contention for them.
I like your maybe. Exactly. I like your maybe because they are back on here. They are chasing. There's no question. Through this, it's a fast straight road down here and across the dam and into the single track and onto the lawn. So very little opportunity here. The hopes of Beers and Nokia hang by an absolute thread here. They'll fly down the single track. Beers looks over his shoulder, says, come on. They've gone up the road. They are away. There is the 1 yellow jersey. Klimatitsa Obea in the tuck, and he is hunting down his man Avendetto, throwing everything at this. Up the road, Braido, they'll hook a right here, don't get this wrong. And he's going to force the issue here for sure. Onto that dam wall, he gets between the 2 men from Klimatitsa Obea. A little drag there, down, and then up onto the dam wall. It's on here for sure. It's on here.
Another chance to overtake, and yes.
Whoa, look at this. Surely this is a champion team. second last year, and they are showing their class here, the Italians, Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto. They are back in the lead after going into the single track in a bit of a disastrous situation. They are now on their way towards the finish and in the prime position to take their first stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. What drama over the last kilometre and a half of a 134-kilometre stage. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. What a masterclass of these two riders, those Italians that just show here what are they made of. Absolute world-class riders, putting all their skill down here and the power that they have to get back into the lead. Unbelievable.
On the last bit of trail above the field of Kutsenberg's University of Stellenbosch fields, and it is Simone Avondetto and his partner Luca Braido who are looking at a first glorious stage win here. What a moment to do it on the Queen stage. They will turn left and hit the lawns and then the green carpet. They're onto the lawns, and it is Simone Avondetto, Luca Braido ahead and Simone Avondetto behind him. What a ride. A little disaster, a little mistake towards the end there, but it is glory for them on the Queen stage. William Victoria take their first stage win at the 2026 Absa Cape Epic. Braido and Avondetto rule supreme in Stellenbosch. It is Clementizio Ober done all they can, but they finish in second. Stutzman and Valero, frustration for them, and holding firm in third place on the day. They just didn't have the legs towards the end there. Matt Beers and Tristan Norkie.
What an incredible finish. That was just a masterclass of, yeah, they did their homework. They knew that from that stage onwards it will be hard. The fall and then making it through the field once again to get to the front, finishing, winning the stage. What an incredible outcome.
Proud Italian today, Benno.
Yes, very much.
This is the Queen stage, 134 kilometers, and we come down to a sprint with drama like that on the end there. The quality of these riders, just unbelievable. Really, really wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and the sportsmanship. Oh, and here comes the Canyon team.
Yeah, with clocks running.
I've got 50 seconds on my clock already, and that would mean they're moving down into fourth on GC.
Shake of the head from Luca Schwarzbauer. You know when you've been the nail on the day, you've tried everything you possibly can, and it just doesn't roll for you. He couldn't stay the pace with Sam Gaze, who'd gone on that early attack. But nevertheless, they've done well. They've held on to fourth place on the day, fourth place on the stage, and not by much. It'll only be seconds by the end of it. So really, really good dig today by the Canyon team.
Yes, and I wonder what the women thought about this finish now as well. It must have been exciting for them too to see actually this sort of finishing on the men's race. Everyone is down there, everyone is together. The first time that the women were finishing first, and then getting a finish of the elite man. What a day.
Grandstand stuff, absolutely fantastic as we look over the top of the race village here at Kutsenberg, the beautiful fields of the University of Stellenbosch, just the heartbeat of Stellenbosch here, the students all over this city, and just brings a lovely vibrant energy to this lovely town. Now, let's go down and hear from the stage winners, Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto.
Luca, Simone, an incredible day today. Your first stage win, and it's on the Queen stage. Today was a massive day, Luca.
Yeah, I'm really happy because just from the start I was totally kaput. In the first 10 kilometers my legs don't work, absolutely don't work. But I keep hard and yeah, I can't believe that I win.
Simone, take us through what happened in the last single track. We saw you come around that corner and then you slipped up.
Yeah, I didn't. Also with the glasses all dirty, I didn't saw there were probably some stone and wet. They were quite slippery, and I just crashed.
Adrenaline sometimes can be your best friend when you have the adrenaline, and then you come through and you win the stage on the Queen stage. Amazing for William Victoria.
Yeah, we really wanted a win, and it's nice to get on the Queen stage.
Another day in the yellow jersey tomorrow. We know we come into the Stellenbosch trails. They're a trail network you know well, and you've survived the big transfer stages.
Yeah, today was quite challenging, especially also the first 40-50 kilometers. And yeah, we look forward to the last 2 days here in Stellenbosch.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
No legs for Luca Brado at the start of the day, he said there, yet they come through and win the stage. One amazing Hans Becking and Thijs Reuter coming across the line here, and they will finish 6th today. We've seen Canyon finish 4th. Toyota Specialized in Buko 2, Travis Stedman and Marco Hubert getting home. Very impressive ride from them. And Metallurgica Venta MTB, they are home. Taffarel and his Norwegian champion partner Eskil Evanson Lee, and now double Dutch Becking and Reuter. Oh. Well, it was the Queen stage. Everyone was looking forward to it as the pivotal stage of the race, and albeit that there hasn't been a huge change in terms of time difference on the general classification, the fact that second place, Beers and Nokia, were not able to crack the yellow jerseys today suggests that they are going to be very tough to beat come Sunday here. Let's go back to the finish and hear from the Klimatizia team.
Mark, an incredible day. We knew it would be a big day for Klimatizia today. We knew it would be a day where you guys got to the front. David, incredible today.
Yeah, it was an amazing day. I mean, at the beginning, it was quite hard for me. I struggled a bit, but yeah, we had our plan and we stick to this plan to not overtook at the beginning. And yeah, in this long climb, in the final long climb, we can push a lot, and yeah, amazing.
Take us through the portage today for you and David. You guys got into the portage on the feet, down the pass. Very different for you to do a portage like that?
Yeah, normally I have to say it's difficult for me, but at this time we catch the front group back, so it was good. This section was good for us.
David, you were amazing today. We saw you pushing, putting down the watts. You would not let the others come back to you. How was your day? I love to see your smile.
Sí, ahora te digo en Spanish. La verdad que hemos corrido mucha cabeza, no hemos entrado nunca al grupo delantero para no tener cambios de ritmo y guardando para el final. Y en el final, la última subida, que la conocíamos de otras ediciones, pusimos un ritmo continuo, fuerte, y nos fuimos los tres para adelante, y la verdad que muy contento porque también pensando un poquito en la general.
Mark, important for you today, the general classification, a minute and a bit ahead of the team from Canyon. That must take a bit of relief off you going into the last 2 days.
Yeah, of course. I mean, before the stage, I could somehow not believe that we are able to catch them back, and now I think we are again on the third place. It's amazing and give us, of course, some motivation for the next 2 days.
Coming into this year's Absa Cape Epic, a new combination with yourself and David, but it looks like you've been racing together forever. You're just communicating well, you're matching all the moves, you're really looking good together out there.
Yeah, and we also don't speak that much during the race, but today it was amazing teamwork. Everything went well, and yeah, super happy about this.
Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely to see the smiles on the faces of those two men, David Valero and Mark Stutzman. They're so happy.
Yeah, it's also cool to see, like, everyone has their plans, and it's amazing when it works out for them as well. Like, you see the joy in their faces. They were prepared for this long, hard stage, but they kept it hard from the beginning. And yeah.
They clearly, let's have a look at the stage 5 results. Just a reminder, Luca Brado and Simone Avendetto. 8 seconds ahead of Valero and Stutzman. Beers and Nokia 12 seconds adrift. So they've lost 12 seconds to the yellow jerseys. Luca Schwarzbahn, Sam Gaze, 109 down. Let's go down to Max at the finish.
About 14 Ks, and we threw a bit of a haymaker there, and I think we really caught a lot of the guys off guard, and there was a lot of panic. We were hoping that would burn a little more matches, and it did. But yeah, the headwind, kind of neutralized. We couldn't stay on the gas, otherwise you just cook yourself. So kind of just had to assess the whole day what we could do. Obviously we came into the portage, like you said, and yeah, we know from Wines to Wales and stuff, it's your legs either feel fine or you just absolutely die, and you have to just go full cockroach mode to the end, and that's pretty much what we were doing.
Tristan, there's so much going on. It's a queen stage, it's 134 Ks, close on 3,000 meters of climbing, and then so tactical towards the end. It's almost like a sprint finish. That last 20 minutes was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's such a long day. My Garmin even died like 10 Ks to go because the battery was flat. I thought this morning it would have enough battery life, but yeah, it's such a long day and so much happened today. The weather made it absolute even longer and harder because yeah, it was wind and then rain and mud and yeah, and then it literally came down to a sprint or yeah, 3 teams to the finish. So just shows you how strong the guys are. If on a queen stage like today in a 5-hour plus day, there comes 6 guys to the line. So yeah.
Matt, weirdly enough, very few mechanicals today. Was that because that the dust had settled and you guys could see where you were putting your wheels?
Yeah, maybe. Obviously the terrain where we were heading wasn't like super bad, and like you said, the dust I think settled. You could kind of just move in time if there was a rock or something. Yeah, so I mean that was nice. Make a long day longer.
David Valero today was power.
Yeah, I mean the dude's world class. Eh? I mean Podium, the Olympics. It's really cool to race with these guys. All these guys are Willia. I mean they're all world class riders, and so are we. So yeah, it's cool to represent out there, and it's not over yet.
Tristan, I think that's something to remember. You know, Matt said it very clearly. These guys are world-class riders, but so are we, and we're South African, and we've got 2 days left to race.
Yeah, exactly. It's world-class riders like the Willia boys, Valero, Sam guys. Look at like there's so many big names here. So yeah, I think there's still 2 days left, but yeah, we're giving our everything and tried everything today, and yeah, I suffered like a dog, but yeah, it's the best I could do today.
Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie. Good luck for the next 2 days, boys.
Tristan Nokia, Matt Beers gave it absolutely everything today. They have throughout this week. They've had to fight back. Remember the deficits they had to fight back on stage 1 and stage 3. And here they are, less than 2 minutes behind the overall leaders. So all to play for still in the last 2 days of the Absa Cape Epic. Grabouw and Avendetto 8 seconds ahead of Valero and Stutzman. Beers and Nokia. Schwarzbauer and Gaze in 4th place. Great day out for Toyota Specialized in Buko's second team, Marco Uban, Travis Stedman. Free to fly, 3 minutes and 4 behind the winners. Tafarel, who went up the road like a satellite, and Eskil Evans and Lee joined him. They finished 6th place, their best finish of the week. And Specking and Toys Reuter of Double Dutch going well, and Porro and Martinez in 8th. Steve John and Fry consistently in the top 10. Wouter Alleman and Martin Stosik have lost a bit of time today. They may slip out of their position in 6th place. And then it's Scott Calabandida and Orbea Speed Company just rolled in. Lucas Baum and Gail Gega. And they finished 10 minutes behind the race leaders today, the stage winners. Well, it's one of those days, brutal day, 5 hours and 9 minutes for the leaders here. Double that and you'll know what the back end of the field are going to do. So what does this mean in terms of general classification? Luca Brido and Simona Avendetto now have a 1 minute and 49 second lead over Beers and Nokia. They'll have a 3rd day in the yellow jersey tomorrow as they explore the trails of the Bannock Valley, Albetham Farm and Boschendal and Idas Valley and come back here. And then Valero and Stutzman now in 3rd on their own with Schwarzbauer and Gaze just 20 seconds behind them. That's the fight for the last spot on the podium come Sunday. That is going to be fascinating to watch. Canyon against Klimbetitse Bear without Alleman and Martin Stosek have lost a bit of time. They are still in 5th place overall. In the women's race, Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller in the stage, 9.5 minutes or so ahead of Kate Courtney and Greta Sevelt. Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith, excellent day out for them, taking third place and just over 2 minutes behind Kate Courtney and Greta Sevelt. They'll gain great strength from that performance, Preen and Smith. Calderon and Cortacas, well, they had their travails earlier in the week, clearly finding their legs as they did last year towards the end of the race. And then Topara, FSA, Kenda and Sani to see Efficient Infinity closing out the top 6 today in the women's elite race, which is 90 kilometers starting from Beaumont Wines earlier today. Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller still the race leaders, and they've increased that advantage now to 14 minutes and 18 seconds over 2 days around Stellenbosch. It is very, very difficult to see them getting beaten. But as Candice Lill said, she, of anyone, knows the race can end for you on that last day before you cross the line. So she will not be counting any chickens, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. It happened to her before. Losing the leader jersey on the last stage is still possible. She's well aware of that, so she will keep it steady. They have a good lead. They have 14 minutes to play with. And now it's more nurturing the jersey back to the finish all the way to the last stage on Sunday.
Botrivier, which is a couple of mountain ranges away from where we are in Stellenbosch now, was the start of the women's race, 90 kilometers. And this was very early on because there Greta Sevelt trying to remove a stick from her drivetrain there. And that little opportunity was snatched by Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller, and they bulleted up the road. This was very, very early on in the race. And from then on, it was a chase for the second place team on general classification, She Sends Foundation, and they were joined in that pursuit by the Kim Champ Honeycomb pair of Hayley Smith and Hayley Preen, who had everything to gain here. They're in third place here, latched onto the wheels of the second place team. But there was no way that this pair would be seen again. Keller and Lill just put their heads down and started building a very, very solid lead all the way through the stage.
Yeah, it was incredible how they got away. Of course, a little bit of a mechanical, but pure class, how they went away, how strong they were. And also you could see the effort from Kate and Greta over the last couple of days, this punchiness, this kind of like coming up with a plan every single day. It just, it's wearing you out, and they tried everything they could today. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit stronger, but nothing to, they can be very proud of what they achieved today, like Kate said.
Conditions were tough, muddy for the women, particularly early on. The rain did create some very slushy conditions, and the steep pitches, not only them, but also our e-bikers having to push through that very thick treacle mud. But this quartet stayed together and traversed through the trails of Paul Kluwer and Oak Valley with now a scent of an opportunity for Candice Lill. Look at the calm composure on the face of the South African, absolutely rock solid. She, as I said, she's never won this race, 5 times second place, and this presents the opportunity. And the enormity of that over the next couple of days, and terrain and amongst friends and family here in the Western Cape is going to be on her shoulders, and that of Alessandra Keller, carry that responsibility. But they are mature, extraordinary strong riders. They will deal with that. The climb up to the neck saw Sevelt needing some assistance from Courtney.
Yeah, like Greta mentioned, Kate was trying to push her as much as possible in this crazy terrain, sticky stuff, heavy bikes. When your legs are empty, you just need a hand on your back sometimes just to give that little bit extra. And the combination between the two, very strong, very polite, and again, a good format of racing.
Through they went at Dornier, the last opportunity to take on sustenance, and Alessandra Keller did that. They were onto the trails through Montmarie and weaving their way towards the finish at Kutsenberg, secure with their lead at this stage of around 9 minutes up those traditional mean steep vineyard climbs of the Western Cape. Anyone who's ridden a mountain bike here will know those vineyard climbs can sap the energy onto the shooting range terrain, and they were weaving their way very, very comfortably towards Eden and finally towards the finish on the Kutsenberg playing fields. A job beautifully done by this pair. Chasing for all their worth, they would never give up. Kate Courtney and Greta Servalt eventually got away from Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith to secure second place, but not by much. There was always a chance that they might catch them. But on the fields, it was glory for Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller of Thomas Maxim Sabi. Victory number 5 in the race for them, and a consolidation of their hold on those Chivita orange leaders jerseys. Behind them, Greta Servalt had suffered all the way up that brutal neck climb and managed to survive, and eventually she and Kate Courtney negotiated the way down onto the playing field, and the former Italian champion together with the current world marathon champion were all smiles as they rolled across the line to second place once again. Won the stage yesterday, but have had been second place on every other day.
Yeah, you can see the joy finishing this stage.
And Hayley Preen and Hayley Smith have made a wonderful combination for Champ Honeycomb, third on the day and third on the overall podium as well. To the podium on this stage, look at the delight of the world champion and the Italian former champion, and also for Champ Honeycomb on the podium for the second day in a row. Demise of Rosa van Doorn and Vera Losa, an obvious sadness to the race, but they will live to fight another day. Up on the on the third step, Champ Honeycomb. And second place, She Sends Foundation, Kate Courtney, and Greta Servalt, who rides for the Decathlon Ford great team on the cross-country World Cup circuit. Bringing joy and passion to the race, She Sends Foundation. Well, if you're going to win a stage, the Queen stage is one to put in the pocket, and it is once again Candice Lill and her partner Alessandra Keller who stand up on the top step of the podium. Yep, delight for them. Prologue, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. They missed out on stage 4, but raised the bottles of wine high on the stage 5, the Queen stage, for another wonderful opportunity to celebrate. Alessandra Keller has now got 5 stages in her bag, and Candice Lill has now got 10 stage wins to her career. Wonderful, wonderful racing. So it's a picture, isn't it? Kutsenberg tucked in at the bottom of Stellenbosch Mountain.
Yeah, beautiful scene. It also looks like the rain is over. The sun is going to come out later this afternoon and also for the next couple of days. We have sunshine ahead of us, so make sure you come out and support those people, the riders here in Kutsenberg.
Still in the orange leaders jerseys, they claimed on the first day in the prologue, and they've not relinquished them. They've just continued to build their advantage, and now with 2 days to race, you feel with just under a quarter of an hour in hand that it is a lead for them to cherish and enjoy around these trails. And you don't wish anyone any bad fortune, but that is perhaps the only way that anyone is going to have a chance of clawing back. But you feel the way they've ridden, absolutely super smart, super smooth, controlled all the way through Candice Lill and Alessandra Keller. Race leaders in the women's race that has delivered great drama, wonderful racing in the new format that the Absa Cape Epic have introduced this year, of having the women in the elite race only racing a shorter day in terms of distance and matching the men's time on the route. Leading women today raced 4.5 hours. Let's now go back to the finish, and we can hear from one of the stars of this race, 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer and Kieron Solis.
El Pedregal 7C.
El Pedregal 7.6, que el primer día tuvo una avería, tuvieron que cargar con la bici un buen rato.
Sí.
Y hoy, en algún momento del inicio de carrera, os habéis puesto a liderar el grupo.
Bueno, sí, digamos, veníamos con una intención de buscar una etapa, ¿verdad? Mi compañero Luis, y que ya ha ganado una etapa acá. Y bueno, el primer día, lastimosamente, parto el aro y parto la cola y nos tocó caminar 22 kilómetros, 3 horas y media. Ya estos días he cargado mucha fatiga en las piernas y bueno, estos días ha estado difícil. Y bueno, hoy teníamos piernas y quisimos probar un poco y con la motivación de mi compañero intentamos, ¿verdad? Pero fue puña, atrás el tren es duro, ¿verdad?
¿Cómo te has sentido este inicio de carrera?
Bueno, ha sido una carrera dura, un ritmo altísimo. Hoy el clima fue bastante exigente y el ritmo de salida también altísimo, pero bueno, yo creo que hemos venido de menos a más. Todavía quedan 2 días de carrera, creo que la recuperación ha sido buena, las sensaciones son muy buenas y esperamos rematar esta Cape Epic de la mejor manera.
Trending superstars they are, thanks to their exploits on stage 1. 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer and Kieron Solis. They spent a while in the front of the race today as they charged out towards Grabouw, and they eventually were caught on the drag up the old Pass on KatPas. But it's the heroics on day 1, on stage 1, when they broke a rear wheel and couldn't repair, and eventually Luis Meyer put Kieron Solis on his saddle, and the Solis pedaled whilst Meyer held the 2 wheels, and they made it to the finish, lost close on 500 places, but they determinedly went on and on and on. Back to Middelplaas near Greyton, 134 kilometers away was where this race started, and it started like a fire blazing through the Overberg, because Lucas Baum was on the front there, Mark Pritson was on the front, Matt Beers was on the front. Everyone was absolutely drilling it on the front here, because they knew if they could thin out the group, put the pressure on, they might have an opportunity. This was 7C Pedregal, Luis Meyer and Kieron Solis heading up the road towards Botrivier, taking their chance and enjoying their moment in the limelight. Lovely to see.
Yeah, they really tried everything from the early stage on. Fortunately, it didn't pay off for them, but it got them into the front, into the camera, into the spotlight. And again, you only know once you try.
Absolutely. They certainly put them their names in lights today. This pair, lovely, lovely opportunists, having overcome all the problems they had on that first day with such ingenuity and courage and determination. Dropping down into the riverbed, a little bit of congestion here, got to get it right, they all do. Yellow jerseys safely down there in as polite a queue as you will see in mountain biking, because everyone wants to get into there early. Up the KatPas, and eventually the 7C Pedregal's moment and time in the spotlight was to come to an end as Mark Pritson led the charge. Now, Mark Pritson's role today cannot be discounted. His partner, Felix Stili, took ill overnight and did roll off the start line, but then withdrew just after getting over the start line, which allowed Mark Pritson, the South African marathon champion, to play a role in the race today. He was able to be on the front, to do some work, to try and push the pace, perhaps in the assistance of Matt Beers and Tristan Norkier. He would eventually fade off the back, and his day would be done. Problem here, this is the first time we saw any issues at all for Simone Avendetto. A drop chain, and he just cleaning out the mud got in the way. He had to stop a couple of times to put the chain back on, and then have to chase back. Meanwhile, up front, there was a bit of pressure being applied. Gaze and Schwarzbauer behind Pritson, then Norkier, Bart Alleman was there, the yellow jerseys there, Martin Stosik and Beers getting around Lucas Baum as well to put himself in position to rejoin Tristan Norkier up the road. Pritson at this stage still in the mix. He played a role. Obviously there was a plan here for them, the South African riders.
Yeah, definitely tried a new tactic, having another rider at the front, helping out Matt and Tristan to split the group as much as they can, keeping the pace high from the very start when it was still possible on those wide open roads. He gave his all. Unfortunately, it didn't pay out towards the end of it, but again, they did try and make a difference.
Now they were on their way off the bikes onto the Gantouw Pass, a heritage site, and it is the site of where the ox wagons some 200 years ago would come over the pass out of the Western Cape, out of the Cape Colony, and make their way into the north. And this was the passage. This is where they would come up. And it is now a heritage site, so no riding on that. It had to be portaged all the way down, 800 meters of tricky portaging. No one of the elite group got into distress there, but it did create some wonderful images. Nicola Taffarel on the left-hand side, and he's for the Metallurgic Aventa MTB team, together with the man from Canyon, Sam Gaze, went up the road in Lourensford. Now, there was a concern for Gaze that, Gaze is saying, ease off. You don't want to get 2 minutes ahead here. You'll get a time penalty. Gaze telling Taffarel, back off. You cannot get too far ahead of their partners. Yep. There's a time mat coming up. He's saying you don't want to go through there 2 minutes ahead of your partner. You get an hour time penalty. Anyway, they wove their way through Lourensford, still on their own. There came the peloton, just tempo through that checkpoint. Marco Hubert is there, Martin Frey as well for Singer KTM. Luca Schwarzbauer suffering all the while. His partner was up the road.
Yeah, that was definitely not the best day for Luca Schwarzbauer. It seemed like Sam Gaze had it in his legs, but unfortunately, again, he had to wait, and he did the right thing. He knew that the timing mat is coming up, and you have to wait for your partner, and that's what he did.
Looking up the climb, Gaze now realizing that perhaps they weren't 2 minutes, they were within that 2 minutes. Taffarel digging in to try and stay with them. They would enjoy their best day yet on the race. Of course, Gaze and Schwarzbauer already with a stage win, or 2 stage wins to their names, so they have had an excellent week. But in threat was their 3rd place overall, because Clementizia Obeya, David Valero and Mark Stutzman started to put their hammer down on the climb up to the neck. Gaze was swallowed up, Schwarzbauer was further back, and Gaze watched them go past, and with it, their 3rd place on general classification. Yellow jerseys, rock solid today. Lucas Schwarzbauer and Simone Vendetto, despite that little ship chain, they managed to recover from that. And for Matt Beers and for Tristan Nokia, the opportunity to claw back seconds on that 1 minute and 37-second lead were precious few, because the yellow jerseys gave very little away. Took the opportunity every time to get into the single track first.
Yeah, very feisty fight towards the end, because everyone wanted to get a stage win, and here, look at this.
Key moment here, into this little trail, they got the whole shot, they were in position here, and then Simone Avendetto just swinging off and across the trail off his bike, and you can bet they went past. Yes, they did. Clementizia Obeya and the red jerseys, and suddenly, with less than a kilometer to go, the yellow jerseys in serious distress here, and the chase was on. Who would believe it? They were able to claw their way back. Avendetto threw them all, and off the dam wall, he surged past Mark Stutzman and powered to the front with his partner, Luca Braido, up the road. And once they turned off the dam wall, there was only one team that was going to win this stage, and it was the Willia Vittoria team in yellow. They haven't yet won a stage prior to this, and they were onto the field for the Queen stage, and they put in a royal performance today by the yellow jerseys. Worthy winners of the Queen stage, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. A top-class performance by 2 superb races. Second place, David Valero and Mark Stutzman tried all their might. They loved the day out there, and a tough day out for Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia again. Could not take any time back. In fact, they ceded time to the yellow jerseys here. And so their task of winning this race overall comes Sunday afternoon on these fields is made all the more difficult with 2 days to go. Second place, but they are absolutely delighted there. It was the excitement of the chase, the race, and the Queen stage. Well, it challenged every single one of these elite riders, never mind the thousands of amateurs who are still making their way up here. Let's go down to Max Kleur interviewing riders at the finish.
Nicola and Rebecca, you saw the men flying past you. How was it feeling? It was such an exciting final of the men, and you were basically in the midst of it.
Yeah, it was really cool. We could see the time gaps. You could see how fast they come. I mean, the pace that they come past is crazy. But we also were like, we could hear the chopper coming over Lourensford, and then we were like waiting for them, and then they actually just caught us by Dornier.
Yeah. You're happy about your personal race?
We had a really good day today. Yeah, we've been clawing it back slowly each day, but we're feeling stronger as the days go by. So yeah, we're happy with our ride today.
I believe you're not fully professional. What are you doing on the side, and how did you manage to fit everything and juggle everything just to get here?
That's what we were asking ourselves after the prologue. Like, why are we not racing amateur? We should be racing amateur. But I mean, it's a privilege to be able to race this elite women's race with the new way that they're doing it. And yeah, I mean, we love to be a part of it. And it's hard to fit it all in. So it's a lot of early mornings, a lot of chatting. We trained a lot together, which made it really special. It's like a whole block through December, Jan, Feb, March. Like, we get close, we train together, we watch a lot of sunrises together, and that's why we keep coming back.
Yeah, the women's race is so exciting just as well. We've got some incredibly strong riders leading the pack here. How much inspiration just do you take from the leaders of this race?
No, it's amazing. I mean, even just to think, you know, some of the girls that are in the lead and on the podium every day. I mean, I used to follow them on Instagram and follow their riding, so it's really like an awesome experience. It's quite surreal to be on the start line with them and have that opportunity. It's really special.
And then also, like, to come home and then watch the live feed and the highlights on TV. I mean, all of the coverage is incredible. And then be familiar with what they've ridden and then just see how they do it. Yeah, I mean, the women are really impressive. The way that they ride and the speeds that they ride at, it's incredible to watch.
Thanks so much, and good luck for the last two stages here.
Rebecca van Heesten and Nicola Freitas, two working women who are throwing lovely enthusiasm, excitement about racing the elite women's race. Yes, they're quite way down that order, but they're not daunted by that. They are embracing the challenge.
No, definitely. I mean, this is one of the only events where you can actually measure yourself against the world best riders out there. You ride through the same conditions, the same terrain, same environment, but then just a little bit of a different level, different times. But again, like being able to ride alongside, staging in the morning next to them, it is a very special thing.
Let's go back down. Ariane's got someone else you speak to now.
Fabian Rabensteiner here from Tobaro Kenda. Your partner crashed out yesterday. How is he doing?
Yeah, Casey is in the hospital now. He has the surgery this afternoon, so yeah, he stays well. But yeah, his shoulder is broken, his collarbone, and yeah.
Yeah, it's not the first time he broke his shoulder and his collarbone. How many times has he broken his collarbone already? Do you know that?
Yeah, also last year he broke before the race here, and now it's the third time, but this time it's the other shoulder.
Oh, such bad luck. I wish you all the best for the last stage, just doing it alone. And will you come back next year?
Thank you. Yeah, we will see.
Fabian Rabensteiner, Casey South crashing yesterday. Yeah, sadly, yeah, shoulder and collarbone must have been a very, very heavy crash. We've had crashes, we've had mechanicals deluxe on this race. And looking up over that road, you can see up the valley, that is Jonkershoek there. That'll be the playground on the final day of this race. Now let's go to Max. He's talking to a man who has been doing this for a long time and is a real student of the sport, and it's Jan Vittar from Insect Science.
Jan Vittar, I can see by the look on your face that today was a proper day out there.
It was a proper day, but I don't know, now we're really, really good. We planned a whole week for today, and yes, we were really riding so well together, and then up the climb up the neck, wire went through the tire and through the rim tape. So what do you do?
That's racing, right? But Ono and you got to take confidence from that. We know that both of you know how to handle a cross-country course, and we've certainly got a lot of cross-country over the next 2 days.
Yeah, Max. I suppose we have to regather. Right? Yeah, we'll regather, and yeah, it's still 2 days. We got to keep our heads.
Well done.
Dankie.
You can sense the frustration. That is why that man is still riding. He's one of the older riders in the group. And he just loves racing. And you can see how much it hurts when he's got a wire through the rim tape when they were having such a good day, and now it's disappointment for him. So that's why he's still there. If he was, you know, oh, well, that's fine, then you wouldn't be riding. Now, here's a team that we'd like to hear from, Team ASAP, who've been racing their hearts out this week in the amateur category.
Team ASAP, tell us about that.
Mud, and that's about it. It was crazy out there. It was so cool being passed by the guys on that neck climb. That was incredible being able to watch them come past us. But then scary and anxious the whole way, with them coming up behind us. But you know, it would have been way more fun if it didn't rain. But it was still a good day out on the bike.
Tell us about your portaging skills today. How was that?
I fell over once. I did it in West Wales and I was able to run down it, but today was so sketchy.
Well done today. Good to be here at the end of the Queen Stage, 2 days to go.
So happy to be in Stellenbosch, 2 more days, but they're not going to be easy. Hopefully it's going to be fun, but we'll see how it goes.
Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Taryn Povey and Riley Smith of the women's ASAP team. They were riding the elite, beg your pardon, but the amateur team, the men's team, are riding in the amateur category and doing really well as well. JP du Plessis and Cornelia Bierkes, who lost nearly an hour on the first day. There they come in now. That is young JP du Plessis on home turf from Stellenbosch here. He was at Polrus just down the road, and Cornelia Bierkes has crossed the line. They may well be the first of the amateur teams across the line today, which would be a great significance for them. They finished just ahead of Origine Willier. And excellent. In fact, I think they are the first of the amateur teams. So clawing back time they lost. They needed about half an hour to take the win today. So 2 young men looking to make it big. Cornelia Bierkes, Gerry's his father, and his uncle, in fact, Matthijs, won a stage on this very field here with Philip Base. So a bit of history there. So let's hope that they continue to fly on these trails. So that's a beautiful Stellenbosch overlooking to the left-hand side. That is Portmas Korp, and that is where they're heading tomorrow. Up that hill, over the top, into Bannock Valley, Bethlehem Farm, Boschendal, back at some really big climbs, wonderful single track, great trails to enjoy, and then back here. Podium about to happen here, all nice and clean now. That's another issue. Who does all the washing in these teams?
Yes, this is a lot of work for the staff members, but there's also washing organized by the Absa Cape Epic. So you can actually book a washing service, and the kit and everything will be washed for you every single stage. But yeah, those white pants, I don't know if they were the ones from yesterday or if they have new ones for every single stage.
Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia chatting about the white kit. It's white shirts and white shorts, but they're in the black and the red of Toyota Specialized. So the Toyota Specialized Buco team holding on to second at the moment. Pro rider manager Candice Fenter just shepherding them up.
Yep. She's the one in charge of the discipline here for the athletes to make sure that they are in time for the podiums, for everything. Also a huge job from her side.
She's the one in charge.
She is
Full
the
stop.
One. Yep.
Everyone answers to Candice. She's got all the answers as well. So our podium for the Queen Stage at the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. In third place, Matt Beers and Tristan Nokia for Toyota Specialized in Buco. Specialized Toyota in Buco. Take your pick. They are a quality act, fighting for every second they can earn on this race. And they are not out of contention. Second place, Clementizia Aubert, Mark Stutzman on the left, and the tall figure of David Valero from Spain, Stutzman from Switzerland, and a combination that are making it hot at the front of the race. Tried all they could to try and win the stage today, but what they did was claw back third place on general classification. Because a stage win, first time onto the top step this week, their fourth stage win of their careers. It's Willia Vittoria, Simone Avendetto on the left, and Luca Braido on the right. The winners of the Queen Stage at the 2026 Absa Cape Epic in sensational fashion. Major drama in the last kilometre. They recovered from that and managed to take the win. Quite remarkable skills and speed from Avendetto and Braido to take the win. Well done. So they not only have won the stage, they've also put themselves in a very good position for the next 2 days, in which one would feel the type of terrain and trail is going to suit their superior skills of XCO racers. Not superior than anyone else, but they are superior riders, that's for sure. Very, very classy. We've got a silver medalist in the World Cross Country Championships in Simone Avendetto, and Luca Braido, in fact, was 7th in those Self-Same World Championships in Switzerland last year. They will be sporting those beautiful Chivita zebra striped yellow jerseys. No, zebras aren't yellow, but they've got the stripes. Someone said to me, zebras aren't yellow. No, they're not. But the stripes indicate that. Up they step. Yellow once again for these two, a third day in those jerseys as they step closer and closer to the holy grail of mountain bike stage racing here at the Absa Cape Epic. What a day we've had. We say that every day, but you know what? Today was quite extraordinary. 134 Ks of the race from Middle Pass to Stellenbosch, and 90 Ks from Beaumont to here at Stellenbosch for the elite women, and both races delivered high drama. Great stuff, Benno.
Incredible. Every single day we thought it's going to be like straightforward, nothing crazy happening, and every day is just full of surprises. Either way, good, bad, a little bit of everything. True roller coaster for so many athletes in the or riders in the race. I can't wait. I can't wait for the last two to come. I think a lot of people were scared of this Queen stage, King stage today. It is a big one, brutal one, and now that's over. 2 more to go, and yeah, the excitement is not slowing down.
Well, it's over for about 30 teams. There are still some 400 or 500 teams out there making their way to here, and they will be coming into Stellenbosch. If you're in the region, come and join us over this weekend. It's the place to be. If you're a mountain biker, if you're a cyclist, if you're a sports person, you want to see the best in the world, and this is where they'll be for the next couple of days. We finish here on Sunday. More tomorrow with stage number 6. Join us then. From us all here, from Ariane, from Benno, and from Max out there, and our entire crew. What a job they've done. Our chopper pilots, our drone pilots, and our cameras to bring you these images on a really testing day for every single one of them. We say thanks to them, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for the start, bright and early. Don't miss it. The riders will be here. You want to be here too. From us all here in Stellenbosch. Till then, goodbye. Epic series is a global portfolio of the world's most exhilarating mountain bike stage races. Each race is a chapter in a greater journey, a journey that culminates at the pinnacle of mountain biking. The Absa Cape Epic.
These 8 days you will find yourself. The race is going to try break you.
The Absa Cape Epic is the truest test of any mountain biker's abilities.